Chapter 31-26. Among the 5 perfected immortals, 2 of them were at the Dongshu stage. Yang Ruoxu had just entered the true martial realm, and his true Wu Dao physique was at the small success stage. If he faced a true immortal at the consolidation stage, he could definitely win. Even if he faced a heavenly human stage cultivator, he could still fight. But he could not fight against a Kongming stage cultivator, not to mention 2 Dongshu stage perfected immortals. Almost as soon as the 2 sides started to fight, Yang Ruoxu was at a disadvantage. He was in danger again and was forced to retreat. The Crimson Rainbow deity had not entered the true first stage, and was helpless in this situation. Haha, he dares to stand out with this little ability. Perfected Immortal Shen Feng curled his lips. Wushu Sword Immortal said, after all, he is the leader of a sect. He has to fight for his dignity. Xiaoyu laughed and said, in my opinion, not only will he not be able to fight for his dignity, he will also die. Sigh. At this moment, a soft sigh came from the academy crowd. It was almost inaudible in the chaotic battlefield. A beautiful woman left the crowd and stepped into the battlefield, attracting countless gazes. The woman did not make any big movements. She only took out a brush from her storage bag and used her true essence as ink to draw a line in front of her. Whoosh! Instantly, a beautiful world appeared in front of everyone's eyes. There were mountains and rivers in all directions, and they formed a magnificent picture scroll that pressed down on the 5 true immortals of the Flaming Sun Celestial Kingdom. Peerless superpower, picturesque landscape. The person who attacked was one of the 3 fairies, painting fairy Mo Qing. Many cultivators had already gathered around the long street. Before this, many people had never seen the painting immortal before, much less seen her in action. At this moment, many cultivators realized that the reason why Mo Qing was ranked among the 3 fairies and had such a reputation was not only because of her beauty in painting. It was also because Mo Qing's combat strength was at the peak of the true first stage. Ever since she obtained the deities, demons, immortals, and demons painting, Mo Qing's understanding of painting had deepened. After drawing Aroki Tokishi's true appearance, the knot in her heart seemed to have been untied, and she had improved in painting. Just this picturesque landscape was enough to suppress the 5 perfected immortals of the Flaming Sun Immortal Kingdom. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyu's face sank. Among the true immortals of the Flaming Sun Immortal Kingdom, the 2 Dongshu stage true immortals were ranked in the top 10 in terms of combat power. However, they were suppressed by Mo Qing with just a casual brushstroke. Initially, he had only heard that the painting immortal possessed mediocre battle prowess. She only had a painting that she could summon the experts on the paintings to aid her in battle. He did not expect that even without the help of external items, the painting deity's combat strength was still extraordinary. Good move. I wonder how many of my attacks Mo Qing Fairy can take. Before he finished speaking, Voidless Sword Immortal had already attacked. Sword Light Flash. Wang. Graceful sword. As soon as this sword light appeared, the picturesque painting of mountains and rivers showed signs of breaking apart, as if it could not withstand this sharp sword chi. Draw a circle to confine me. Mo Qing's expression didn't change. Her pure white wrist turned slightly, and the brush drew a stroke at Sword Immortal Wushu's feet. In an instant, a huge black prison appeared around Voidless Sword Immortal, trapping him within. This prison had even imprisoned his divine sense and true essence within. After losing the support of divine sense and true essence, the sword light's power dropped drastically. The picturesque painting of mountains and rivers stabilized once again. Ding ding dang dang. Sword Immortal Wu Shu frowned slightly. He attacked continuously, and even released a few sword techniques that landed on the surrounding black prison. However, he was still unable to break this prison. The painting deity is actually this strong. Sword Immortal Wu Shu was secretly shocked. Xiaoyu looked at true Immortal Shenfeng, who was not far away, and quickly sent a message with his divine sense. Daoist Shenfeng, please make a move. I will definitely reward you greatly in the future. I have long heard of the painting deity's name. Seeing you today, you are indeed extraordinary. True Immortal Shenfeng laughed lightly, and said loudly, it is rare to meet you. I will also ask for your advice. He activated his Dao fruit, and rays of light appeared behind his head. He condensed his divine sense, formed a spell, and pointed at Mo Qing from afar, lightly shouting, "Hurricane disaster." A huge black hurricane appeared, exuding an extreme killing intent. A wave of ghost-like wails and wolf-like howls came from within, sweeping through thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. This peerless divine sense was also released by a reincarnated immortal, Feng Yin, during his battle with Su Zimo during the 10,000 Years Conference. This divine sense's killing power was extremely strong. At that time, Su Zimo had to use the impermanence seal of the Prajna Nirvana Sutra to dissolve it. And now, this divine sense was released by true immortal Shenfeng, and its power was even more terrifying. Mo Qing had just executed the technique, and the picturesque painting in front of everyone started to distort, as if it would be torn apart at any time. True immortal Shenfeng said that he wanted to ask for advice, but he did not hold back at all. This hurricane disaster even contained a trace of the aura of a peerless divine sense. So shameless, so many people bullying one person. Fairy Mo Qing is indeed powerful. She looks weak, but she is actually so strong. Many cultivators discussed softly. And true immortal Xuanfeng's attack seemed to have angered Mo Qing. She frowned and asked coldly, "Are you done?" The painting deity did not like to fight, but if they really fought, she would not be merciful. Back then at Green Cloud Mountain, the painting deity wanted to protect young Ruoxu and Su Zimo, but she was mocked by a true immortal of the great Jin dynasty. She did not explain and attacked on the spot, killing that true immortal. If she did not have any killing methods, and there were other true immortals from other factions standing out, the situation would only become more chaotic and even out of control. Suddenly, halos of light bloomed behind Mo Qing's head. She waved her brush and drew a pitch-black line under true immortal Shenfeng, sword immortal Wushu, and the other 5 true immortals. Drawing the abyss, Mo Qing's lips opened slightly and spat out 4 words. A heart-palpitating aura suddenly burst forth. Under the feet of true immortal Shenfeng and the rest, that seemingly ordinary black line suddenly transformed into a pitch-black abyss. It was like an ancient giant beast that opened its bloody mouth and wanted to tear everyone into pieces. The power and aura of this divine power had already far surpassed the few supreme divine powers just now. Supreme divine power. True immortal Xuanfeng's expression changed as he exclaimed. These 4 words caused an uproar. The painting deity Mo Qing had actually comprehended a supreme divine power. Sword immortal Wushu was shocked. No wonder he could not break the cage created by the painting deity even after attacking continuously. After comprehending a supreme divine power, one's physical body, bloodline, primordial spirit, Tao fruit, and even one's true essence would undergo a transformation, greatly increasing one's combat power. True immortal Shenfeng, sword immortal Wushu, and the rest could not resist at all. They could only watch as the pitch-black abyss under their feet continuously pulled their bodies into the darkness bit by bit. "Don't! Have mercy, painting deity!" A few shouts came from the abyss. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, mixed with a trace of anger and majesty. It was this light snort that caused Mo Qing's supreme divine power to instantly dissipate. True immortal Shenfeng, sword immortal Wushu, and the rest fell out of the dark abyss. The 2 true immortals of the Yang immortal kingdom had already lost their auras. The remaining 5 people, including true immortal Shenfeng and sword immortal Wushu, were all pale and in a sorry state. They were quite frightened. Chapter 31-27. Qiankuan Academy, how dare you? A man suddenly appeared and stood in the air with a cold expression. His entire body was suffused with an iron-blooded killing intent, and a sharp blade hung from his waist. That shout was filled with boundless might and instantly drowned out all the noise in the capital. Everyone turned to look at the source of the voice, and when they saw who it was, their faces paled. Greetings, Heaven Punishment King. Many cultivators from the great Jin celestial kingdom hurriedly knelt and paid their respects. The cultivators from the various forces in the divine firmament celestial realm also bowed respectfully. Heavenly Punishment King. He was in charge of the punishments and massacres of the great Jin celestial nation. He was second only to one person and above everyone else. He was cold, merciless, and decisive when it came to killing. The executioner's guard was famous throughout the divine firmament celestial realm. In the state of Jinn, no one dared to clash with the executioner's guard. Over the years, the executioner guard had only suffered a great loss at the hands of Su Zimo, the head of the heaven and earth lists. Those people from Chenkuan Academy are going to be screwed. Back then, Su Zimo, a disciple of the academy, had killed the first executioner, Song Ce. He even broke into the Darjin celestial nation alone and killed Prince Yuanzhua, the son of Prince Jin, and burned down Thunder City. That is indeed the case. Back then, the great Jin celestial empire didn't look for the Chenkuan Academy to settle the debt. Maybe it was because the Chenkuan Academy was also a heaven-class power and they were afraid of the great Jin celestial empire. Now that the Chenkuan Academy has fallen to such a state, the great Jin immortal empire will definitely not let them off easily. The cultivators on the sidelines were well aware of this. They secretly communicated with each other using their divine senses and quietly observed the situation. Heaven Punishment King, what is the meaning of this? Yang Ruoxu asked in a deep voice as he resisted the pressure of the Heavenly Punishment King with the righteous energy in his chest. Tianqing King said coldly, as the patriarch of the academy, "Don't you know that private fights are not allowed in the royal city of the Great Jin? The academy is not at fault here." Yang Ruoxu said in a deep voice, "It was Xie Yu from the Flaming Sun Immortal Kingdom who made the first move. He wanted to capture the people from the academy. That was why we were forced to fight back. All the cultivators here can testify for us." The crowd was silent. In fact, Yang Ruoxu was right. There were many cultivators in the surrounding, and they all saw the whole process with their eyes. It was indeed Xie Yu's side who made the first move. However, who would be willing to offend the Flaming Sun Celestial Kingdom and the Great Jin Celestial Kingdom for the sake of the Cosmos Academy? Xie Yu didn't bother to explain. He didn't seem to be worried at all. He just looked at Yang Ruoxu with a mocking expression. "Unfortunately, no one can testify for you." The Heavenly Punishment King shook his head and said expressionlessly, "Even if the Flaming Sun Immortal Kingdom attacked first, you should have asked for help from the executioner guards in the city. You shouldn't have retaliated." When the people from the Cosmos Academy heard this, they were all furious. Xie Yu had directly sent out 5 true soul stage cultivators to attack Yang Ruoxu. He had no intention of holding back at all. By the time he ran to the executioners for help, Yang Ruoxu would already be dead on the street. The Heavenly Punishment King was obviously biased, but this reason was too absurd. Even the Heavenly Punishment King had such an attitude. Even if he called the merciless guards, what use would it be? Yang Ruoxu was so angry that he laughed and said loudly, "Is there such a logic in this world? Xie Yu and the others want to kill me, but I'm not allowed to resist. Once I resist, you'll punish me? I've long heard that the Heavenly Punishment King is in charge of the Great Jin's punishments and is impartial. I didn't expect the laws of the Great Jin to be so absurd. It's all based on your thoughts." The Heavenly Punishment King's expression didn't change. He only said lightly, "Just based on what you said, don't even think about leaving the Great Jin Monarch City alive. Just one sentence, and you want to sentence someone to death. Is this how the Heavenly Punishment King handles punishments?" Mo Qing frowned and asked in a cold voice. The painting Immortal had a lot of influence in the hearts of many cultivators. After Mo Qing stood out, there was a commotion in the crowd. Some people began to whisper. The Heavenly Punishment King's gaze was cold. He looked around and said slowly, "In the territory of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom, my words are the rules. My will is the law." The powerful Immortal King aura, coupled with the Heavenly Punishment King's iron-blooded killing intent, instantly silenced all the doubts. At this moment, all the forces could see that the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom was going to use this as a pretext to make a fuss. They had no intention of letting the Cosmos Academy go. "What do you want?" Yang Ruoxu asked in a low voice. At this point, there was no point in arguing any further. The Heavenly Punishment King said, "You don't deserve to die. Unfortunately, you said the wrong thing. If you say the wrong thing, you have to pay the price. So, you have to die here." Then, the Heavenly Punishment King's gaze fell on Mo Qing. As for her, she killed 2 immortal spirits of the Flaming Sun Immortal Kingdom in the Monarch City. She won't be able to escape senior heavenly punishment. At this moment, Xiaoyu suddenly stood out and said with a smile, Fairy Mo Qing killed people of the Flaming Sun Immortal Kingdom. Heavenly Punishment King, can you give us some face and hand her over to the Flaming Sun Immortal Kingdom? Just the thought of capturing the painting Immortal, one of the 3 fairies, and bringing her back to his spiritual dawn bedchamber made Xiaoyu excited. All right. The Heavenly Punishment King nodded. In just a few words, the fates of Yang Ruoxu and Mo Qing were sealed. So, the Heavenly Punishment King of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom is so shameless. At this moment, a woman's voice came from afar. Her words were shocking enough. Just now, Yang Ruoxu was sentenced to death for questioning the Heavenly Punishment King's law enforcement. What would happen to this person who dared to scold the Heavenly Punishment King? Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, and their eyes lit up. They saw a beautiful Daoist nun with fluttering sleeves. Her clothes were simple and plain, but there was an indescribable Daoist rhyme in her every move. The most eye-catching thing was that this Daoist nun was carrying a huge square chessboard on her back. At this moment, everyone seemed to have a feeling that this woman was carrying the starry sky for thousands of miles to come here. One of the 3 fairies, the chess immortal Jun Yu. I didn't expect that 2 more of the 3 fairies would come to this 10,000-year meeting. The chess immortal has already stepped into the Grotto Heaven realm and became an immortal king. No wonder she has such confidence. She's only at the Grotto Heaven realm. She's far from being a match for the Heavenly Punishment King. There was a burst of discussion in the crowd. So, it's Fairy Jun Yu. No wonder she dared to talk nonsense in front of me. Is there no one in the Mountain and Sea Immortal sect who cares about you? The Heavenly Punishment King glared. With a crack, the real Grotto Heaven spiritual treasure, the Punisher Saber, was unsheathed, and an endless bloody aura instantly filled the air. The Heavenly Punishment King said coldly, if there's no one in the Mountain and Sea Immortal sect who cares about you, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of the Mountain and Sea Immortal sect. The 2 immortal kings of the Mountain and Sea Immortal sect hurriedly stood up and stopped Jun Yu. Jun Yu, this has nothing to do with the Mountain and Sea Immortal sect. Don't meddle in other people's business. The other said, this is the imperial city of the state of Jin. If a conflict breaks out, the 3 of us won't be able to leave. Jun Yu remained silent. She also knew that she was far from being a match for the Heavenly Punishment King. However, she just couldn't stand seeing the Heavenly Punishment King bully others like this. Thank you for your kind intentions, Daoist Jun Yu. Yang Ruoxu suddenly smiled. He didn't want to implicate others, so he said loudly, today's matter will be judged by the public. You can kill me, but I only have one request. Can you let the others of the academy go? Patriarch. The disciples of the academy were moved. Ruoxu, I'll accompany you. The Crimson Rainbow Fairy took a step forward and stood beside Yang Ruoxu. You, a person who is about to die, are not worthy of negotiating with me. The Heavenly Punishment King's tone was cold as he rejected her. At this moment, many cultivators had already gathered around. Many of them had participated in the 10,000-year meeting and even the Divine Firmament meeting. Seeing this scene, they all shook their heads and sighed. Back then, the Chenkuan Academy had been so glorious. During the 10,000-year meeting, Su Zimo had forcefully obtained the first place on the Earth roll. During the Divine Firmament meeting, he had a shocking battle with the strongest prodigy of the Divine Firmament Immortal Realm, Yun Ting. Everyone watched as he finally won. But now, the Chenkuan Academy had fallen to such a state and was being casually bullied and humiliated. TSK, TSK, TSK. At that moment, a crack suddenly appeared in the void above the long street, and a strange sound came from within. Then, a white-faced, beardless, grey-robed man walked out first and said, "How impressive. Do you think the Chenkuan Academy is so weak that you can bully us?" Chapter 31-28. Senior Brother Lin. The cultivators of Chenkuan Academy frowned when they saw that person. Lin Xuanji was old Shen's disciple and rarely appeared in Chenkuan Academy. He was extremely mysterious. To think that he would stand out at the critical moment of the academy. After all, it required sufficient courage and guts to stand out against the pressure of the Heaven Punishment King. Moreover, this senior brother Lin dared to mock him. It was obvious that he was prepared to die. This senior brother Lin usually did not interact with the disciples of the academy and seemed cold. However, he was able to stand out at the critical moment. It was truly admirable. Another one has come to die. The Heaven Punishment King said expressionlessly. Brother Lin, Young Ruoxu said in a deep voice. Take the others and leave first. Don't worry about me. When he saw Lin Xuanji teleport over, he guessed that Lin Xuanji was most likely an immortal king expert and might have the ability to save some disciples of the academy. I've already called for help. Why are you still leaving? Lin Xuanji rolled his eyes and pointed at the Heaven Punishment King who was standing in the air in front of them. We can kill someone like him however we want. What bullsh** T Heaven Punishment King? How dare he act arrogantly in front of our Chenkuan Academy? Kill him immediately. The disciples of the academy were all dumbfounded when they saw Lin Xuanji gesturing and foaming at the mouth. The people of the academy even suspected that there was something wrong with this senior brother Lin's head. Ha ha ha. Laughter came from the surroundings. The cultivators at the side looked at Lin Xuanji as though they were watching a joke. The Heaven Punishment King sighed softly and said, I originally wanted to leave a chance for the others to live. Now, it seems like there's no need for that. Look at your silly face. Lin Xuanji pointed at the Heaven Punishment King and laughed. Your Darjin Immortal Kingdom is about to be destroyed and you're still being arrogant in front of me. Boom. As soon as he said that, an earth-shattering explosion sounded from the direction of the Darjin Palace, perhaps to prove Lin Xuanji's word. A dazzling bolt of lightning descended from the sky and smashed into the Darjin Palace. If an immortal king expert focused his gaze, he would be able to see that there was a spear within that bolt of lightning. Evil spear. The heavenly punishment monarch's face changed as he frowned and said, Foam Kantian. Above the palace of Great Jin, dark clouds covered the sky and thunder rumbled. The surroundings had already formed a dazzling sea of lightning, as though it wanted to engulf the entire palace. In fact, Monarch Jin and the Heavenly Punishment Monarch had already expected this day. The two of them had already informed the Divine Firmament Immortal Emperor that if Foam Kantian were to attack, they hoped that the Divine Firmament Palace would step in and resolve this calamity. However, the Divine Firmament Palace had yet to make any moves. As long as Emperor Orochi Tokushi did not come, the Heaven Baron sect led by Foam Kantian was nothing to be afraid of. The Heaven Punishment King was not worried. Apart from King Jin, there were close to 100 immortal kings in the Darjin Imperial Palace. It was not that easy to break into the Darjin Imperial Palace. This is the person you called over. Facing such a change, the Heavenly Punishment King remained calm and composed. He looked down at the people of Heaven and Earth Academy and slowly said, Before the outcome of the battle is decided, I will kill all of you first. With me here, you won't be able to kill anyone. A voice suddenly rang out. Hearing this voice, Yang Ruoxu, Crimson Rainbow Fairy, Xie Qingcheng, and Mo Qing from Heaven and Earth Academy were all shocked. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Even the butterfly on Mo Qing's shoulder was fluttering excitedly. It repeatedly said in Mo Qing's ear, It's him. His back. The void that Lin Xuanji had walked out of had not closed. Just now, everyone's attention and gaze were attracted by the commotion at the Darjin Imperial Palace. They did not notice that more and more people were walking out of that spatial crack. Just now, the person who had spoken was standing at the front of the crowd. He had green robes and black hair. He had delicate features and looked like a weak scholar. However, this scholar was holding a bloody head in his hand, adding to the bloody stench. The cultivators of Heaven and Earth Academy slowly turned their heads and looked in the direction of the voice. When they saw this person, they could not help but subconsciously open their mouths slightly. They were stunned on the spot. Junior brother Su, Yang Ruoxu, was the first to react. He was overjoyed and could not help but shout excitedly. Immortal Scarlet Rainbow waved her hands continuously with a face full of smiles. Xie Qingcheng was excited. Initially, she wanted to say something as well. However, She seemed to have thought of something and her expression darkened as she fell silent. Mo Qing looked at that familiar yet unfamiliar figure with reddened eyes. She pursed her lips and did not say anything. Ever since she drew Orochi Tokishi's true appearance, she had guessed Suzumo's identity. Later on, the battle of the Great Wilderness Domain shocked the 3,000 realms. That was when she knew that Suzumo had not truly died. Later on, she heard that Emperor Lord Orochi Tokishi and the Blood Butterfly Demon Empress came out of seclusion together to quell the disaster of the voodoo poison and the two great battles of the Dragon Phoenix and Kuan Peng. Everywhere they went, they would do something shocking. Only then did she know that Suzumo already had a Dao companion. It was the Blood Butterfly Demon Empress who had shocked the world and looked down on all races. She had never seen the Blood Butterfly Demon Empress before. However, after hearing some of the rumors outside and hearing Bingdi's words, she often thought that perhaps only the Blood Butterfly Demon Empress was worthy of Emperor Orochi Tokishi. She understood that it was impossible between her and Emperor Orochi Tokishi. All these years, she could only bury that slightly immature feeling in the bottom of her heart, growing deeper and deeper. She hoped that one day, she would be able to let it go completely. She would not be sad or disappointed because of this. This kind of feeling that was buried deep in her heart and no one knew about, she would occasionally recall it and feel a kind of beauty. However, when she thought that junior brother Su was Orochi Tokishi and that she had asked junior brother Su to pass a painting to Orochi Tokishi, she could not help but feel a trace of anger and blush. Suzumo is back. He entered the emperor's tomb and didn't die. I heard that he has Qinglian's body. He actually dares to appear. Isn't he afraid that the experts will fight for it? After a short silence, a huge wave of voices rose from the crowd. Suzumo. The heavenly punishment king scanned with his divine sense and a trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. Then, he nodded and said, "No wonder he dares to confront me. It turns out that he has already cultivated to the Grotto Heaven stage." When these words were spoken, it immediately caused an uproar among the crowd. 10,000 years ago, Suzumo was only an Earth Immortal competing for the Earth Board. Now, Suzumo had stepped into the Grotto Heaven stage and become a peerless Immortal King. Grotto Heaven stage, haha. The Heavenly Punishment King suddenly laughed. Without warning, he suddenly attacked and said coldly, "Die." Before the word die could be heard, the cold and bloody merciless executioner's saber had already slashed down and arrived in an instant. In an instant, an endless amount of blood appeared in midair. It was as if countless living beings were struggling for survival under extreme torture, and they let out sorrowful wails and screams. The Heavenly Punishment King had already released his Grotto Heaven stage. Together with the merciless executioner's saber, he attacked without holding back and erupted with extreme killing power. Suzumo still stood in the same place, motionless, as if he had not reacted yet. When the merciless executioner's saber was about to touch his scalp, he still held the blood-stained head in one hand and raised his other hand, directly grabbing the merciless executioner's saber in the palm of his hand. The saber light and the blood disappeared in an instant. Hiss! Everyone was shocked. With his flesh and blood, Suzumo could grab the Heavenly Punishment King's merciless executioner's saber with one hand without moving an inch. After so many years, you haven't improved at all. You're not even comparable to the one in my hand. Suzumo raised the blood-stained head in his hand, shook his head slightly, and smiled faintly. Then, there was a bang. The merciless executioner's saber shattered. Chapter 31-29. Under countless gazes, this divine weapon, which represented the punishment and slaughter of the Darjin celestial nation and was stained with endless blood, was crushed into pieces by Suzumo's hand and scattered all over the ground. This. The crowd was in an uproar. What kind of power was this? The Punisher saber was the symbol of the Darjin celestial nation. The shattering of the Punisher saber seemed to indicate the fate of the Darjin celestial nation. The Heavenly Punishment King was also shocked. His pupils constricted as he looked at this scene in disbelief. A trace of horror flashed across the depths of his eyes. Suzumo had not only crushed the Punisher saber. He had also crushed the Heavenly Punishment King's aura, confidence, and killing intent. This Punisher saber had nailed Feng Kantien to the stone pillar for a full 400,000 years. This meant that Feng Kantien had been enduring the punishment and torture contained within the Punisher saber at all times. Back when Su Zimo had rescued Feng Kantien in Thunder City, this Punisher saber had fought with the broken prison suppression cauldron. But now, it had been crushed by Su Zimo's bare hand. Look, Book Immortal Yun Zhu is here too. Someone with sharp eyes saw Yun Zhu walking out from the void crack in midair with two Dao children behind Su Zimo. That golden-haired woman seems to be one of the Protoss. She's actually a divine king. Where did so many demon experts come from? Could they be from the great desolate world? There are also sword cultivators from the sword world. Kuanpeng world is here too. Dragon world. Behind Su Zimo, a group of experts walked out one after another. Although there were not many of them, they were all from various great realms. Such a lineup. Many cultivators were secretly shocked as they watched. Such a lineup could not be tolerated even in the Divine Firmament Convention, let alone the 10,000-year convention. From the looks of it, Su Zimo has returned this time to settle the grudge from back then. I heard that a few immortal kings wanted to obtain his physical body and bloodline back then. I'm afraid none of them can escape. The head in his hand looks familiar, as if I've seen it somewhere before. At this moment, the Heavenly Punishment King's expression was ugly. His gaze turned and landed on that head. This head was stained with blood and disheveled hair. He did not recognize it immediately. It was only at this moment that Zhong Xian took a closer look, and his face darkened. He bellowed, "Secluded Cloud King." With his head chopped off and his primordial spirit sealed inside, he could neither live nor die. Moreover, he was carried around by Su Zimo. He was so ashamed that he could not show his face. As a celestial king, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? There were so many people gathered here, but Cloud Underworld King did not make a sound. He was worried that someone would recognize him. Who would have thought that he would be exposed by the Heaven Punishment King in public? Yunyu King, the monarch of the Nether Cloud Immortal Realm? That's him. I was fortunate enough to meet him once. Who would have thought that he would be beheaded by Su Zimo today and be reduced to such a state? There was a burst of discussion among the crowd. The Heaven Punishment King could not hide it any longer. He laughed maniacally and said, "Heaven Punishment, admit defeat. Today, none of us can escape. Everyone will die together, ha ha ha." Hearing this, the Heaven Punishment King's expression changed. He said slowly, "The outcome is still unknown. The Heaven Baron sect will not be able to take down the Great Jin Imperial Palace." On one hand, the Heaven Punishment King hoped that King Jin could win and rushed over to help. After all, there were nearly 100 celestial kings on King Jin's side. On the other hand, as long as the Divine Firmament Palace stepped in, Su Zimo and the others would naturally not be a threat. However, before the Heaven Punishment King could finish this thought, the outcome of the battle at the Great Jin Imperial Palace seemed to have been decided. That battle was much faster than everyone had imagined. In the Great Jin Imperial Palace, the frightening evil spear fell from the sky and pierced through the main hall of the palace. An endless sea of lightning poured down, containing a destructive aura. Feng Kantien, I have long expected this day to come. I have been waiting for a long time. King Jin's voice rang out. Back then, when the crown prince of King Jin went to the demon domain and was killed, his head was hung outside his palace. King Jin had already felt a trace of danger. This calamity could not be avoided. Moreover, he could not bear to abandon everything he had, his identity, status, escape from the heaven realm, and conceal his identity. Fellow Taoists, please surround and kill this person. King Jin flew into the air and confronted Feng Kantien. Following his order, nearly 100 celestial kings instantly appeared around Feng Kantien. Each of them held up a grotto heaven and formed an encirclement, surrounding Feng Kantien. Behind Feng Kantien, Lin Zhon and Immortal King Ling Long also walked out. Back then, only the three of them were left of the people who had ascended from Tianhuang mainland. King Jin sneered and said, "So you have the War King and his wife as helpers. No wonder you dare to kill your way into the Great Jin Imperial Palace. King Jin, you must die today." Lin Zhon's eyes were cold. He held his halberd, and his battle intent surged. Ha 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 ha. King Jin laughed loudly and said, "You want to kill me? With just the three of you, you're still far from enough. Feng Kantian, if I can suppress you once, I can suppress you a second time." King Jin said loudly, "And this time, I won't give you any chance. Prepare to die. Leave Lin Zhon to me. The rest of you, attack with all your might and kill Feng Kantian and Immortal King Ling Long." With King Jin's order, he directly held up a grotto heaven. In this grotto heaven, there was even a wisp of world energy. King Jin had already become a quasi-emperor. Facing this scene, Feng Kantian's expression did not change. He only waved his hand and said coldly, "Kill." King Jin frowned. This action was a little strange. Only Lin Zhon and Immortal King Ling Long were beside Feng Kantian. And Feng Kantian's hand gesture seemed to be commanding something. Before King Jin could react, a crack suddenly appeared in the void on the battlefield. More than 10 figures emerged from it and pounced towards the great Jin Immortal King powerhouses. No one knew how long these people had been hiding nearby. From the beginning to the end, no one had noticed them. Moreover, due to the battle between the kings, many grotto heavens were held up, causing the space to distort and distort. It was impossible to teleport through space. However, more than 10 people descended from the sky and killed their way into the battlefield. What was even more terrifying was that this group of people's movement techniques were too fast. They were like ghosts. By the time the Immortal Kings reacted, this group of people had already killed their way to them. These dozen or so powerhouses were extremely ugly. They had green faces and sharp fangs. They had a pair of fleshy wings on their backs and held extremely sharp curved sabers in their hand. Rakshasa ghost. The Immortal Kings exclaimed in shock. Poochie. Blood mist spewed out. In an instant, more than 10 Immortal King powerhouses' heads fell to the ground. This group of Rakshasa ghosts were all peak stage kings. Coupled with their ghostly and terrifying movement techniques, they killed their way into the crowd and instantly caused huge damage. What was even more terrifying was that the burly figure in the lead was even faster and more ferocious. He bit and ate anyone he saw. Even peak stage Immortal Kings could not last more than one round in front of him. On the battlefield, after being charged back and forth a few times, there were already broken limbs and rivers of blood. This figure would occasionally stop and stand in the river of blood, eating heartily. Scarlet red blood slowly flowed from the gaps between his sharp and crisscrossed teeth, and coupled with his savage and terrifying face and bulging eyes, it caused all the Immortal Kings to reveal terrified expressions while waves of coldness arose in their hearts, and their scalps went numb. Ghost, it's the Yaksha Ghost King. Some Immortal Kings could not bear it and their minds collapsed. They screamed and turned to flee. Fear spread, and the remaining Immortal Kings collapsed without a fight. Chapter 3130. In reality, before Su Zimo and the others were prepared to head to the heavenly realm, the martial Tao True Body had already arranged for the fearful Yaksha King to descend to the heavenly realm with more than 10 Rakshasa kings to keep an eye on the movements of the King of Cloud Underworld and the others, awaiting orders at any moment. After the Yaksha King returned from the Lang Xiao Celestial Kingdom, he went to the vicinity of the Great Jin Imperial Palace and started a massacre with a dozen Rakshasa king. On one hand, the Rakshasa race had a certain advantage in terms of their physical body, bloodline, and speed. On the other hand, the sudden appearance of the Yaksha King and the rest caught the Rakshasa Immortal Kings off guard. Not to mention, Yaksha's Fear King had absolute dominance over King Jin and the others. Rakshasa Immortal Kings. King Jin's face turned pale as he looked at the shocking battlefield. He finally knew why the Unworld King led a dozen kings to the Heaven Baron sect in the demon domain but was completely annihilated. The Unworld King was only left with a broken head hanging in front of his palace. That wound was obviously caused by a bite. King Jin realized that if the Divine Firmament Palace did not act today, not only would he die, but the Great Jin Celestial Kingdom would also be destroyed. Smoke billowed in the distance as flags fluttered in the wind. The 200,000 troops of the Heaven Baron sect and the War Kingdom, led by Lin Lei, the Seven Emotions demonic general, and the rest, were charging towards this place. In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through King Jin's mind. Finally, he took a deep breath and said, "Feng Kantian, this is between you and me. It has nothing to do with others. Since it has come to this, let's fight and settle this once and for all." The Divine Firmament Palace did not make a move. Forcing Feng Kantian to fight him alone was the only way he could think of to survive. He understood Feng Kantian. He was unyielding and had a heroic spirit. He disdained to bully others and would never bully the weak. When Feng Kantian was angry, he had no fear in his heart and would even challenge someone stronger. King Jin knew that Feng Kantian had an unforgettable hatred for him. It could be said that the 400,000 years of torture and mental destruction that Feng Kantian suffered were all caused by him. Feng Santian's son and daughter-in-law were also killed by the in-world king. Feng Kantian would definitely want to kill him with his own hand. This was the opportunity he could use. This was Feng Kantian's weakness. Just as Prince Jin was calculating his escape route after capturing Feng Kantian, he heard Feng Kantian faintly reply, "You think you're worthy?" Ah! Prince Jin was stunned. All the preparations he had made just now disappeared in an instant. Prince Jin stared at Feng Kantian and was speechless. Feng Kantian's reaction was completely out of his expectation. If it was 400,000 years ago, Feng Kantian would have given Prince Jin a chance. However, after being imprisoned and tortured for 400,000 years without seeing the light of day, he had to watch the living beings of the lower realms kill each other before his eyes. He had suffered far too much. Today, he only wanted revenge. It was not only for him, but also for his family and the countless beings from the lower realm who had been buried in the land of the Darjin celestial nation over the years. He was also true immortal Zhangye. Cripple him. Feng Santian's eyes were cold as he waved his hand and gave the order. Wind, Lord Jin was shocked. Just as he was about to speak, he felt a strong sense of danger. He did not have time to think. He hurriedly circulated his qi and blood to support his grotto heaven. However, his grotto heaven could not withstand the continuous attacks of the Yaksha king. After Lin Zhon attacked, it collapsed instantly. More than 10 Rakshasa kings swarmed forward and let out a creepy laugh as they waved their machetes. Splat! Both of Prince Jin's arms were chopped off by the Rakshasa kings. Only his head and torso were left. They struggled in mid-air as blood spurted out. Ah! Prince Jin screamed. He hurriedly circulated his qi and blood to regrow his arms. In the blink of an eye, he was as good as new. However, more than 10 Rakshasa kings intertwined and chopped off his limbs again. Blood splattered everywhere. Just like that, Feng Kantian and the others walked toward the long street of the Darjin monarch city. Under the gaze of countless cultivators, Prince Jin was treated like a toy by the Rakshasa kings. His limbs were continuously chopped off and regenerated before being chopped off again. Of course, immortal kings could regrow their limbs. However, every time they regrown their limbs, they would need to consume their qi and blood. Along the way, Prince Jin had lost count of how many limbs he had chopped off. He had lost a lot of qi and blood. When he stumbled to the sky above the long street, his qi and blood were not enough to regrow his limbs. Bang! Prince Jin, who had lost his limbs, was casually thrown on the long street. His body was covered in blood and dirt. His screams became hoarse. He was in a worse state than Prince Yu knew. In fact, such a punishment was not worth mentioning compared to Feng Kantian's 400,000 years of imprisonment. When the cultivators from various forces in the divine firmament celestial realm saw this scene, they were shocked and filled with emotions. They did not expect such a huge change to happen in this 10,000-year meeting. As a result, the Darjin celestial kingdom was likely to be destroyed. Prince Jin was the ruler of the Darjin celestial kingdom. He was a ferocious existence. However, he had been reduced to such a state today. Prince Jin has been killing people from the lower world for hundreds of thousands of years. In the end, he was crippled by someone from the lower world and ended up like this. Perhaps this is karma. A few sighs came from the crowd. The heavenly punishment monarch looked at Prince Jin, who was rolling and struggling on the long street. A trace of emotion finally appeared on his cold face. He was afraid. Feng Kantian, it was the divine firmament celestial emperor who hinted us to. The heavenly punishment monarch tried his best to calm himself down and tried to explain. I heard that you have created countless tortures over the years. Feng Kentian suddenly asked, have you tried all these tortures? The heavenly punishment monarch's heart trembled. All these years, the tortures he had created were countless times crueler than Prince Jin's. They had killed countless people from the lower world. He had also enjoyed it. Every time he saw his subordinates suffering from the tortures he had thought of, he would feel unusually excited. However, he had never thought that these tortures would fall on his head one day. What are you doing? The heavenly punishment monarch did not realize that his voice was trembling slightly. This expert who had controlled the punishment of the Darjin celestial kingdom and the lives of countless people was also afraid now. I'll give you a chance. Feng Kentian said, if you can endure the tortures you have thought of, I'll let you live. Don't. The heavenly punishment monarch's expression changed drastically. He gritted his teeth and said, Feng Kentian, kill me if you want. At this point, the heavenly punishment monarch's eyes flashed with determination. He even wanted to detonate his primordial spirit and kill himself on the spot. However, just as his divine sense moved, the Yaksha monarch had already made his move. He arrived in front of him and pierced his chest with one hand, crushing his heart and locking his sea of consciousness at the same time. Bring him down and let him have a taste of his own methods. Feng Kentian said coldly. The two Rakshasa monarchs came up with evil intentions and brought the heavenly punishment monarch away. Soon, a series of miserable screams came from not far away, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Not long after, the two Rakshasa monarchs returned. One of them licked his lips and said, the tortures that person thought of are really powerful. I tried 7 of them on him, and he couldn't take it anymore. His primordial spirit shattered and he died. Chapter 31-31. Feng Kentian. Monarch Jin endured the excruciating pain in his body. He gritted his teeth and said, even if you kill me, you bunch of servants won't be able to do anything. With the divine firmament Immortal Emperor around, he will not allow you to break the rules of the heaven realm. It seemed like Monarch Jin was just struggling before his death, but in fact, he had a sinister intention behind his words. He wanted to lure Feng Kentian to the Divine Firmament Palace to fight with the Divine Firmament Immortal Emperor. And now, the Divine Firmament Palace not only had the Divine Firmament Immortal Emperor, but also the 9 Firmament Immortal Emperor. As long as Feng Kentian dared to step into that place, he would definitely die. This was Monarch Jin's final counterattack. You won't have the chance to see if we can succeed. Feng Kentian sneered. The last thing you will see in your life will be the destruction of the great Jin celestial kingdom. Boom. Feng Kentian threw the frightening evil spear in his hand. It turned into a bolt of lightning and pierced Monarch Jin's head. It instantly exploded, and blood splattered everywhere. Monarch Jin was dead. The various forces of the Divine Firmament Immortal Realm gathered around. There were countless cultivators gathered together, but it was unusually quiet. Some of the cultivators from the Great Jin Celestial Kingdom had already fled in all directions. Just as Feng Kentian had said, the Great Jin Celestial Kingdom was finished. Monarch Jin's ending was not much better than the heavenly punishment monarchs. Monarch Jin had never treated the cultivators from the lower world as humans. Before he died, his limbs were chopped off by more than a dozen demon kings. He was tossed around in the air like a toy and had lost all his dignity. He was like a dead dog, stained with blood, casually thrown on the long street. Just like how he had treated the people from the lower world. It was like a cycle of reincarnation. The fear in Monarch Yun's heart deepened as he watched everything unfold. The heavenly punishment monarch was dead. Monarch Jin was also dead. But he was still alive. Until now, Su Zimo had not killed him. He had no idea how Su Zimo was going to treat him. Could it be even more terrifying than the heavenly punishment monarch's torture? Could it be that he would die more miserably and without dignity than Monarch Jin? Once this thought arose, it could not be stopped. Every breath he took was a great torture for secluded Cloud King. As long as Su Zimo did not kill him, he would have to live in fear of the unknown at all times, trembling and struggling at death's door. Suddenly, Looking at the group of ugly Rakshasa ghosts, a thought flashed across Yunyu King's mind. He might not be able to survive, but neither could Su Zimo. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, the king of underworld clouds laughed out loud. Su Zimo, the reason why the Rakshasa ghosts disappeared after the Rakshasa Sindland was destroyed was because of you. You took in a Rakshasa sinful spirit without permission. Just wait for the punishment of the celestial tribute world. Monarch Jinzizes, Yuns to Yuns. Monarch SS, to Monarch 2. Monarch T Deeb to find 2. Many cultivators were not naive enough to think that the destruction of the Rakshasa Sindland had anything to do with Su Zimo's group. However, it was hard to explain the fact that there were more than 10 Rakshasa kings by his side. Once the news spread to the celestial tribute world, it would be enough to bring a calamity to this group of lower realm beings. Secluded Cloud King laughed. There are countless cultivators gathered here. Even if you kill me now, you won't be able to hide this matter. Su Zimo, you're finished. Su Zimo's expression was indifferent and he did not interrupt the underworld king. In fact, under the observation of the crowd, Su Zimo did not seem to care about King Yoyun's threat at all. It was as if he did not hear it at all. Su Zimo came before the people of the academy. He looked at young Ruoksu, Crimson Rainbow Immortal and the others and smiled. Everyone, how have you been? Master Su. Just as young Ruoksu opened his mouth, he shook his head and smiled. No, I can't call you junior brother Su now. You're an immortal king now. I don't even have the right to call you junior brother. Brother Yang is now the master of the academy. I can't compare to him. Su Zimo replied with a smile. The relationship between the two was not as simple as being from the same sect. In the past, young Ruoksu had helped Su Zimo many times when he was under great pressure in the academy. Su Zimo had also gone to the Avicii Hell and brought back the fretless fruit to save young Ruoksu's life. Crimson Rainbow Immortal said with a smile, Senior brother Su, you're so powerful now. I almost couldn't recognize you. Back then, we took part in the Immortal sect selection together, but now, more than 10,000 years had passed. The gap between the two had widened. Su Zimo's gaze landed on Mo Qing's picturesque face. When he met her clear eyes, he suddenly felt a little guilty. To be honest, Senior Sister Mo Qing had helped him a lot during his time in the academy. Senior Sister Mo Qing was not fond of fighting and killing. She rarely left her cave. However, she decided to show up in person because of a single sentence from him. She drove the boat to the Grey Cloud Mountain to save Fengzi. She even killed a true spirit of the Great Jin Celestial Kingdom. Of course, Su Zimo also knew that Senior Sister Mo Qing did it because he was familiar with Orochi Tokushi. However, Su Zimo's guilt stemmed from this point as well. Because he was Orochi Tokushi. Last time, Senior Sister Mo Qing asked him to pass a painting to Orochi Tokushi. It was still in the corner of his storage bag. Moreover, Su Zimo felt that Senior Sister Mo Qing seemed to be looking at him strangely this time. Su Zimo nodded with a smile and looked away. He did not intend to chat with Mo Qing. Junior brother Su. Mo Qing suddenly said. She walked forward and took out a painting from her storage bag and handed it over. Looking at the painting that was handed over, Su Zimo coughed gently and asked, or should I pass it to? Before he could finish, Mo Qing shook her head and said, this is for you. Oh. When the people of the academy saw this, they made strange sounds and looked at the two of them. Cha. Lin Xuanji could not help but jump out and complain, I begged several times but Daoist Mo Qing did not give me a painting. Then, Lin Xuanji glared at Mo Qing and asked, moreover, didn't you say that you never give your paintings to others? Mo Qing lowered her head and did not say anything. Of course, this was just an excuse she found. Everyone present could see that. Unexpectedly, Lin Xuanji rubbed his chin and rolled his eyes, muttering, I've got it. Su Zimo is not human. With that, Lin Xuanji ran away, causing a burst of laughter. Su Zimo could not help but laugh. They had experienced too much together as old friends of Tianhuang region. Only they could tease each other and not have any grudges. Su Zimo looked at Mo Qing and was a little surprised. He did not know why Mo Qing would give him a painting. He also did not know what was in the painting. Su Zimo was about to open the painting when Mo Qing suddenly reached out and stopped him. She shook her head and said with a faint smile, "You're not allowed to look at it now. Look at it when you're free." Chapter 31-32. Su Zimo didn't think too much about it. He smiled and nodded, then kept the painting. His gaze went past Mo Qing and the rest, looking at the crowd of the academy, as if he was looking for something. Before long, Su Zimo caught sight of the man with a lowered head and a face full of scars. Others might not recognize him, but Su Zimo could tell at a glance that he was Xie Qingcheng, the handsome man who once had a devastatingly beautiful appearance, and even many fairies were slightly inferior to him. In order to conceal his identity and cultivate in the academy, he actually injured himself to such an extent. Who knew how much pain he had to endure for him to be so ruthless? Xie Qingcheng lowered his head. He seemed to have noticed Su Zimo's gaze, but he didn't dare to face Su Zimo. It wasn't because of his appearance, but because the Flaming Sun Immortal King had once participated in the assassination of Su Zimo. He knew that Su Zimo was fine, so he was naturally happy. But because of this, he also felt incomparably guilty. "The two of you, stop right there." Void Temple's Windfire Temple's Voidless Sword Immortal and True Immortal Shenfeng saw that the situation wasn't good, and were prepared to secretly retreat, but they were stopped by Immortal Kai Hong. Immortal Kai Hong said, "Senior Brother Su, just now these two people helped Xie Yu bully us, and wanted to capture me back to the Flaming Sun Immortal Kingdom. Windfire Temple and Void Temple are both heaven-class forces that rose in recent years." Su Zimo's gaze turned. Void Sword Immortal and True Immortal Shenfeng instantly felt a bone-chilling intent. Let alone escape, the two of them didn't even dare to move. "Master, save me." Void Sword Immortal looked at an Immortal King from Void Temple, his voice trembling. The Immortal Kings from Void Temple and Windfire Temple looked at each other, then braced themselves and stood out. They cupped their hands towards Su Zimo and smiled. "Fellow Daoist Su, there might be some misunderstanding here. I hope, the few of you, do you want to stand up for them?" Su Zimo didn't wait for them to finish and asked indifferently. His tone was calm, and there wasn't any killing intent. But for some reason, these Immortal Kings felt a wave of fear and trepidation. The Immortal Kings fell silent for a moment before silently retreating. Even King Jin and King Tian Xing were killed. The executioner's saber had been crushed by Su Zimo's bare hands. Who among them could withstand that? Moreover, Su Zimo had more than a dozen Rakshasa kings, quasi-theatriakshos, and Lin Zhon by his side. If all of them swarmed them, they would probably be reduced to ashes. Seeing the actions of the Immortal Kings, despair flashed across the eyes of Sword Immortal Wushu and True Immortal Shenfeng. Su Zimo. True Immortal Shenfeng steeled his heart and suddenly said, "You are an Immortal King, we are only True Immortals. Just now, this is a battle between True Immortals. You can't bully the weak. All of you are not worthy of me making a move." Su Zimo didn't even look at the two of them. He just replied indifferently and then called out, "Dark North." Kitsune understood. Carrying her long sword on her back, she walked towards True Immortal Shenfeng and Wushu Sword Immortal. Chance. True Immortal Shenfeng and Wushu Sword Immortal could feel that Kitsune's cultivation realm had yet to step into the Grotto Heaven realm. As long as it was a battle between True Immortals, they had a 30% chance of winning. If the two of them joined forces, their chances of winning could even reach 70%. Buzz. Wushu Sword Immortal attacked. Whoosh. True Immortal Shenfeng also attacked at the same time. The two of them joined forces and attacked Kitsune. "Brother Xie, don't you plan to greet me?" Su Zimo didn't look at the battle at the side. Instead, his gaze landed on the face of a figure in the academy's crowd and asked slowly. Xie Qingcheng's body shook as she looked up. As if seeing through Xie Qingcheng's thoughts, Su Zimo said, "That matter isn't your fault. Brother Xie, you don't have to blame yourself. It's just that, Ian." Without waiting for Su Zimo to finish, Xie Qingcheng blurted out, "Brother Su, you don't have to worry. I also want to ask him about something." "Okay." Su Zimo nodded. Just as the two of them were conversing, the battle over there had already ended. In just a few breaths, Kitsune had already kept her sword and walked back. Wushu sword Immortal and true Immortal Shenfeng both fell on the long street. Their eyes were wide open and their expressions were filled with fear. There wasn't a single wound on their bodies, but there was no life in their bodies. After a while, an undetectable sword wound appeared between their eyebrows. A trace of blood seeped out. Their eyebrows had been pierced by Kitsune. As Kitsune's sword technique was too fast, the wound quickly closed up and was almost unnoticeable. Only when the two of them died and their blood stopped flowing did the wound appear. Kitsune had already cultivated to the peak of the true martial realm and comprehended two supreme divine abilities. Even if she didn't use her supreme divine ability, there weren't many true immortals who could block her sword. Crimson Rainbow Deity looked at Xiaoyu, who was not far away, and sneered, "Xiaoyu, didn't you want to catch me? Let me tell you, Brother Qingcheng and I are both here. Do you dare to make a move?" "Xie Qingcheng?" Xiaoyu's expression changed. Then, he seemed to have thought of something. He took a deep look at the scarred man and said, "Let's go." He wasn't stupid. In the current situation, Su Zimo was guarding Chenkuan Academy. If he still rushed over, it would be like hitting a rock with an egg. He had to return and report this matter to his father before making a decision. "There's no need to go back." Su Zimo said, "You want the Flaming Sun Immortal King, right? I've brought him over for you." As soon as he said that, the void not far away cracked open. A bloody figure was thrown out from inside and fell heavily to the ground. His hair was disheveled and he was in a sorry state. Immediately after, a Rakshasa ghost appeared. His aura was terrifying. He was actually a boundary emperor. The Rakshasa ghost came in front of Su Zimo and said with a sinister smile, "This person sensed danger and wanted to escape. I caught him and he's already crippled." The figure struggled, trying to stand up. However, he had lost too much blood chi and was barely able to stand straight. He was on the verge of collapsing. The surrounding cultivators looked and couldn't help but gasp. The Flaming Sun Immortal King. The Flaming Sun Immortal King was also captured. "Father." Xiaoyu's expression changed drastically. The Flaming Sun Immortal King was his last resort. He didn't expect that before he could use him, he would be crippled. "I heard that back then, the Flaming Sun Immortal King was one of the people who tried to kill Su Zimo and obtain Qinglian's body. Now, it seems that none of them can escape." Someone shook his head and sighed. "Who is this Su Zimo? Even a Rakshasa sinful spirit quasi-emperor listens to his arrangements. Who knows? I guess he made some kind of deal with the Rakshasa sinful spirit for revenge. Even if he gets his revenge, I'm afraid he won't be able to live for long. Cooperating with the Rakshasa sinful spirit is tantamount to asking a tiger for its skin. Moreover, the celestial realm won't let him off." Some cultivators whispered. Xie Qingcheng looked at the Flaming Sun Immortal King not far away with a complicated expression. Her eyes were filled with intense hatred as she slowly walked over. When the Flaming Sun Immortal King saw the tragic death of King Jin and King Yunyu in Su Zimo's hand, he already understood everything. Then, he saw a man with a face full of scars walking towards him. His fists were clenched tightly, and his eyes seemed to spit out two streams of flames. As if he was too agitated, the scars on this person's face were slightly distorted, making him look exceptionally ferocious. "Who are you?" As the ruler of a country, the Flaming Sun Immortal King still had the arrogance of an immortal king even though he had fallen to such a state. He asked coldly. Chapter 31-33. "Can't you recognize me?" Xie Qingcheng gritted her teeth so hard that they almost shattered. She glared at the Flaming Sun Immortal King and spat out a few words. The Flaming Sun Immortal King frowned slightly. This voice did sound familiar. After thinking for a moment, the Flaming Sun Immortal King stared at Xie Qingcheng's eyes for a while before his face darkened. He said coldly, "It's you. I finally recognized you." Xie Qingcheng laughed self-deprecatingly and said, "I've always been curious. All these years, have you ever treated me as your son? Have you ever liked my mother?" "You?" The Flaming Sun Immortal King laughed loudly and said, "Are you worthy of inheriting my bloodline?" Back then, I gave birth to you on a whim. Otherwise, with your mother's lower realm background, how could I take a fancy to her? There are countless beauties in my palace. Your mother is just a servant girl. She doesn't even have the right to enter my palace. Xie Qingqing's body trembled when she heard this. She clenched her fists so hard that her knuckles turned pale. The flaming sun Immortal King's cultivation had been crippled and his Tao heart had collapsed. He knew that he would die today, so he went all out. He sneered and said, I have thousands of children. With your background, are you worthy of being my bloodline? It was a mistake to let you live until today. Clang. Xie Qingcheng could no longer hold it in and directly drew her sword. The tip of the sword was cold and pointed at the flaming sun Immortal King's face, emitting a trace of coldness. The flaming sun Immortal King had already been reduced to a cripple. Xie Qingcheng's sword could definitely pierce through him and kill him on the spot. Attack! The flaming sun Immortal King laughed loudly and said, If you dare to kill me, you are an unfilial son. A person who kills his king and father will definitely be cursed by tens of thousands of people and will never be able to make a comeback. Xie Qingcheng's sword trembled slightly. In fact, both sides no longer had any feelings. However, he couldn't stab down with this sword. Poochie. Warm blood spurted out and scattered all over Xie Qingcheng's body. Only half of the flaming sun Immortal King's head was left. Behind him, a tall and sturdy figure was chewing in large mouthfuls. Blood flowed from the gaps of his teeth as he cursed, This person is so King noisy. Then, the Yasha King grinned at Xie Qingcheng and said, Hey, if you don't dare to kill me, I'll help you. Only then did the crowd react, and a burst of exclamations came from the crowd. Half of the flaming sun Immortal King's head was bitten off by the Yaksha quasi-emperor. His primordial spirit was destroyed and he died on the spot. Xie Qingcheng's arm drooped down weakly. Her eyes were blank, as if she had lost her soul. Crimson Rainbow Fairy hurriedly stepped forward and asked softly. Xie Qingcheng seemed to have thought of something all of a sudden. She tightened her grip on her sword and her eyes flashed with killing intent as she stared in the direction of the flaming sun Immortal Empire. The group of people who killed his mother back then were still alive. However, with his current strength, even if he returned to the Flaming Sun Palace, it would be difficult for him to take revenge. As if seeing through Xie Qingcheng's intentions, Su Zimo pondered for a while before looking at Yasha Fearful King and said, Accompany him back to take a look. Yaksha Fear King had already received instructions from Wu Dao's main body. Today, he would listen to Su Zimo's orders. Although he didn't know why, he didn't dare to disobey, so he nodded. Brother Su, thank you. Xie Qingcheng cupped her fists. With this Yaksha ghost accompanying him, he might not even need to do anything. Just this Yaksha ghost entering the Flaming Sun Immortal King's harem would be enough to scare all the concubines out of their wit. Yaksha Fear King brought Xie Qingcheng into the void and disappeared. The situation in the Darjin Immortal Empire was completely under Su Zimo's control. Iron Crown Elder, North Kuan Monarch, Frost Dragon Emperor, and the others were not far away. They just watched from the sidelines and didn't make a move. However, when they saw a dozen Rakshasa kings running out, they were indeed shocked. Yunyu King was right. If this matter spread to the celestial tribute world and they didn't deal with it properly, it would be a disaster. Previously, when Su Zimo said something, everyone just took it as a joke. They didn't expect him to be able to mobilize a dozen Rakshasa kings. Xiaoyao's master is playing with fire. North Kuan Monarch shook his head slightly. South Rock Monarch also said, previously, there was a conflict with the light world in the clear sky immortal domain. Now, more than a dozen Rakshasa sinful spirits have been exposed. It won't be long before this matter spreads to the celestial tribute world. Apart from the heaven world, no one in the 3,000 worlds knew about the relationship between the Heaven Baron sect and Orochi Tokushi. Orochi Tokushi truly became famous in the battle of the 3,000 worlds in the Great Wasteland world. 4 sects like the Heaven Baron sect, which was located in a corner of the demon world, there were many heaven worlds and they wouldn't attract the attention of the other worlds. If the monarchs knew that Wu Dao's original body had founded the Heaven Baron sect, they might be able to guess who broke the Rakshasa sinful land. Iron Crown Elder pondered and said, It's just a dozen Rakshasa spirits. They might not be sinful spirits who escaped from the Rakshasa sinful land. Even so, it's hard to explain. Frost Dragon Emperor also shook her head and said, the celestial tribute world has just suffered a huge loss in the hands of Emperor Orochi Tokishi. They've lost all their face and their prestige in the 3,000 worlds has hit rock bottom. Now that the great calamity is coming, the celestial tribute world is very likely to use this matter to establish their prestige. Frost Dragon Emperor was the oldest among them and had experienced too much. She was also more far-sighted. Joining forces with the sinful spirits was equivalent to challenging the celestial tribute world and even the behemoth behind it. The crowd in the royal city of Great Jin gradually dispersed. After such a huge change, the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom was gone and the 10,000 years meeting naturally couldn't continue. Seeing that the situation here was settled and there was nothing to watch, the various forces retreated. Iron Crown Elder and the others walked over. Suzimo went forward and bowed with cupped fists. Thank you for coming to help, seniors. If I establish a world in the future, I'll invite all of you to be my guests. Emperor North Kuan and Emperor South Rock looked at each other and chuckled without saying anything. Iron Crown Elder sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness. Zimo, why don't we postpone the establishment of the world? Why? Suzimo asked. Iron Crown Elder said in a deep voice, on one hand, you've already offended the light world by taking in that dark mutated Protoss. There's a high chance that the Emperor Lords of the light world will be alarmed. On the other hand, and the most troublesome thing, the dozens of Rakshasas around you have been exposed. Don't worry, Senior. I have my own arrangements for this. Suzimo replied with a smile. Since he chose to let the Rakshasas appear, he was already prepared to go to war with the celestial tribute world and even the heavenly court. Iron Crown Elder's expression was grim. After a moment of silence, he reminded, since that's the case, you must be careful if the celestial tribute world comes looking for you. You must not admit that the dozens of Rakshasas are from the Rakshasas' Sind land. This is a message talisman. If you encounter any danger on your side, tear this talisman and I'll know. As he said that, Iron Crown Elder handed Suzimo a message talisman. In Iron Crown Elder's opinion, Suzimo's group had indeed resolved the grudges of the past during this trip to the Heaven Realm. However, at the same time, they had also planted a huge disaster that could burn them at any moment. He could not protect Suzimo at all times. That talisman might be of some use. End of chapter. Chapter 31-34. In fact, this message talisman was no longer of much use to Suzimo. However, it was the old man's good intentions after all, so he did not decline. Emperor North Kuan and Emperor South Rock had long had the intention to leave. Seeing that the dust had settled in the Heaven Realm, they brought Carefree and prepared to return to the Kuan Peng Realm. This time, Carefree had no excuse and could only obediently leave with the two realm lords. The old man with the Iron Crown also prepared to bring Kitsune back to the Sword Realm. For people like Kitsune and Carefree, they had the protection of the Sword Realm and the Kuan Peng Realm. Suzimo was not worried, and there was no need to keep them by his side. Moreover, Kitsune was a peak master of the Sword Realm. Carefree was the young master of the Kuan Peng Realm, the key to the merger of the two realms. If he was taken away by Suzimo, the two realms would easily fall apart. Before leaving, the old man with the Iron Crown reminded, Zimo, leave as soon as possible after this matter is over. Don't go to the Divine Firmament Palace. There's such a huge commotion in the Immortal Realm, but the Heavenly Firmament Immortal Emperor still hasn't appeared. It's very likely that something or someone is holding him back. Take advantage of this opportunity to leave as soon as possible to avoid unnecessary trouble. Suzimo smiled and nodded, not commenting on it. Longran did not plan to return to the Dragon Realm. Instead, he followed Suzimo to the new realm. The Frost Dragon Emperor and the Hornless Dragon King returned to the Dragon Realm, but they left Long Li behind. They asked her to follow Long Ran to the new realm to take a look. Monkey, Tiger, Ching Ching, and the others naturally did not plan to return to the Great Wasteland Realm. The brothers had fought together in the Infinite Wasteland Realm. Now that they were finally reunited, they naturally did not want to be separated. Su Zimo also told Lin Zhon and Immortal King Ling Long about his idea. He invited the two of them to leave the Heaven Realm and establish their own realm. Zimo, do you have a specific place to go? Lin Zhon asked. Su Zimo shook his head and said, I have a general direction. I want to be as far away from the 3,000 realms as possible. As for the specific location, I'm not sure. If that's the case, why aren't you in the Heaven Realm? Lin Zhon said in a low voice, right now, the Green Firmament Celestial Realm has no ruler. We can try to establish a force in the Green Firmament Celestial Realm. We can also attract many living beings from the Heaven Domain. Like the Warring States, if you want to move the whole country, the scale is too big. Many cultivators were already used to staying in the Green Firmament Immortal Realm. Many of them would feel conflicted if they were to follow Lin Zhon and the others to an unknown place. It was a new interface, and the location was still unknown. He also didn't have any foundation. It could be said that everything in this realm was unknown. Not many people were willing to take such a risk. In the Heaven Realm, at least the chi of heaven and earth was relatively dense. There was a certain level of protection, and cultivation would not be hindered. Who knew what was in the new interface? Moreover, Su Zimo had just said that he wanted to stay away from the 3,000 worlds. The further one was from the 3,000 realms, the thinner the heaven and earth yuan chi would be. If they arrived at a new realm, cultivating for a year was not even comparable to cultivating for a day in the Heaven Realm. Who would move thousands of miles away with their entire family? That's inappropriate. Su Zimo looked in the direction of the Divine Firmament Palace and shook his head. The Heaven Realm is no longer a good place. If we stay here, a great disaster might befall us at any time. Su Zimo didn't say it explicitly, but Lin Zhon and Immortal King Ling Long could hear the danger behind it. They definitely couldn't deal with a disaster that could make Su Zimo or Orochi Tokushi afraid. I understand. Lin Zhon nodded and said in a low voice, I'll return to the Warring States realm now and gather as many cultivators as possible. Everyone, let's leave together. Immortal King Ling Long asked, when we're ready, where should we gather? Su Zimo pondered for a while and said, there's a Dragon Abyss planet outside the Heaven Realm. Let's gather there. Okay. Lin Zhon and the others agreed and left first. Feng Kantian said, I'll return to the Heaven Baron sect now and see how many people are willing to leave together. Leave this matter to the others. Su Zimo said, Big Brother Feng, we'll go to the Divine Firmament Palace later. Hearing this, King Yoyun's eyes lit up. He had thought that he would definitely die today. He didn't expect that Su Zimo would actually seek death by going to the Divine Firmament Palace. It seemed that Monarch Jin's words before his death were still effective. However, King Yoyun thought about it again. Now that the imperial emperors of the various domains had already left, the strongest people in Su Zimo's group were Lin Zhon, Yaksho King, and a few other subtheaches. He dared to go to the Divine Firmament Palace with Feng Kantian. Could it be that he had some backup plans? Feng Kantian knew that Su Zimo was bringing him to the Divine Firmament Palace to settle the score with the Divine Firmament Immortal Emperor. Will there be trouble? Feng Kantian asked. It's fine. Su Zimo smiled slightly. He was not going to the Divine Firmament Palace just for the Divine Firmament Immortal Emperor. There were also a few people there that he could deal with together. Before leaving, Su Zimo looked at Yang Ruoxu and the other academy disciples and said, Brother Yang, fellow Daoist Mo Qing, why don't you all follow me to the new domain? We can also rebuild the academy there and continue to pass down the academy's Dao techniques. Yang Ruoxu was a little hesitant. Although he was the current academy master, this matter involved everyone in the academy. He could not make up his mind at the moment. All right. Mo Qing nodded almost immediately without hesitation. Su Zimo was stunned. He did not expect Mo Qing to agree so quickly. There were too many unknowns in the new domain. Only those who had unreserved trust in him would agree without any hesitation. Yang Ruoxu thought for a while and nodded. All right, I'll go back and tell the other academy disciples. If anyone is willing to leave, I'll bring them along with Brother Su. Su Zimo thought for a while and looked at Yunju. Before he could speak, Yunju shook her head and said with a bitter smile, "I want to follow you to the new domain to take a look, but I know my father. He won't move the entire country just because you said so." Su Zimo nodded. He understood Yunju's words. The Zishuan Celestial Kingdom had been established in the Divine Firmament Celestial Realm for many years and had a deep foundation. Almost all of their resources were here. Other than Lin Zhon and a group of old friends from Tianhuang region, who would leave their homeland and go far away just because he wanted to. Is something going to happen in the heaven domain? Yunju looked at Su Zimo and asked softly. There were some things that did not need Su Zimo to explain too much. Yunju could roughly guess. If Su Zimo could mobilize so many people and even say that the heaven domain was in trouble, it could not be an alarmist. However, she did not know where the source of the crisis was. It's possible. Su Zimo nodded and said with a serious expression, "If something really happens, I'll try my best to stop it, but I can't say what the result will be." "Brother Su, thank you." Yunju cupped her hands and smiled, looking carefree. "I should be the one thanking you." Su Zimo said seriously, "All these years, fortunately, you took care of Momo, Liu Ping, and secretly protected Xiaoning. That's how we were reunited." Su Xiaoning also walked over and bowed to Yunju to thank her. "If we keep thanking each other like this, it will make us seem distant." Yunju smiled and said, "When you find the new domain, remember to tell me. I'll also go and see what the new domain is like." "It's a deal," Su Zimo said. Yunju raised her hand and looked at Su Zimo with a smile. Su Zimo understood and raised his palm as well, slapping it gently against Yunju's. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. End of chapter. Chapter 31-35. Divine Firmament Palace. A figure rushed over with a slightly flustered expression. When he saw the three immortal emperors guarding outside the hall, he was clearly stunned. "Master, something happened to the state of Jin and Flaming Sun." There was a hint of anxiety in the person's tone. "What are you panicking for?" The Divine Firmament Immortal Emperor frowned slightly, glanced at him, and berated him. The person complained in his heart. Apart from the Academy Patriarch, the few immortal kings who had besieged Su Zimo back then had already disappeared. No one knew if they were still alive. Monarch Jin and the Flaming Sun Immortal King had already died. It was said that Monarch Yun Yu had also been beheaded and could die at any time. Su Zimo had returned to the Heaven Realm this time for revenge. Now, he was the only one left. How could Immortal King Qingyang not panic? Of course, it was not good to give such a reason. Immortal King Qingyang could only say, "Master, that Feng Kantian came with ill intentions. It's obvious that he wants to take revenge. I heard that killing Monarch Jin and Monarch Tian Xing was not enough. He even threatened to take revenge on Master." The Divine Firmament Immortal Emperor sneered. "He dares to come to the Divine Firmament Palace. He's courting death. But the state of Jin and the Flaming Sun Immortal Kingdom have already." Immortal King Qingyang hesitated. "It's nothing." The Divine Firmament Immortal Emperor waved his hand with a calm expression. Now that the 3,000 realms are in turmoil, the situation in the Heaven Realm has changed greatly. The decline and destruction of such immortal kingdoms is nothing. As long as he was around, he could support another state of Jin at any time. In the Divine Firmament Palace, two figures faced each other with swords drawn. Their gazes collided in mid-air, and they did not dodge at all. The palace was filled with a murderous aura, and it was extremely oppressive. In this world, there were very few experts who could remain fearless under the pressure of Wu Dao's true body. And since ancient times, not many people dared to confront the emperor of Fengdu, who controlled the underworld. Martial Dao True Body's words not only revealed that Fengdu wasn't a true great emperor, but also saw through his scheme in this life. The two of them could fight at any time. But at the same time, they had their own concerns. While the two of them were confronting each other, they were also weighing the pros and cons in their hearts. As a matter of fact, Wu Dao's main body had no intention of fighting Great Emperor Zongtian right now. On one hand, Immortal Emperor Chen Mu had once saved Qinglian's true body. If not for the sudden appearance of the emperor's tomb controlled by immortal Emperor Chen Mu, the real body of Qinglian would have been killed by the patriarch of the academy, and the creation of Qinglian would have fallen into the hands of the patriarch of the academy. At that time, immortal Emperor Chen Mu came back from the dead. In other words, the consciousness of the Emperor of Fengdu was awakening in his body. The patriarch of the academy was able to see through the mysteries of heaven and planned everything. However, he could not predict the Emperor of Fengdu. That was why there was such a huge change. On the other hand, the War of the Heavens had yet to begin. It was not the right time to fight with the Emperor of Fengdu. No matter who won or lost, it would not benefit the Heaven Punisher. And the most important point. Now, only the 3 corpses that the Emperor of Fengdu had severed were in the Heaven Realm. His true form never showed up. And Qinglian's true body, Lin Zhon, Feng Kantian, and a group of old friends from Heaven Wasteland were now in the Immortal region. Even if Wu Dao's true body could suppress the 9 Heavens Immortal Emperor, Bo Zun, and the world-devastator Demon Emperor, once the true body of the Emperor of Fengdu attacked, coupled with the terror of the 3 corpses, Wu Dao's true body could not protect everyone. Even if Fengdu did not have the physical body of a great emperor, he still had the primordial spirit of a great emperor. That was the most troublesome part. Without using the Yuan Wu world, even Wu Dao's true body had to focus on dealing with it. Moreover, once the 2 of them fought, the explosion would definitely alarm the Heavenly Court and the 4 Path. The Heavenly Court would definitely watch with folded arms. What would the attitudes of the 3 of the 4 Paths be? Other than the Lord of Hell who was suppressed in the Avicii Hell, the Hungry Ghost Path, the Beast Path, and the Shura Path were all closely related to the Netherworld. Every time in the War of the Heavens, they would work together. The Brahma Ghost Mother, the Evil Emperor, and the Demon Master would not stand on his side. If the 3 of them could watch from the sidelines, it would be considered the best situation. If one of the 3 of them went to help Fengdu, the situation would immediately go out of control. The 2 of them faced each other just like that. After an unknown period of time, they did not say a word. However, each of them was thinking at a high speed. A long time ago, Wu Dao's true body had even thought of asking Su Hong, Yarrow Shui, and the other old friends where their souls had gone after entering the Netherworld if he had the chance to meet the Lord of the Netherworld. However, after seeing Fengdu's methods, he put away this thought. If he asked again, it would be equivalent to exposing more of his weaknesses to Fengdu. Of course, these were only thoughts that flashed through the mind of Wu Dao's true body. If Fengdu really wanted to attack at this moment, he was already prepared to fight a huge battle and decide life and death in advance. He, Immortal Emperor 9 Heavens suddenly laughed. This laugh diluted the killing intent between the 2 of them. There's no need for this between us, what do you think? Immortal Emperor 9 Heavens took a step back and asked with a smile. Wu Dao's true body's gaze was calm and he did not comment. In reality, Wu Dao's true body had scruples, and Great Emperor Buried Heaven was also quite wary of him. He was not afraid of his own safety. That was because it was impossible for Wu Dao's true body to kill him. However, Buried Heaven was worried that the 3 corpses that he had severed would be destroyed by Wu Dao's true body and all his efforts would be in vain. The 3 corpses that he had severed in this life had already cultivated to peak Emperor realm. Over the years, under the sacrificial refinement of many dead souls, they were only 1 step away. It was too difficult for him to become a true great emperor. Wu Dao's true body was right. He did not have a physical body. If he wanted to validate his Dao as a great emperor, he could only find another way. It did not mean that he had a great emperor-level essence spirit and was looking for a great emperor's physical body. If the 2 merged, he would become a true great emperor. That would be too simple. He did not have to go through so much trouble to sever the 3 corpses and use the tomb of a great emperor to resurrect himself. Even if he had a great emperor's physical body, every drop of flesh and blood contained the great emperor's Dao technique. It was impossible for it to be perfectly compatible with his essence spirit. As long as there was a slight conflict between the essence spirit, physical body, and bloodline, the Dao technique could not be perfected. He wasn't a great emperor in the truest sense. Only after he severed his good, evil, and self-obsession, and his corpse became a great emperor, would they be perfectly compatible. That was because the good, evil, and self-obsession corpses that he had severed were himself. The entire process was like reattaching a broken arm. You and I have already cultivated to this level and stand at this height. Look at those living beings outside. Immortal Emperor Nine Heavens pointed into the distance. His gaze seemed to cover the entire heaven realm as he said, "Actually, in our eyes, they are like ants. You don't have to care at all. Even the few people standing outside the main hall are just slightly bigger ants. Orochi Tokishi, I don't want to be enemies with you." Immortal Emperor Nine Heavens said with a smile, "You seem to have some grudges with them. To show my sincerity, I'll let you deal with them. How about that?" Chapter 31-36. Of the 4 people guarding outside, 3 of them were imperial monarchs. However, in the eyes of Great Emperor Zongtian, these imperial emperors were just slightly bigger ants. Even if the 3 imperial emperors had already submitted, Immortal Emperor Nine Heavens did not care about their lives. He could casually send them out and hand them over to Wu Dao's main body. In fact, whether Immortal Emperor Nine Heavens handed them over or not, Wu Dao's main body would definitely kill them. Immortal Emperor Nine Heavens' actions were nothing more than a favor. "You guys, come in." Before Wu Dao's main body could speak, Immortal Emperor Nine Heavens said loudly. Outside the Divine Firmament Hall. The Divine Firmament Immortal Emperor, Red Firmament Immortal Emperor, and Blue Firmament Immortal Emperor had been waiting for a long time. Now that they heard Immortal Emperor Nine Heavens' words, they were overjoyed and hurriedly walked towards the Divine Firmament Hall. Immortal King Azure's son swallowed his saliva and followed behind the 3 immortal emperors. Normally, he would not have the chance to come into contact with Immortal Emperor Nine Heavens. Now, he could make use of the opportunity of the 3 immortal emperors meeting Immortal Emperor Nine Heavens to get acquainted with him. The Divine Firmament Immortal Emperor, Red Firmament Immortal Emperor, and Red Firmament Immortal Emperor stepped into the Divine Firmament Palace. The person standing opposite Immortal Emperor Nine Heavens was not Lord Six Brahma or the World Annihilation Demon Emperor. Instead, it was a purple-robed cultivator wearing a silver mask. This attire. Almost at the same time, the 3 immortal emperors thought of the same person. Imperial Emperor Orochi Tokishi. The 3 immortal emperors were shocked. Imperial Emperor Orochi Tokishi had actually descended to the heavenly realm and stayed in the hall with Immortal Emperor Nine Heavens for so long. The 3 immortal emperors could vaguely sense that Immortal Emperor Nine Heavens and Orochi Tokishi did not seem to get along well. Just now, when they were guarding outside the hall, they could still sense some killing intent seeping out of the hall. The more this was the case, the calmer the 3 immortal emperors were. From the looks of it, Immortal Emperor Nine Heavens was clearly a terrifying expert who could confront Orochi Tokishi. This also proved that their choice back then was right to submit to Immortal Emperor Nine Heavens immediately. The Divine Firmament Immortal Emperor sighed in relief. Fortunately, he was prepared in advance and sought protection from the 9 Firmament Immortal Emperor. Otherwise, with Foam Kantien and Monarch Orochi Tokishi showing up, it would be difficult for him to survive this calamity. "Greetings, my lord." The Divine Firmament Immortal Emperor and the other 2 stepped forward and knelt down. Normally speaking, as fellow god monarchs, there was no need for them to be so courteous. Even if he was facing an Emperor Realm expert, there was no need for him to act this way. However, in the past few years, even immortal emperors had to kneel down in front of 9 Firmaments Immortal Emperor. Immortal King Green's son also hurriedly knelt down. "Get up." Heavenly Firmament Immortal Emperor smiled. The 3 immortal emperors and Immortal King Azure's son rose to their feet. "You must be Emperor Orochi Tokishi." The Divine Firmament Immortal Emperor looked at Wu Dao's main body and said in a low voice, "No wonder Foam Kantien dared to be so unbridled and come to my celestial realm to start a massacre. Emperor Orochi Tokishi, there is something you might not know. I am not in charge of the Divine Firmament Celestial Realm now. The 9 Firmament Celestial Realm is under my lord's rule." The Divine Firmament Immortal Emperor's words seemed to be questioning Wu Dao's main body, but he was actually expressing his position and bringing up the 9 Firmament Immortal Emperor. Wu Dao's main body didn't say anything. He didn't even look at the Divine Firmament Immortal Emperor. The Nine Firmament Immortal Emperor also smiled but didn't say anything. Master, Feng Kantian, and the others are here. At that moment, Immortal King Green Sun said softly, "Oh." The Divine Firmament Immortal Emperor and the other two scanned with their divine senses and saw that Su Zimo and Feng Kantian had already arrived above the Divine Firmament Palace and were heading straight for the main hall. The Divine Firmament Immortal Emperor sneered. Feng Kantian dared to come here because he had the support of Emperor Orochi Tokishi. However, he also had the protection of the Nine Firmament Immortal Emperor. If Feng Kantian wanted to seek revenge, he would have to ask the Nine Firmament Immortal Emperor for permission. After all, Feng Kantian was only an immortal king. How important could he be to Emperor Orochi Tokishi? Would Emperor Orochi Tokishi fight with the Nine Firmament Immortal Emperor for an immortal king? And he was an immortal emperor. The Nine Firmament Immortal Emperor couldn't just give up on such a top-notch helper. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo and Feng Kantian had already arrived at the main hall. With the Nine Firmament Immortal Emperor present, the Divine Firmament Immortal Emperor was prepared to take Feng Kantian down a notch when he saw him enter. He suddenly shouted, "How dare you! Kneel when you see the Nine Firmament Immortal Emperor. Although I was born in the lower world, I don't have this habit. I can't compare to a noble from the upper world like you who likes to kneel in front of others." Feng Kantian glanced at the Divine Firmament Immortal Emperor and said calmly. The Divine Firmament Immortal Emperor's expression turned cold as he said slowly, "You still dare to talk back in front of the Nine Firmament Immortal Emperor. This is the Nine Firmament Immortal region. You can't be so presumptuous." The Divine Firmament Immortal Emperor's tone seemed tough, but in fact, he kept talking about the Nine Firmament Immortal Emperor. He was using the Nine Firmament Immortal Emperor to pressure Feng Kantian. "This person is too noisy. I'll help you kill him." At that moment, the Nine Firmament Immortal Emperor suddenly spoke. The main hall instantly fell silent. The Nine Firmament Immortal Emperor's words were obviously directed at Emperor Orochi Tokishi. Who did the Nine Firmament Immortal Emperor want to kill? The Divine Firmament Immortal Emperor suddenly felt a bone-chilling cold. He suddenly turned around and looked at the Nine Firmament Immortal Emperor. "Master, I." The Nine Firmament Immortal Emperor stretched out his finger and tapped lightly in the void. Dong. The Divine Firmament Immortal Emperor suddenly heard a distant drum sound. At first, it was still far away in the sky, but in an instant, it had already reached his ears. In an instant, the Divine Firmament Immortal Emperor's hair was already white, and his face was haggard. He was like a lamp that had run out of oil, and his lifespan was exhausted. At this moment, a trace of confusion, a trace of unwillingness, and a trace of fear flashed through the Divine Firmament Immortal Emperor's eyes. In the end, he turned into a shriveled corpse and fell in the hall, dead. This Imperial Emperor who had ruled the Divine Firmament Immortal realm for millions of years, had died in this palace that he had built with his own hands. Feng Kantian shook his head and sighed when he saw this scene. The Nine Firmament Immortal Emperor had only moved his finger, and in less than a breath, an Imperial Emperor had died. Immortal King Azure's son was so scared that his face turned pale. His legs went weak, and he could barely stand. With his perfected Grotto Heaven realm, logically speaking, this should not be the case. However, the two people in this hall today were too terrifying. Even the Divine Firmament Immortal Emperor could not live for more than a breath. In front of these two, he was like an ant. Even Immortal Emperor Dan Xiao and Immortal Emperor Lang Xiao were shocked when they saw this scene. Their expressions changed drastically, and their hearts were filled with fear and uneasiness. The Divine Firmament Immortal Emperor's death made the two of them realize that the relationship between the Nine Firmament Immortal Emperor and Orochi Tokishi seemed to be somewhat different from their initial judgment. At least in the Nine Firmament Immortal Emperor's heart, he was unwilling to become enemies with Orochi Tokishi just because of an Imperial Emperor. "What do the three of you want?" The Nine Firmament Immortal Emperor looked at the three of them and asked with a smile. When the three of them saw the Nine Firmament Immortal Emperor's smile, they felt their hair stand on end and their scalps go numb. I have nothing to do with the Divine Firmament Immortal Emperor. There is also no enmity between me and fellow Daoist Feng Kantian. Immortal Emperor Lang Xiao hurriedly explained the matter clearly to avoid any misunderstandings. The divine firmament Immortal Emperor had just lost his life because of the confrontation with Feng Kantian. Who would dare to provoke Feng Kantian? Then, Immortal Emperor Lang Xiao turned his gaze to Su Zimo and said in a deep voice, "My lord, I came here mainly because of this person." Chapter 31-37. Of course, Immortal Emperor Lang Xiao could see that Su Zimo and Feng Kantian were obviously on the same side. However, Su Zimo was not from the Heaven Baron sect and had nothing to do with Emperor Orochi Tokishi. Immortal Emperor Lang Xiao could not kill them just because of Su Zimo. When this boy came to the Lang Xiao Immortal region, he suppressed King Yunyu without any explanation. Not only that, but he also burned the ginseng fruit tree of the Lang Xiao palace to ashes. "I am deeply saddened," Immortal Emperor Lang Xiao said with great emotion. "Master, after the unification of the 9 clouds, I have been taking care of the ginseng fruit tree carefully. I was waiting for it to bear ginseng fruit and offer it to you as soon as possible. Who would have thought that it would be destroyed by this boy? His intentions are unforgivable." Immortal Emperor Lang Xiao also said in a deep voice, "I don't know fellow Daoist Feng Kantian, nor do we have any grudges. I did it because of this person." This Su Zimo relied on a few Emperor Realm experts from the outside world to act recklessly in our immortal region. He disregarded the majesty of our master. Please kill him as a warning to others. Immortal King Qingyang saw this and hurriedly said, "This Su Zimo relied on the fact that he was a 12th grade creation Qinglian. That's why he was so arrogant and presumptuous. Back then, I wanted to seize him and offer him to you, but I didn't expect him to escape." Immortal King Qingyang's words were even more sinister. While flattering him, he also revealed the fact that Su Zimo had the creation green lotus body, hoping to attract the attention of the 9 heavens Immortal Emperor. After the 3 of them reprimanded Immortal Emperor Lang Xiao, the hall was unusually quiet and did not receive any response from Immortal Emperor Lang Xiao. Immortal Emperor Lang Xiao stole a glance at Immortal Emperor Lang Xiao. Immortal Emperor Lang Xiao was looking at the 3 of them with a faint smile. There was a hint of creepiness in his smile. Immortal Emperor Lang Xiao was shocked. He glanced at Su Zimo, who was not far away from him. Su Zimo looked calm and there was no fear on his face. He did not even have the intention to refute them. Something was wrong. Just now, when the divine firmament Immortal Emperor was suddenly killed, Immortal Emperor Lang Xiao was shocked. Then, he was suddenly questioned by Immortal Emperor 9 Heavens. In his panic, he did not think too much and pointed the finger at Su Zimo. At this moment, he calmed down. The more he thought about it, the more scared he became. This Su Zimo was so calm and dared to come with Feng Kantian. What was he relying on? Feng Kantian relied on monarch Orochi Tokishi. Could it be that Su Zimo was relying on the 9 firmament Immortal Emperor? Moreover, the heavenly firmament Immortal Emperor's silent attitude and the strange smile on his face clearly proved that this matter was not so simple. Thinking of this, Immortal Emperor Lang Xiao broke out in a cold sweat. However, he maintained his composure and tried his best to remain as calm as possible. Then, he changed the topic and said, "Of course, I was just speaking in a moment of anger. You don't have to take it seriously. Perhaps there is some misunderstanding. How to deal with this matter is up to the Lord to decide." Immortal Emperor Lang Xiao had lived for millions of years. His words could be said to be watertight. He could retreat or advance. In the end, if it was confirmed that he was just being paranoid, he could turn hostile at any time. Since Immortal Emperor Lang Xiao noticed the abnormality, Immortal Emperor Dan Xiao naturally also reacted. Immortal Emperor Dan Xiao chuckled and said, "My words just now were a bit harsh. This matter may be just as Brother Lang Xiao said. There may be some misunderstanding." After pausing for a moment, Immortal Emperor Dan Xiao looked at Su Zimo and nodded slightly. He said, "I came here to ask for an explanation. I have no evil intentions. I hope Brother Su can understand." However, in an instant, the tone of the 2 changed drastically. Their attitude was obviously softened. Even their words revealed a layer of meaning. As long as Su Zimo said that this was a misunderstanding, the The two of them would let bygones be bygones and let bygones be bygones. Immortal King Green Sun was stunned on the spot. For a moment, he could not react and could not follow the rhythm of the two immortal emperors. He even had a feeling that he was being played by the two immortal emperors. Immortal Emperor Lang Xiao and Immortal Emperor Dan Xiao wanted to let it go, but Immortal King Yunyu would not agree. He had already fallen to this state. His head was chopped off, and his primordial spirit was severely injured and sealed inside. Even if he broke free, he would not live for long. He was already a dead man. What was there to be afraid of? Immortal King Yunyu said loudly, reporting to Immortal Emperor Nine Heavens, Su Zimo has Rakshasa sinful spirits by his side. They are all kings and sub-emperors. The destruction of the Rakshasa sinful land is most likely related to this person. Colluding with evil spirits is a heinous crime that cannot be forgiven. Hey! Immortal Emperor Nine Heavens could not help but laugh. Immortal Emperor Lang Xiao and Immortal King Yunyu frowned secretly. They were puzzled, not knowing what Immortal Emperor Nine Heavens was laughing about. He seemed to be really happy, as if he had heard the most interesting thing in the world. Heh! Su Zimo also laughed. Immortal King Yunyu might be able to tell anyone about the Rakshasa sinful spirits. He only told Immortal Emperor Nine Heavens that he had found the wrong person. Hearing Su Zimo's laughter, Immortal King Yunyu suddenly felt a little nervous for some reason. Until now, Su Zimo had not killed him. What was Su Zimo trying to do by bringing him here? What are you laughing about? Immortal King Yunyu asked sternly. I just want you to die with an explanation. Su Zimo said calmly. At this moment, in the main hall, Emperor Orochi Tokushi, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke. He turned to look at Immortal Emperor Lang Xiao and the other two and said, there should be an explanation for this. Hearing this, Immortal Emperor Lang Xiao and the other two were energized. Unexpectedly, Immortal Emperor Nine Heavens did not say anything. Instead, it was Emperor Orochi Tokushi who stood out first, as if he supported them to speak. Emperor Orochi Tokushi, what do you think? Immortal Emperor Lang Xiao asked respectfully, cupping his hands. Under the gaze of the three, Emperor Orochi Tokushi slowly raised his hand and took off the silver mask from his face, revealing his true face. His eyes were like torches as he asked slowly, are you satisfied with this explanation? The face had fair skin and delicate features. It was even somewhat good-looking. However, in the eyes of Immortal Emperor Lang Xiao, it was as if he had seen the greatest horror in the world. Hiss! Immortal Emperor Lang Xiao and the other two gasped. Their pupils suddenly shrank, and their hair stood on end. They felt a chill down their spines and their scalps were about to explode. Su Zimo grabbed Immortal King Yunyu's long hair. However, at this moment, Su Zimo could clearly sense that the head of the King of Underworld Clouds was struggling violently and trembling continuously. Then, it gradually calmed down. Su Zimo glanced at him. Immortal King Yunyu's eyes were wide open. His eyes were filled with fear as he lost his vitality. In his sea of consciousness, his primordial spirit shattered and his soul dissipated. He was dead. From the beginning to the end, Su Zimo did not make a move. However, when Immortal King Yunyu saw Wu Dao's true face, he was terrified and his soul was about to leave his body. Immortal King Yunyu's primordial spirit had been severely injured and was extremely weak. Previously, when he was in the Darjin Celestial Nation, he had witnessed the tragic deaths of Prince Jin, Prince Tianxing, and the others. Now, he was suddenly in such a great shock. After struggling for a while, his primordial spirit could no longer take it and he was scared to death. Before he died, he finally understood why Su Zimo had said that even if he had obtained Qinglian's creation, he would still die for sure. It turned out that he was facing such a terrifying existence. Chapter 31-38. Immortal King Green Sun's eyes widened as he stood rooted to the ground. His mind was blank. What did he do? They actually wanted to get their hands on the creation of Emperor Orochi Tokushi, Qinglian. Immortal Emperor Zhu Xiao and Immortal Emperor Lang Xiao had just guessed countless possibilities. Immortal Emperor Zhu Xiao even thought that Su Zimo was from Tianhuang mainland, and Feng Kantian was from the Tianhuang sect. Perhaps Su Zimo had already joined the Tianhuang sect. However, the two of them never thought that Su Zimo was the Orochi Tokushi in front of them. When they saw the true appearance of Emperor Orochi Tokushi, the two immortal emperors felt as if they had seen a ghost. Run! Thousands of thoughts flashed through the minds of the two immortal emperors. In the end, only one word was left. Because the two of them knew that even if they knelt and begged for mercy, Emperor Orochi Tokushi would not let them go. Boom! Boom! The two immortal emperors did not say anything. They directly held up a world and turned to run. Wu Dao looked at the two of them. When his eyes opened, two balls of flames appeared in the depths of his eyes. At the same time, two balls of scarlet flames appeared under their feet. This flame contained a power that made the two immortal emperors' hearts palpitate. This was the aura of Dao, a forbidden technique. The two immortal emperors' expressions change. Immortal Emperor Zhu Xiao was only an ordinary emperor. He could not withstand the dragon phoenix flames that Wu Dao's original body originally controlled. And this scarlet flame was the vermilion bird Dao fire after the fusion of the dragon phoenix flames and the vermilion bird heavenly fire. In just an instant, Immortal Emperor Zhu Xiao was devoured by the vermilion bird Dao fire and burned to ashes. His small world was like a withered leaf in front of this vermilion bird Dao fire. It was instantly ignited, and even his physical body and primordial spirit were turned into ashes. Even though Immortal Emperor Zhu Xiao was a peak emperor, he could not withstand the power of the forbidden technique. Immortal Emperor Lang Xiao could only hold on for a few breaths of time. Amidst a series of screams, he had just run to the entrance of the main hall when his perfect world melted. The vermilion bird Dao fire burned him into a huge fireball. He fell in front of the main hall and gradually lost his breath. His body and Dao vanished, and his body and soul were destroyed. Immortal Emperor Lang Xiao used hundreds of millions of babies to feed the ginseng fruit tree. Su Zimo had burned everything within 1,000,000 miles of Lang Xiao Palace to the ground, turning it into scorched earth. At that time, even though Immortal Emperor Lang Xiao managed to escape the calamity, in the end, he couldn't escape the fate of being burned to ashes and buried with the billions of infants. The moment the vermilion bird Dao fire rose, Azure's son Immortal King was burned into nothingness by the high temperature emitted by the vermilion bird Dao fire, completely erasing him from the whirl. Compared to the fates of King Jin, the flaming sun Immortal King, and the serene cloud Immortal King, the Azure Sun Immortal King could be considered to have a good ending. TSK. Looking at the two balls of fire, the Nine Firmaments Immortal Emperor clapped his hands and smiled. He praised from the bottom of his heart, good technique. Su Zimo and Feng Kantian looked at each other and left. See, I told you. The Nine Firmaments Immortal Emperor laughed. These immortal emperors are just some slightly bigger ants. For people like you and me, it's too easy to crush them. Wu Dao's original body was expressionless. He only silently put on the Mo Luo mask. The Nine Firmaments Immortal Emperor continued, Orochi Tokushi, you have to know that being a great emperor isn't the end of cultivation. Only by ascending to the Great Thousand World can you find the answer to eternal life. Orochi Tokushi, you have to look further. Don't limit yourself to the 3,000 worlds. Don't care about the lives of thousands of creatures. They have nothing to do with you and me. If you want to succeed in conquering the heavens, how can there be no sacrifices? As long as you can break the heavenly court, even if you have to sacrifice all the creatures in the 3,000 worlds, it's worth it. The Nine Firmaments Immortal Emperor's voice sounded. It seemed to contain a bewitching power that was hard to resist. You're worse than the heavenly court. Wu Dao's original body suddenly turned his head and coldly looked at the Nine Firmaments Immortal Emperor. The two of them looked at each other. The Nine Firmaments Immortal Emperor realized that Wu Dao's original body was not affected by him at all. Wu Dao's original body said, the nine heavens as the heavenly court enslaves all living beings and blocks the path of ascension for all living beings. At least they can still live in this world. And you want to kill all living beings in order to conquer the heavens. This was simply the most absurd reason. Buried heaven. Wu Dao's original body said, I even suspect that your true goal was never to conquer the heavens. You just want to use the banner of conquering the heavens to fulfill your ambitions. Wu Dao's original body could not guess the true ambition and true goal of buried heaven. Becoming a great emperor was, of course, only his first step. Conquering the heavens might not be his ultimate goal. Wu Dao's original body had also talked to the Devil Lord. The Devil Lord might have his own selfish motives, but from his words, he could feel that the Devil Lord's goal had always been the heavenly court. And buried heaven's goal was more like the living beings of the 3,000 realms. Hey, the 9 firmaments immortal emperor did not admit it, nor did he defend himself. He only laughed a little nervously. Buried heaven. Wu Dao's original body did not look at the 9 firmaments immortal emperor. Instead, he stared at the ground. His gaze seemed to penetrate endless space and landed on the netherworld. He said indifferently, "I'm here in this life. You'd better not mess around. Are you threatening me?" The 9 firmaments immortal emperor narrowed his eyes, his gaze cold. "It's not a threat. It's just a piece of advice." Wu Dao's original body's tone was indifferent. He did not stay any longer and walked out of the hall. The matter of the heavenly court was over. And he had achieved his goal of looking for buried heaven. When he reached the entrance of the hall, Wu Dao's original body suddenly stopped. He did not turn around. Instead, he turned his back to the 9 firmaments immortal emperor and said slowly, "Before I leave, I'll give you a word of advice. I hope you know what's good for you. Don't become the second lord of hell." This sentence had already expressed the intention of Wu Dao's original body. It could be said that it was murderous. What was the fate of the Lord of Hell? Back then, he was forcefully suppressed by the Emperor of Infinity. Although he did not die, he was still trapped in the Avici Hell and could not escape. As soon as his voice fell, the temperature in the hall plummeted. From the beginning of the conversation, the two of them tested each other, to the tit-for-tat confrontation, and then just now, they were still restrained. However, when Wu Dao's original body said this sentence, it really showed its sharpness. The murderous intent in this sentence was too strong. The 9 firmaments immortal emperor's hair stood on end because of this murderous intent. The 9 firmaments immortal emperor suddenly let out a burst of creepy laughter and said, "Good courage. Since ancient times, there has never been a second person who dares to speak to me like this. Orochi Tokishi, you think too simply of me. I'm different from the Lord of Hell and the others. No one can kill me. Even if the Emperor of Infinity is alive, he can't kill me or suppress me." Wu Dao's original body did not turn around and left the divine firmament hall. "Haha, Orochi Tokishi, before I leave, I'll also give you a word of advice." The 9 firmaments immortal emperor's voice sounded again. It suddenly became gloomy and cold, as if he had fallen into hell. "I advise you to wake up. I don't want to see you become the second Emperor of Infinity." Tit for tat. Wu Dao's original body stopped in his tracks. He turned his head and looked deeply at the 9 firmaments immortal emperor in the depths of the hall before he turned and left. End of chapter. Chapter 31-39. Dragon Abyss Planet. It was a planet that drifted outside the heaven realm. It could not enjoy the blessings of the divine tree of Genmu, and its heaven and earth essence chi was thin. Most of the people gathered here were from the lower realm. No native immortals from the upper realm were willing to come here, except when a treasure appeared in an abyss of Dragon Abyss Planet more than 10,000 years ago. At that time, it attracted many exalted immortals, and an earth-shattering battle broke out here. It also opened the eyes of the lower realm beings on Dragon Abyss Planet. Other than that, Dragon Abyss Planet had been relatively peaceful. Wars broke out everywhere in the heaven realm, but no one took a fancy to this planet that was barren of essence chi. Naturally, the flames of war did not spread here. After all, Dragon Abyss Planet could only be considered an inconspicuous planet in the Azure Cloud County territory of the Great Jin Celestial Nation. However, recently, more and more Heaven Realm experts had arrived. And this time, the formation and scale were much more terrifying than the one from 10,000 years ago. Some experts inadvertently revealed their aura, and it made many living beings on Dragon Abyss Planet feel great pressure and uneasy. The essence chi on Dragon Abyss Planet was thin, and resources were scarce. Here, those who could cultivate to ninth tribulation mystic immortal were all talented people. At this stage, as long as they had the ability, almost everyone would choose to go to the heaven realm to seek a better cultivation environment. Therefore, in the past, there were almost no Stage 1 Earth immortals on Dragon Abyss planet. Now, with so many experts from the heaven realm gathered here, the living beings from the lower realm did not know what was going on. The only thing that made them feel at ease was that after a period of time, these experts from the heaven realm did not harm anyone on Dragon Abyss planet. They just opened up a barren land on Dragon Abyss planet and temporarily settled down. What was even stranger was that these heaven realm experts came in different batches. Looking at their attire, it was obvious that they came from different forces. However, these experts were quite friendly with each other, and there was no conflict between them. Wind Snow Ridge. More than 10,000 years ago, Wind Snow Ridge was not considered a superforce on Dragon Abyss planet. However, later on, after a living being from the lower realm ascended and descended on Wind Snow Ridge, he changed the structure and territory of the entire Dragon Abyss planet. He helped Wind Snow Ridge to become one of the biggest forces on Dragon Abyss planet. However, this being from the lower realm had left the Dragon Abyss planet, and there had been no news of him since then. In the past few years, under the management of the Mountain Lord Yu Hao and Xia Qingying, Snow Wind Ridge had developed steadily. Although it had experienced a few wars, it had always been more daunting than dangerous. In the main hall of Wind and Snow Ridge, Xia Qingying, Duan Tianliang, Shun Fei, Jiyu Wenjun, and the others were all gathered here, but Overlord Yu Hao was not around. Xia Qingying sat on the main seat in the main hall, a look of reminiscence in her eyes as she talked about the past with a 5 or 6-year-old child beside her. Duan Tianliang and the others also chimed in occasionally. That incident was not considered long, and Xia Qingying had a lot on her mind, so she did not talk about it in detail. Not long after, she finished talking about it. The child's eyes were lively, and he would only calm down when he was listening to a story. At this moment, he raised his head slightly and looked at Xia Qingying. He asked curiously, "Mother, what happened next?" Xia Qingying smiled and said, "Then, that Uncle Su of yours left Snow Wind Ridge and went to the Heaven Realm mainland to explore." Duan Tianliang said, "With Boss Su's ability, he would definitely not be weaker than those prodigies in the Tianhuang mainland. After more than 10,000 years, I'm afraid he would have already become a top-notch Earth Immortal, or even a Heaven Immortal." Shun Fei said emotionally, "Speaking of which, it's because fellow Daoist Su left behind a lot of elemental spirit stones and other resources that we could cultivate to this stage in just over 10,000 years. The few people in the main hall were almost all Stage 8 and Stage 9 mystic immortals. This realm was almost at the peak of the Dragon Abyss planet. All these years, only Yu Hao had stepped into the Earth Immortal realm 1,000 years ago. However, due to the lack of resources in such a cultivation environment, Yu Hao was still a Stage 1 Earth Immortal after 1,000 years. Everyone had originally planned to go to the Heaven Realm mainland to explore the vast territory of the Azure Cloud County. However, with so many people suddenly coming to the Dragon Abyss planet, Yu Hao guessed that something big might have happened in the Heaven Realm. The Dragon Abyss planet was outside the Heaven Realm mainland, and news was blocked. Yu Hao decided to go to the Azure Cloud County in the Heaven Realm mainland to investigate before making a decision. During this period of time, among those experts, 2 people came to visit. Xia Qingying and the others could not see through the cultivation realm of those who came. They were at least Heaven Immortals. However, these 2 experts did not put on any airs when facing them, nor did they hurt them. Instead, they invited them to an unknown place to build a new realm together. Xia Qingying asked, "What do you think about the 2 exalted immortals, Lin Lei and Lin Luo? We know too little about them." Duan Tianliang touched his chin and said, "According to what those 2 exalted immortals said, they don't even know where they are going. This is not reliable. I feel that those 2 exalted immortals are good people. They are upright and do not have any ill intentions towards us," Jiyu Wenjun said. Shun Fei pursed his lips and said, "You may know a person for a long time without understanding his true nature. This decision concerns the lives of countless brothers in the Wind Snow Ridge. It's best to be cautious. Let's wait for our husband to come back and see if we can find out anything. Xie Qingying sighed softly. Yu Hao had been gone for a few days without any news. She could not help but worry. At this moment, the sound of clothes fluttering in the air came from outside. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a travel-worn figure rushing back. It was Yu Hao. Everyone stood up. Something has indeed happened in the heavenly realm. Yu Hao came to the main hall and said, "It's a mess there. I did not dare to go too far. I only heard a few things. The Darjin celestial nation has been destroyed." "Ah!" everyone exclaimed. Yu Hao said, "I heard that the ruler of the Darjin celestial nation was killed by a demon king of heaven's wrath from the demon territory. The ruler of another celestial nation was killed by some yaksha ghosts. It's too chaotic there. Many big shots have appeared. Immortal king creation, war king, they are all peerless experts that we have never heard of. Father, what are the names of these demon kings and immortal kings?" The child could not help but ask. Yu Hao smiled and said, "Yiming, how can father find out the names of these peerless experts? I also do not dare to ask rashly." Xie Qingying roughly told him about the two exalted immortals' visit and how they invited everyone from Wind Snow Ridge to leave the Dragon Abyss planet and head to an unknown place. "Husband, what do you think?" Xie Qingying asked. Yu Hao pondered for a long time before slowly saying, "I suggest that we stay put. Our foundation is here. If we want to move all of them, it means that we have to abandon everything that we have built up over the years. Moreover, no one knows where that unknown place is, and no one can say for sure what it will be like. Perhaps its cultivation environment is not as good as the Dragon Abyss planet. Brother Su, this is the place where you stayed after ascending?" "Yes, I stayed here for more than 100 years before leaving." "Haha, no wonder you asked us to gather here. You must still miss some old friends here." At this moment, a conversation came from outside. One of the voices sounded familiar to everyone in the main hall, as if they had heard it before. Chapter 3140. The guards of Snow Wind Ridge did not give any warning. The group of people outside seemed to have descended from the sky above Snow Wind Ridge, and the sounds of discussion could be heard. Although one of the voices sounded familiar, Yu Hao, Xie Qingying, and the rest were shocked. They did not have time to think as they stood up and walked out of the hall. Dozens of figures were standing in the air, looking around. There were men and women, old and young in this group of people. Some of the women were so beautiful that they were indescribably beautiful, like fairies that were untainted by the mortal world. Some of the strong cultivators exuded a strong demonic aura and had tiger heads. They did not belong to the human race at all. The only similarity was that this group of people had very high cultivation levels. It was so high that the people of Snow Wind Ridge could not detect it at all. 3 figures stood at the front of this group of people. The person on the left had a thunderous voice. He was free and unrestrained as he talked and laughed. His eyes flickered with lightning and could not be looked at directly. The person on the right was tall and burly. He had a calm demeanor, and his every move carried a kind of dignity that came from being in a high position for a long time. He looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. The person in the middle was dressed in green and had black hair. He had delicate features and a smile on his face, looking like a gentle and elegant scholar. "Su, Boss Su." Duan Tianliang seemed to have discovered something, and his voice was trembling and excited. Yu Hao also widened his eyes and looked at the green-robed cultivator among the 3 people in front. He was surprised and happy and could not help but say, "Qingying, look, that person seems to be." At that moment, Xie Qingying was also looking at that figure in a daze, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Shun Fei, Jiyu Wenjun, and the rest also noticed that green-robed man and were stunned on the spot. Even if they recognized him, they did not dare to rashly acknowledge him when they saw him standing together with the group of exalted immortals and talking and laughing casually. This feeling was like 2 childhood playmates reuniting after many years and discovering that the other party had already been conferred the title of Marquis and held a high position. This feeling of distance was indescribable. At that moment, the green-robed cultivator turned around and saw the people of Snow Wind Ridge. He descended and walked in front of them, cupping his fists and smiling. "Everyone, how have you been? Brother Su." Exalted Immortal Su, "Is it really you?" Yu Hao said these two words and then realized something. He quickly changed his words and asked cautiously. Su Zimo waved his hand and smiled. "There are no exalted immortals or infernal immortals." Hearing this familiar tone, Duan Tianliang was finally sure. He shouted excitedly, "Boss Su, it's really you." Lin Zhon, Feng Kantian, Night Spirit, Tiger, Nian Qi, Xiaoning, Demonis Ji and the others landed too. Everyone couldn't help but laugh when they heard such straightforward words. Shun Fei, Jiyu Wenjun, and the others also hurried forward to greet him. Him. Xia Qingying's eyes reddened. She said softly, "He is the Uncle Su that I mentioned to you before. He is the person who helped us overcome many difficulties." "Ah!" the child exclaimed. His eyes were sparkling as he looked at Su Zimo. Xia Qingying looked at Su Zimo. Her heart was filled with emotions. Her expression was complicated. 10,000 years ago, she knew that the person in front of her was like a divine dragon. It was only because of an accident that he was dormant on the Dragon Abyss planet. One day, this person would leave. She did not even think that there would be a chance for them to meet again. 10,000 years had passed unknowingly for the people of Wind Snow Ridge. There were not many changes. However, it was only when they caught sight of Su Zimo that everyone was stunned. So, that person had already walked so far on the path of cultivation after more than 10,000 years. Su Zimo's gaze landed on the child. He smiled and waved his hand. Even some of Wind Snow Ridge's old friends would become a little reserved in front of Su Zimo. However, this child did not show any fear. When he saw Su Zimo waving his hand, he ran over excitedly. He looked up at Su Zimo. "What's your name?" Su Zimo asked with a smile. "Yiming, Yu Yiming." The child's eyes were bright as he answered crisply. Su Zimo smiled. He reached out his hand and gently rubbed the child's head. The child blinked. This was a very normal action. His father, mother, and other uncles often did this to him. However, for some reason, when this Uncle Su's hand landed on his head, he felt a warm current flowing into his body and into his limbs. He felt that his body was warm and comfortable. All the pores on his body seemed to have opened up. The child felt sleepy. His eyelids gradually became heavy. In a daze, he could not help but think of a poem that his mother had read to him. "The immortal touched my head, my hair tied and I lived forever, he's just asleep. You don't have to worry," Su Zimo said with a smile. He was only a 5 or 6-year-old child. His body suddenly underwent such a huge transformation, and he could not bear it. Thus, he fell asleep and slowly digested this change. Yu Hao and Xia Qingying were originally a little worried, but soon, their eyes widened. They saw that their child was silently making a breakthrough in his cultivation realm in his sleep. He broke through 3 levels consecutively and had already reached the 4th stage of the mystic immortal realm. Yu Hao and Xia Qingying were surprised and happy. Su Zimo was obviously giving their child a fortuitous opportunity. In the blink of an eye, he broke through 3 levels. On Dragon Abyss planet, breaking through 1 level was as difficult as ascending to heaven. The method that Su Zimo displayed now was simply like a miracle to the two of them. In fact, with Yu Hao and Xia Qingying's cultivation, they could not see the fortuitous opportunity that Su Zimo gave this child at all. Breaking through 3 levels was only the most superficial thing. The greatest fortuitous opportunity that Su Zimo gave this child was to borrow the power of creation Qinglian to change his muscles and bones. He was reborn and shed his mortal body, allowing his body and bloodline to undergo a transformation and lay down a cultivation foundation. This child's future cultivation path would be twice the result with half the effort. Su Zimo's gaze turned, and it landed on a jade bracelet on the child's wrist. He pricked his fingertip and squeezed out a drop of blood, which fell on this jade bracelet. He used his divine sense to refine this drop of blood into the jade bracelet, forming lines of exquisite blood-colored patterns on it. The people in Fengzuoling Mountain naturally could not see what was going on. However, Lin Zhon, Feng Kantian, and the rest were clear that although it was only a drop of blood, it was the blood essence of Qinglian, a level 12 creation cultivator. Even if this child could cultivate to the true first realm, this blood-patterned jade bracelet would be of great use to him. End of chapter. Chapter 3141. Xia Qingying thought for a while and said hesitantly, "Fellow Daoist Su, you came at the right time. There's something that we can't decide on, and we want to ask you. About leaving the Dragon Abyss planet, right?" Su Zimo said with a smile. He had already guessed it in his heart. Xia Qingying nodded and said, "Some time ago, two exalted immortals called Lin Lei and Lin Luo came to Wind Snow Ridge. They invited us to an unknown place. When Lin Zhon heard this, he suddenly asked, 'Did the two of them bully you because of their cultivation?' 'No, no.' Xia Qingying hurriedly waved her hand and said, 'Those two exalted immortals were very nice. They were also very polite to cultivators who ascended from the lower domain.' Duan Tianliang couldn't help but say, 'Those two were completely different from the other exalted immortals. I felt that it was a little unreal.' Lin Zhon nodded. Immortal King Ling Long couldn't help but hit Lin Zhon lightly. She said angrily, 'Are you still worried about Lei and Luo?' Everyone in Wind Snow Ridge had a strange expression. Su Zimo scanned with his divine sense, and he already knew the cultivation realms of Xia Qingying and the others. Living beings who could ascend to the upper domain were all quite talented. If they were in a different cultivation environment with rich heaven-earth essence qi, their cultivation realms would definitely not stop there. They would at least be earth immortals. Su Zimo said, "I suggest that you all leave this place. The essence qi on the Dragon Abyss planet is too thin, and the situation in the heaven domain is chaotic. It's no longer a good place. Instead of staying here, it's better to follow us to open a new domain." "Fellow Daoist Su, are you going too?" Yu Hao asked. Su Zimo nodded. Yu Hao, Xia Qingying, and the others looked at each other. Almost without hesitation, they all nodded and said, "Then we'll go too." They didn't know Lin Lei and Lin Luo, but everyone in Wind Snow Ridge trusted Su Zimo. Su Zimo said, "Yes, prepare as soon as possible and see how many people are willing to leave together. When the time comes, there will be people coming to pick you all up on the Immortal boat. Let's go together." After giving a few more instructions, Su Zimo and the others didn't stay in Wind Snow Ridge for too long and went somewhere else. Looking at the departing figures of Su Zimo and the rest, everyone from Wind Snow Ridge sighed. Duan Tianliang sighed with emotion. "I didn't expect that after only 10,000 years, Boss Su has already done so well. The group of people with him don't seem to have low cultivation. They might even be celestial immortals. I'm afraid there are more than celestial immortals. 2. For example, that burly man with eyes like lightning. His bearing is extraordinary. He might be a true immortal. 2. The time." Yu Hao's eyes glittered. He nodded and said, "Judging from Cultivator Su's attitude, he should be able to mobilize some people. It's very likely that they are under the command of the Emperor of Heavenly Wrath, Immortal Emperor Creation, and the Emperor of Battle." Shun Fei said with a smile, "If that's the case, we might have a chance to meet those big shots if we follow Cultivator Su." Su Zimo and the others stayed on the Dragon Abyss planet for more than 10 days. Apart from gathering the people of the Nine Clouds Immortal Realm, the Demon Realm, and the Pure Land of Bliss, they also scattered around the Heaven Realm and gathered some people on planets similar to the Dragon Abyss planet. However, there were too few people who were willing to leave their homes and follow them to an unknown place. The uncertainty of the future was enough to deter many cultivators. Traveling through the starry sky, there were countless unimaginable dangers. Whether or not they could find a suitable place to rest was unknown. Not to mention opening up a new interface. Even with the War Kingdom, the Heavenly Baron Sect, and the Heaven and Earth Academy, when they left the Dragon Abyss planet, there were only a few tens of millions of people on the ferry boat. Even an ordinary planet like the Dragon Abyss planet had hundreds of millions of people in the lower realm. Su Zimo could understand the worries of the people in the lower realm, so he did not force them. The ferry boat set off and entered the space tunnel, heading north. After Wu Dao left the Heaven Realm, he immediately returned to the Great Desolation Realm. After all, Dai Yu was injured. He was still worried. In the Divine Firmament Palace, he did not want to fight the great Emperor Zongtian in advance because he was worried about Dai Yu's safety. Besides, Wu Dao was not in a hurry to fight the great Emperor Zongtian or the Heavenly Court. The longer he delayed, the better it would be for him. He had just achieved the martial monarch realm. As long as he had enough time, he could take another step forward and reach the greater success martial monarch realm or even the perfection martial monarch realm. By then, he would have a better chance of winning the war of the heavens. How was it? Dai Yu woke up from her meditative state and asked softly when she saw Wu Dao's return. Wu Dao recounted his conversation with the 9-firmament Immortal Emperor. Dai Yu was shocked when she heard that the great Emperor Zongtian was the master of the underworld. The information about the great Emperor Zongtian was too shocking for her. A moment later, Dai Yu said in a low voice, "You didn't make a move back then because you were wary of the Devil Lord, the Demonic Emperor, and the Brahma Ghost Mother, right?" "Yes." Wu Dao nodded and said, "After all, the three of them are the masters of the Shura Dao, the Beast Dao, and the Hungry Ghost Dao. They're too close to the underworld." Dai Yu said, "I've never met the Brahma Ghost Mother. I've only talked to the Devil Lord once, so I can't be sure. As for the Demonic Emperor, I've met her for a period of time. She's definitely not the same type of person as Zongtian." Dai Yu sounded certain. "Oh." Wu Dao's expression changed and he looked inquisitive. Dai Yu had mentioned this before but she did not elaborate. It could be said that Dai Yu was the person the Demonic Emperor favored the most in this life, which was why she had approached her. Even though Dai Yu had rejected her, the Demonic Emperor did not make things difficult for her. Dai Yu said, "The Demonic Emperor abhors evil and believes in the reincarnation of the Heavenly Dao. Good will be rewarded with good and evil with evil. That's why she dragged those evil people into the Beast Dao and tortured them for eternity. Actually, her actions can't be considered evil at all. In my opinion, her belief is a little naive." Su Zimo nodded. There were too many injustices in the world. Good will be rewarded with good and evil with evil. At the end of the day, it was just wishful thinking on people's part. In order to break through the Heavenly Court's seal, the ancient heavenly emperors chose to fight against the heavens. Not only did they die, but they also bore endless infamy. What kind of good karma did they receive? The 9 heavenly emperors of the heavenly court were high and mighty, looking down on the mortal world. They enslaved all living beings and sealed off the path of ascension for all living beings. They caused numerous catastrophes and erased all truths. They created the celestial realm and patrolled and monitored all living beings. What kind of evil did they receive? There was only the Inferno Heaven Emperor who was currently suppressed in the Avicii Hell by the Infernal Emperor. Dai Yu said, "I once asked her something. Why didn't you explain why the world slandered you as the Demonic Emperor and called you an evil spirit?" "What did she say?" Wu Dao's true body asked. "I don't care." Dai Yu imitated the Demonic Emperor's tone and replied indifferently. Chapter 3142. These words made the evil emperor's figure clearer in Wu Dao's mind. The evil emperor was the evil emperor. She had her own pride. She didn't even bother to explain. "If everyone in the world wants to slander me, I don't care. I only care about my own beliefs. I care about the reincarnation of the Heavenly Dao and that evil people should be punished. If an evil person escapes karma, then I will drag him into the path of the beast and let him be attacked by other beast." The evil emperor was indeed different from Fengju. However, there was obviously an even bigger secret and mystery on Fengju. Martial Dao's true body couldn't guess or see through it. "What's your first impression of Fengju?" Dai Yu suddenly asked. Most of the time, the first impression between people was very strange. One could often see through the surface and see something hidden deep. A sense of difference. Wu Dao pondered and said, "I've seen the Devil Master, the Evil Emperor, and the Brahma Ghost Mother. But the moment I saw Fengju, I felt that he was very different from the three of them." "An essence soul great emperor?" Dai Yu asked. "Of course, this is one of the differences between him and the three of them." Wu Dao shook his head and said, "But this difference can't give me that feeling. In fact, the moment he left Divine Firmament Palace, Fengju had revealed similar information. Fengju said that he was different from the Lord of Hell. Even if the infernal Great Emperor was alive, he wouldn't be able to suppress and kill him. Why was that? If he was only an essence soul Great Emperor, he couldn't be stronger than the Lord of Hell and the rest. Then where did Fengju's confidence come from? The Devil Master's attitude towards Fengju was obviously a little strange. He seemed to be deliberately avoiding and unwilling to mention it. Why was that? In the space tunnel, a huge ferry boat traveled at a constant speed. Many figures stood on the deck of the ferry boat, observing the surroundings through the space tunnel. After leaving Dragon Abyss Planet, Suzimo and the rest drove the ferry boat and drifted in the vast sea of stars of the 3,000 worlds. A year had passed. It wasn't easy to find a suitable habitat. In the 3,000 worlds, almost all the areas that were suitable for living were occupied by the major worlds. Everyone steered the Immortal boat and headed north, further and further away. By the time they reached this place, the surroundings were already desolate. Although there were still a large number of stars floating in the sky, the heaven and earth essence chi here was almost dried up, and it was far inferior to the Dragon Abyss star, causing there to be practically no living beings on these stars. However, when they passed by these stars, they could vaguely tell that there were indeed traces of life on these stars in ancient times. Seeing this, Suzimo fell into deep thought. Several epochs ago, without the seal of the 9 heavens, the heaven-earth essence chi in the 3,000 worlds was extremely dense. This place was definitely covered by the heaven-earth essence chi as well. However, the appearance of the heavenly court cut off a large amount of heaven-earth essence chi, causing the 3,000 worlds to be lacking in essence chi. The various realms could only rely on the various heaven and earth spirit roots to absorb and plunder the heaven and earth spirit chi, causing this area to gradually become desolate. We left our hometown and followed these people to this godforsaken place. What bad luck. That's right. Looking at the surroundings, it's even worse than our Yi Tianxing. If I continue to float like this, when will it end? In some of the cabins, some of the cultivators grumbled softly. If Suzimo paid attention, he could hear them clearly. He could understand the resentment of those cultivators. However, his original plan was to stay as far away from the 3,000 worlds as possible. Master, you brought so many people from the Snow-Wind Ridge out and ended up floating outside for so long with an unknown future. Aren't you being too reckless? A voice sounded from another cabin. Everyone, calm down. I believe in fellow Daoist Su. Xia Qingying's voice sounded. A year has passed and we don't even have a place to settle down. Another person complained. Furthermore, even if we find a place to stay here, the heaven and earth essence chi in the surroundings is almost dried up and inferior to our Dragon Abyss star. What's the point of us coming here? Everyone, Yu Hao said in a deep voice. There are many experts on the Immortal boat this time, such as fellow Daoist Suzimo and the others. They are all heaven immortals and true spirits. They also need to cultivate and can't find a place without heaven and earth essence chi to settle down. Rumble. At that moment, the Immortal boat suddenly vibrated and broke through the space tunnel. It arrived in the vast sea of stars and gradually stopped. A huge piece of land floated in front of the Immortal boat. Compared to the heaven realm, this piece of land was naturally far inferior. However, it was not much different from the divine firmament Immortal realm. Not to mention tens of millions of living beings, it was more than enough to accommodate billions or tens of billions of living beings. However, at a glance, this piece of land was covered in dust and gravel. Wherever his divine consciousness covered, he could not even see a single plant, let alone any living beings. Many cultivators also walked out of the cabins. Tens of millions of cultivators stood on the Immortal boat, densely packed. When they looked over and saw the piece of land in front of them, they could not hide the disappointment in their eyes. Don't tell me we're going to stay here in the future. This is really a barren land where even birds don't shit. Why don't we go back? Without this kind of Immortal boat escorting us, how can we go back alive with our cultivation levels? Yu Hao, Xia Qingying, and the others had just comforted the people of Feng Zuoling, but when they saw this scene, they also fell silent, not knowing how to explain. Waves of voices came from the crowd, and it became noisier and noisier. Lin Zhon, Immortal King Ling Long, Feng Kantian, and the others were not worried. After all, Su Zimo had obtained a wonderful 7 treasures tree in the divine firmament immortal realm. With this spirit root of heaven and earth, even if it could not be compared to the heaven realm, it could still improve the cultivation environment here. Everyone was worried that the wonderful 7 treasures tree could survive in such a harsh environment. Su Zimo and the others landed from the immortal boat and flew to the sky above this piece of land. Su Zimo took out the wonderful 7 treasures tree from his storage bag and casually threw it to the east of this piece of land. Lin Zhon frowned slightly. The environment of this piece of land was so harsh. Even if the wonderful 7 treasures tree survived, the surrounding heaven and earth essence chi would probably not be able to cover the entire piece of land. If it was placed in the east, it might not be able to take care of the large territory in the west, south, north, and middle. Lin Zhon was about to speak when Immortal King Ling Long gently squeezed his hand and shook her head slightly, indicating that there was no need to be anxious and that they should continue watching. Immortal King Ling Long believed that Su Zimo would not casually throw the wonderful 7 treasures tree to the east. There must be something else. As expected. Before long, he took out a withered willow branch from his storage bag and tossed it casually, allowing it to take root in the south. This is an immortal willow. Lin Zhon and Immortal King Ling Long's eyes lit up. The immortal willow was the spirit root of heaven and earth in the divine firmament immortal realm. However, this immortal willow branch was obviously dead. The wonderful 7 treasures tree had just been uprooted, and there was still a lot of vitality in its body. However, this immortal willow branch did not have any vitality at all. Su Zimo took out the carefree tree from his storage bag and placed it in the west. Finally, he planted the peach tree sapling in the north. Chapter 31:43. The 7 Wonders Tree Immortal Willow, Carefree Wood, Immortal Peach Tree and Immortal Peach Tree were extremely rare heaven and earth spirit roots. That was also the reason why it was extremely difficult to revive them. Back in Heaven and Earth Academy, Su Zimo had attempted to revive the Immortal Willow and Carefree Wood. However, nothing happened even after many years. Now that he was in this barren land, the surrounding environment was even worse. Let alone such rare heaven and earth spirit roots, there was not a single bit of vegetation on this land. It was a complete desert. It was even more difficult to restore the vitality of the 4 spiritual roots. However, it was not entirely impossible. Back in Heaven and Earth Academy, Su Zimo's Qinglian true body had yet to grow to the peak of grade 12. Furthermore, the Qinglian true body was cultivating in Heaven and Earth Academy and would not dare to absorb Heaven and Earth essence chi with all its might, worried that it would cause too much of a commotion. Right now, there was no longer a need for Su Zimo to continue hiding the fact that he possessed the creation Qinglian. From a certain perspective, the grade 12 creation Qinglian was the rarest spirit root in the world and was even stronger than the divine builder tree of the heavenly realm. Therefore, Su Zimo was not worried about heading to some barren land. Even if it was a desert, he could turn it into an oasis. Su Zimo channeled his bloodline slowly and the sound of tsunamis could be heard from his body. The next moment, right in front of everyone, Su Zimo's figure vanished and was replaced by a jade-green Qinglian that took root in the ground and soared into the skies. The creation Qinglian swayed and shone brightly as lotus flowers bloomed and burst forth with auspicious colors. At that moment, the creation Qinglian seemed to have connected to heaven and earth and become the only god that ruled over the world. All the cultivators were dumbfounded. Their faces were full of shock as they watched this scene in disbelief. Swoosh! Suddenly, the tens of millions of cultivators heard a series of violent gusts of wind. Before anyone could react, Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi, as boundless as the sea, surged from all directions and gathered on this piece of land. The heaven and earth essence chi gathered continuously and surrounded the jade-green Qinglian, spreading towards the barren land. The heaven-earth yuan chi on this piece of land was getting denser and denser. Many cultivators were dumbfounded. Most of them came from the many desolate stars around the heaven realm. Their primordial chi was thin, so they had never felt such a large amount of primordial chi. Enveloped by the dense heaven and earth yuan qi, everyone was stunned. Not to mention them, some of the cultivators who were originally cultivating in the heaven realm, such as those from the Warring States Kingdom, the Heaven Baron sect, and the Divine Firmament Immortal realm, were also shocked at this time. The cultivation environment on this land was not much different from when they were in the heaven realm. And the 12th grade Qinglian's transformation of this barren land had yet to stop. The heaven-earth yuan qi on this land was still increasing. In just a short 2 hours, the density of the heaven and earth origin qi had already surpassed that of the heaven realm. This scene was unimaginable to Lin Zhon, Feng Kentian, and the others. In reality, the reason they were able to achieve this was because of the terrifying Qinglian. At this moment, Qinglian was rooted in the ground, and his lotus was almost bursting through the sky. Su Zimo could clearly feel that Qinglian was not only absorbing the heaven-earth yuan qi from the starry sky of the 3,000 worlds, but it was also absorbing wisps of heaven-earth yuan qi from the heavenly court. Although the 9 heavens had sealed it, it was still unable to stop Qinglian's plundering. The changes in this barren land were still ongoing. At this moment, Su Zimo transformed into Qinglian. Countless roots continued to spread. His divine sense also followed these roots and spread to every corner of this land. In fact, in the depths of this land, there were countless roots and seeds buried. However, due to the gradual drying up of the heaven-earth yuan qi, the vitality of this land dissipated. Countless living beings died, and the flowers and trees withered and withered. At this moment, Qinglian's roots stretched out and injected endless vitality into this land, and it also awakened the flowers and trees. Under the gazes of countless people, a layer of greenery gradually appeared on the originally barren desert. The original desert gradually grew a large area of buckthorns. On the barren undulating mountain range, vegetation gradually grew. It was green and full of vitality. Rumble. At this moment, a thunderous sound came from the sky. In the blink of an eye, dark clouds covered the sky. Feng Xantian's eyes were like lightning. His body moved and he was in the clouds, forming a blazing and eye-catching sea of lightning around him. Spring thunder roared, and all living beings came to life. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, heavy rain poured down. Tens of millions of living beings from the lower realm were in the heavy rain. Even though the rain drenched their clothes, their faces were filled with excitement. This was not ordinary rain. The heaven-earth yuan qi on this land was too dense, and when the rain fell, lightning daoist techniques fused with the endless heaven-earth yuan qi, causing every drop of rain to be like spiritual liquid. The original potholes were gradually filled with rainwater, and lakes were formed again. Green mountains were surrounded by green water. The river flowed endlessly, falling from the mountain peak like a waterfall, creating large waves and dense fog. In the valley, spring water gurgled, hundreds of flowers bloomed, and butterflies danced. The heavy rain lasted for a day and a night before it gradually stopped. Feng Xantian's face was pale. He had used up a lot of energy, but his eyes were filled with gratification. After the heavy rain, the sea of clouds in the sky was vast and unpredictable. A gorgeous rainbow stretched across the land, complementing the Qinglian that connected heaven and earth. Some people closed their eyes and opened their arms, feeling everything around them. Someone's mind was stirred, and he laughed loudly. Some people could not hold it in anymore and plunged into the lake, swimming freely. Some people scooped up a handful of moist soil and deeply smelled the fragrance of the soil mixed with the vegetation after the heavy rain. Some people knelt on the ground and looked at everything around them with tears streaming down their faces. Everywhere they looked, they saw thousands of rocks competing with each other, tens of thousands of ravines competing with each other, abundant vegetation, beautiful purple and red, green mountains dripping with green, and vast clouds like rising clouds. How was this a barren land? This was simply a paradise. Not to mention Long Yuan planet, even the heaven realm was far inferior to this land in front of them. Everyone in Feng Zuoling looked at the scene in front of them in a daze, their faces full of shock. The scene in front of them was like a miracle to them. The original doubts and complaints had long disappeared. Just now, everything was done by Uncle Su. Yu Yiming nestled in Xia Qinghua's arms, his eyes wide open as he asked in disbelief. Not to mention this child, even Yu Hao and Xia Qingying could not imagine it. Su Zimo seemed to be even more powerful than they had imagined. If it was just a true spirit, would he have such means to change the world? It should be. Xia Qingying murmured softly and looked at the child in her arms subconsciously. Then, she exclaimed, "What's wrong?" Yu Hao quickly asked. Xia Qingying's divine sense scanned Yu Yiming's body several times and could not help but ask, You child, how did you break through again?" When they left Long Yuan planet, Yu Yiming was only a 4th stage mystic immortal. Just now, after being nourished by the surrounding heaven-earth essence qi and the cleansing of the spirit rain, he had broken through again and cultivated to the 5th stage mystic immortal. "I don't know, is cultivation very difficult?" the child asked in confusion. Chapter 3144. Hearing that, Xia Qingying stared at Yu Yiming angrily, almost raising her hand to slap him. Duan Tianliang, Shun Fei, and the rest of the Wind Snow Ridge cultivators' faces darkened when they heard that. "This brat, you two have to teach him a lesson," Duan Tianliang muttered. They had cultivated bitterly on the Dragon Abyss planet for tens of thousands of years, but they had only reached the 8th stage, the 9th tribulation mystic immortal. This brat had advanced by 3 stages after sleeping. After being drenched in the rain, he had advanced by 1 stage. How could they endure that? Yu Yiming had such a change mainly because Su Zimo had helped him to be reborn and laid a foundation for him. As his cultivation increased, his cultivation speed would gradually slow down and return to normal. In fact, it was not only Yu Yiming. For example, Xia Qingying, Duan Tianliang, and the rest of the people from the lower domain, who had suddenly come to such a rich cultivation environment and been washed by the rain, their realms also had different degrees of loosening. There were even people in the crowd who had begun to break through to the Earth Origin realm. At this moment, Yu Hao's eyes moved as he saw a familiar figure in the crowd. "Look, isn't that the original Dragon Abyss City Lord, Xu Shi?" Yu Hao pointed at a person not far away and asked softly. Xia Qingying, Duan Tianliang, and the rest looked over, and their eyes lit up as they nodded. Xia Qingying said, the one beside him should be his child, Xu Xiaotian. Xu Shi and Xu Xiaotian had left the Dragon Abyss planet back then, and there was no news of them. They did not expect to meet here today. Xu Xiaotian's cultivation is already higher than his father's. Yu Hao used his divine sense to check and murmured softly. He was only a 1st stage Earth immortal, so he could not check the exact cultivation level of Xu Shi and his son. He could only determine that both of them were Earth immortals, far stronger than him. As if sensing that someone was checking, Xu Shi looked over and saw Yu Hao, Xia Qingying, and the rest. He was slightly startled, then walked over in surprise. "Fellow Daoist Yu, fellow Daoist Xia, long time no see." Xu Shi cupped his fists and greeted them from afar. The people from the Wind Snow Ridge also hurried over. Speaking of which, they were old friends from the Dragon Abyss planet. Without this experience, it would be difficult for them to meet again in the future. Now that they were reunited here, everyone was a little emotional and couldn't help but exchange some pleasantries. "Fellow Daoist Xu, where will you stay after leaving the Dragon Abyss planet?" Yu Hao asked. "It's a long story." Xu Shi sighed softly and briefly recounted what had happened after he and Xu Xiaotian had gone to the divine firmament celestial realm. Back then, for Su Zimo's sake, Xie Qingcheng brought the two of them with her. However, they didn't expect that Xie Qingcheng would meet with a mishap and the two of them would almost die as well. Later on, they managed to escape from death and returned to Xie Qingcheng's side. Now, they had joined Chengkuan Academy. "Who did you come with?" Xu Shi asked. Yu Hao said, "It was only because fellow Daoist Su came looking for us that we decided to leave Dragon Abyss planet." Xu Shi smiled and said, "To be able to make the Realm Lord personally come out, I'm afraid only you few old friends." "Huh? Sector Lord?" Yu Hao, Xia Qingying, and the others were stunned, not understanding. Duan Tianliang and the others thought they had misheard, so they didn't pay much attention to it. Xia Qingying blinked and could not help but ask, "Fellow Daoist Xu, were you talking about the Realm Master just now?" "Yes." Xu Shi nodded. "Ah, I got it." Yu Hao came to a realization and said, Among the group of people who came with fellow Daoist Su that day, one of them was the realm lord of this realm. Is it that expert with lightning in his eyes? I saw him attack just now. Hearing that, Shusha laughed and said, the realm lord is the fellow Daoist Su you're talking about. Ah. Everyone in Wind Snow Ridge was shocked when they heard that. For the past year, they had been staying in the cabin and did not know the cultivators around them, nor did they interact much. Shu Xiaotian smiled and said, the expert with lightning in his eyes you mentioned just now is the Heaven Baron sect's Lord of Heaven's Wrath. Xia Qingying and the others were shocked. So the person who went to Wind Snow Ridge with Su Zimo was the Lord of Heaven's Wrath. I've heard of that before. Yu Hao nodded hurriedly and said, I also heard that this Lord of Heaven's Wrath is extremely strong. He even killed King Jin and destroyed the entire Darjin Celestial Kingdom, something like that. Shusha nodded and said, that matter is mainly controlled by the Realm Lord. Everyone was shocked again when they heard that. The destruction of the Darjin Celestial Kingdom was single-handedly led by Su Zimo. Yu Hao seemed to realize something and swallowed his saliva. He could not help but ask, Su Dao, cough cough, the Realm Lord's cultivation realm is, Grotto Heaven Realm. Shusha said 3 words. Grotto Heaven Realm. This realm was too far away for the people in Wind Snow Ridge, but they all knew that the Grotto Heaven Realm was the king. Oh my god. Duan Tianliang was stunned and muttered, what has Boss Su experienced in the past 10,000 years? Shusha continued, although they are all in the Grotto Heaven Realm, the Lord of Heaven's Wrath should not be a match for the Realm Lord. After all, Shu She and Duan Tianliang were by Xie Qingqing's side and knew more about Su Zimo. They also knew that Su Zimo had once suppressed the quasi-emperor expert, the secluded Cloud King. So, Su, the Realm Lord's realm is the highest among them? Compared to the Warlord and Immortal King creation? Xie Qingying asked. Immortal King creation? Shu She was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, Immortal King creation was probably spread by some meddlesome people. The Realm Lord has the body of Qinglian creation, so he gave him this title. As for the Realm Lord's cultivation realm, it should not be the highest. The Warlord is currently a quasi-emperor, but everyone still recognizes Brother Su as the Realm Lord. In fact, no one had any objections to the position of the Realm Lord. On one hand, Su Zimo created this realm to give the beings of the lower domain a place to live, and it would not affect the development of the various forces. The title of Realm Lord was more like an empty title. On the other hand, Lin Zhon, Feng Kantian, and the others were aware of Su Zimo's true strength. Behind him was Emperor Orochi Tokishi. Even if they were ranked according to cultivation realm, Su Zimo could only be the Realm Lord. Does this realm have a name? Yu Hao asked. Heaven Wasteland Domain. Shusha said, the Realm Lord, Lord of Heaven's Wrath, Warlord, and Immortal King Ling Long all came from Heaven Wasteland Continent. The Realm Lord's original intention in creating this realm was to protect his many old friends from Heaven Wasteland Continent. In the air, Lin Zhon, Immortal King Ling Long, Feng Kantian, and the others stood in the air, feeling the changes in Heaven Wasteland Domain. While they were gratified, they also felt a little regretful. Lin Zhon shook his head slightly and sighed. I didn't expect that the power of the 12th grade creation Qinglian would not be able to restore the vitality of the 4 spirit roots. Everyone could feel that under the influence of Qinglian creation, the Yuan Qi of Heaven Wasteland Domain had become very rich. Green sprouts had also sprouted on the 4 spirit roots. But in reality, this was only the appearance that was born under Qinglian creation's enormous vitality. No new roots grew under the ground of the 4 spirit roots. This meant that if Qinglian creation left, Heaven Wasteland Domain would still not have its own spirit roots, and the Yuan Qi of Heaven Wasteland Domain would gradually dissipate and eventually dry up. Chapter 3145. If this problem was not solved, the scene in front of the Heaven Wasteland Domain would be nothing more than a dream. Su Zimo could not stay in the Heaven Wasteland Domain forever. After all, he was a human and not a true spirit root. Feng Kantian said, if even the 12th grade creation Qinglian cannot save these 4 spirit roots, I really don't know what else can be done. Actually, It's not that the creation Qinglian is not strong enough. Immortal King Linglong said, the creation Qinglian can provide enough vitality. Look at the flowers, plants, and trees on this land, they have all recovered. Lin Zhon shook his head and said, but these flowers, plants, and trees are just ordinary things. They don't need a good environment. The 4 spirit roots of the 7 wonders tree are rare immortal seeds in the world. The requirements for their growth are also very strict. Indeed. Immortal King Linglong nodded and said, if we can change the soil of this land, there may be a chance for a change. It's too difficult. Feng Kantian sighed and said, this land has been abandoned for many years. It's probably more than several eras. It's almost impossible to change it overnight. To be able to do what we see now is already comparable to a miracle. Su Zimo stood in the air and closed his eyes, deep in thought. He was also thinking of a solution. Hearing the conversation of Immortal King Linglong and the other two, he had an idea that he could try. When he ascended to the lower domain and transcended the tribulation, his creation Qinglian could give birth to a supreme treasure of heaven and earth, which was the living soil of the 9 heavens. At the same time, there was also an inheritance memory related to the living soil of the 9 heavens. The living soil of the 9 heavens looked like an ordinary piece of yellow soil, but in the inheritance memory, it was recorded that the living soil of the 9 heavens was the ancestral source of earth. It was endlessly mysterious and was born from chaos. A part of the living soil of the 9 heavens turned into the 9 heavens, and another part gave birth to the creation Qinglian. At that time, Su Zimo did not fully understand this inheritance memory. Now that he thought about it, the 9 Supremes Emperors must have relied on the living soil to create the 9 heavens between the middle world and the greater world. If the living soil of the 9 heavens was the ancestral root of earth and could even nurture the creation Qinglian, it was not impossible for it to restore the vitality of the 4 spirit root. However, the 9 heaven life soil that fell into Su Zimo's hands was only a small handful, and it was unknown if it would be of any use. When he thought up to here, Su Zimo didn't hesitate any longer and withdrew the life soil of the 9 heaven before waving his hand and sprinkling it onto the ground beneath his feet. The living soil of the 9 heavens landed on the ground and quickly fused with it, disappearing without a trace. However, Su Zimo could clearly sense that the land beneath him was undergoing earth-shaking changes. Just a small amount of 9 heavens life soil was enough to transform this land. The grass and trees on the ground seemed to have been stimulated by something as they rapidly grew. Originally, they were just tender saplings, but in the blink of an eye, they had grown into towering trees. The 7 Wonders tree was the first to recover. After all, this spirit root had just been moved over from the Crimson Heaven Immortal domain and its roots were still intact. Now that it was in the living soil of the 9 heavens, thousands of roots extended and took root in the depths of the ground once more. The 7 treasures on the tree trunk gradually shone with a brilliant radiance as well. After the 7 Wonders tree recovered, it began to absorb the essence chi of the middle world as well. Following closely behind was the sapling of the immortal peach tree. This sapling sprouted a few emerald green buds, and in a short period of time, a large section of it sprang up, becoming much thicker. The immortal willow also gradually grew roots, taking root in the ground and extending out. On the withered tree trunk, a tender green willow branch grew out, gently swaying with the wind, as if expressing some kind of joyful and excited emotion. The last to recover was the Warrilis tree. As one of the 3 sacred trees of Buddhism, this Warrilis tree had long lost its vitality after being trapped in the Avici hell for too long. Now, under the double stimulation of the living soil of the 9 heavens and Qinglian, it gradually recovered its vitality and took root here, absorbing the essence chi of the world and gradually growing branches. Among the 4 spirit roots, the Warrilis tree was the last to recover, but the vitality in the tree trunk was the most vigorous. Back then, Buddha was born under the Warrilis tree. The Warrilis tree itself nurtured a kind of Tao of life. The 4 spirit roots all recovered their vitality and began to absorb the essence chi of the world. In addition to the 12th grade Qinglian, the density of the essence chi of the world in Heaven Wasteland domain had far exceeded that of the Heaven domain. Seeing this scene, Lin Zhon, Feng Kantian and the others smiled and looked at each other, finally relieved. At this point, Heaven Wasteland Domain had truly established itself in the middle world and become one of the 3,000 domains. The tiger, Ching Ching, the little fox, and the golden lion flew into the air, and each took out a spirit treasure that could imprison life, releasing countless living beings. There were ferocious beasts like tigers and leopards, fish and prawns that roamed the rivers, as well as tiny and weak insects. There were also many rare and exotic beasts. These were all captured by the few of them before leaving Great Wasteland Domain. They knew that Su Zimo was preparing to create a domain, and with more living beings, there would be more vitality. These living beings were captured and imprisoned for more than a year, and were originally full of resentment. But after coming to Heaven Wasteland Domain, this group of birds and beasts instantly became extremely excited. Compared to Great Wasteland Domain, this was simply a paradise. The beasts returned to the mountains, the birds returned to the forest, the flood dragons returned to the sea, and the phoenixes returned to their nests. Heaven Wasteland Domain was full of vitality and was in the ascendant. Seeing this scene, young Ruoxu sighed emotionally. I was originally worried that we might not be able to find a suitable place to build an academy in the new domain, but now, the Crimson Rainbow Fairy smiled and said, now, as long as it's in Heaven Wasteland Domain, no matter where our academy is built, the environment will be much better than before. On Heaven Wasteland Domain, mountains stood tall and clouds lingered. It was no exaggeration to say that every mountain was a rare spiritual mountain. Elder Xian could not help but laugh. Originally, half of my body was already in the ground, but looking at the situation, I reckon that I can last for a few more years, haha. A crack appeared in the void not far away, and a huge immortal boat appeared. There were dozens of beautiful women with graceful figures standing on top of it. Moreover, their cultivation was not weak, and many of them were kings, and there were even a few quasi-emperor expert. On this immortal boat, there were hundreds of millions of Rakshasa who were imprisoned in the Rakshasa Sindland. These Rakshasa were originally hiding in the place of inheritance of the 9 Netherworld Emperor. Now that they had received a notice from Wu Dao, they rushed here. In that mysterious place, the surrounding yuan qi of heaven and earth was thin, and it was possible to hide temporarily, but not suitable for cultivation. In fact, these Rakshasa were imprisoned in the Rakshasa Sindland because many of them were restricted by the laws of the Sindland and were unable to break through to the next realm. After escaping, some of the Rakshasa became quasi-emperors in a short time. Now, in a dangerous place like Heaven Wasteland Domain, these Rakshasa continued to cultivate, and in the future, there would be more kings, quasi-emperors, and even emperor expert. In fact, the group of creatures in the Infernal Court were facing a similar situation. Many of the Infernal Court creatures were no longer in the Infernal Court, but Wu Dao's true body secretly brought them to the Great Wasteland Domain through the gates of hell. With the help of the complete heaven and earth of the middle world and the perfect Dao techniques, they broke through the bottleneck and stepped into the Emperor realm. In other words, Su Zimo's 2 true bodies had in fact controlled the Rakshasa and Infernal Court, 2 huge armies with unlimited potential. Chapter 3146. Sky Tribute Realm. Secret Realm Hall. 6 realm lords of the Sky Tribute Realm sat side by side in the middle. Dozens of imperial emperors sat on both sides of the hall. 6 realm lords and so many imperial emperors had appeared at the same time. There must be something important to discuss. There's some news from the Heaven Realm. An imperial emperor said, it's worth noting that an immortal king named Su Zimo, who has the body of a grade 12 creation realm Qinglian, led a group of beings from the lower worlds and caused a ruckus in the 9 Clouds immortal realm. They destroyed a realm, 2 immortal kingdoms, and killed several immortal kings before retreating unscathed. Oh! One of the realm lords was a little surprised. This realm lord had blonde hair and blue eyes. He was obviously a Protoss. However, after coming to the Sky Tribute Realm, he had to give up his identity and title as a Protoss. He was called the Sky Tribute Divine Emperor. Sky Tribute Divine Emperor said, an immortal king caused a ruckus in the 9 Clouds immortal realm. No imperial emperors showed up. No. The imperial emperor said, I heard that there were several imperial emperors secretly protecting Su Zimo. I heard that there were 2 realm lords from the Kuan Peng realm, the new dragon realm lord, and Sword Realm's Imperial Emperor Taiguan. Although Su Zimo came from the lower worlds, he seems to have some connections with these superworlds. Otherwise, they wouldn't have supported him. Another Imperial Emperor said, Su Zimo is actually the first burial sword peak lord of Sword Realm, Su Zhu. That's why he has a close relationship with Sword Realm. Back then, in the Fiend battlefield, this kid comprehended many supreme divine powers and became invincible. Realm lords should have seen him before. It's him. Another realm lord raised his eyebrows. This realm lord used to be from the Stone Race, but after joining the Sky Tribute realm, he gave up his old title and was now called the Sky Tribute Stone Monarch. Back in the Battle of the Fiend battlefield, Su Zimo killed more than 20 supreme true spirits alone and was invincible. That attracted their attention as well. Most importantly, Su Zimo's release of the Tao technique from the heaven-burying scripture had alerted them. How many years has it been? That kid has already stepped into the Grotto Heaven realm. His cultivation speed is really fast. Another sector lord murmured. That 9 firmaments Immortal Emperor didn't intervene. Heaven worship God Emperor asked. He hasn't shown himself since the beginning, another monarch replied. The 6 skyward realm lords fell into deep thought. Rock Emperor Feng Tian frowned and said, in that case, could it be that this child is related to Great Emperor Zongtian? One more thing. Another sovereign emperor said sullenly, 10 odd Rakshasa sinful spirits appeared beside this Su Zimo. Their cultivations are not weak. Aside from sovereign personages, there are even quasi-emperors. The eyes of the 6 skyward realm lords lit up. After the Rakshasa sinful land was destroyed, hundreds of millions of Rakshasa sinful spirits seemed to have evaporated from the world, disappearing without a trace. For many years, there had been no news or traces of him. To think that more than a dozen Rakshasa ghost kings and a Rakshasa quasi-emperor would suddenly appear. Interesting. Heaven worship Rock Emperor smirked and said faintly, as long as we keep an eye on this Su Zimo and follow this clue, we will definitely be able to find the rest of the Rakshasa sinful spirit. One of the monarchs said, this Su Zimo led a group of lower domain beings to the central 1000 border wastelands and created a domain called Heaven Wasteland Domain. I even suspect that those Rakshasa sinful spirits are hiding in this domain. Another monarch said coldly, the strongest cultivator in this domain is only a quasi-emperor. Should we attack now? I'll bring a few people and destroy this domain in half a day. If those Rakshasa sinful spirits are hiding there, we'll kill them all. There's no hurry. Heaven worship God Emperor narrowed his eyes and said, if we attack Heaven Wasteland Domain, the other domains won't dare to act recklessly, but Sword Realm is likely to interfere. How dare they? Heaven worship Rock Emperor slammed the table and said loudly, if Sword Realm dares to interfere, they'll be going against the Heavenly Court. I don't mind destroying Sword Realm first. Stone Realm and Sword Realm had a grudge that went back several eras. If there was an excuse to destroy Sword Realm, Heaven worship Rock Emperor wouldn't mind doing so. Heaven worship world had lost dozens of monarchs in the Battle of the Great Wilderness, but there were still more than 100 monarchs in their domain. In the 3000 domains, there was still no domain that could fight against them. Heaven worship God Emperor said, it's not just Sword Realm. If the Rakshasa sinful spirits were really hidden by Su Zimo, it means that there should be someone behind Heaven Wasteland Domain who can destroy the sinful land. Now it seems that it's very likely to be one of the 3 from Heaven World. Another realm lord frowned and said, if it involves buried heaven, this matter will be a bit complicated. I'm afraid we'll have to ask the Heavenly Court for help. That's right. Heaven worship God Emperor said in a low voice, last time in the Great Wilderness Domain, our Heaven worship world suffered heavy losses. Dozens of monarchs died and our vitality was greatly damaged. If anything goes wrong the next time we attack, Heaven worship world's prestige will be completely gone. The next time we attack, we must be well prepared and foolproof. The best way is to ask the Heavenly Court for help. It would be best if an Inspector Heavenly Ambassador comes personally. There were only 9 Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors in the 9 heavens. Other than the 9 monarchs, only the strongest monarchs were qualified to be Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors. If something big happened in the 3000 domains, Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors could come down and replace the 9 monarchs to patrol the races in the universe. They had the supreme power to decide the life and death of others. If an inspector heavenly ambassador comes, it probably means that the heavenly court is preparing to suppress the demons. It's about time. Although a monarch hasn't been born in a middle world, an anomaly has appeared in the great wilderness domain. It would be best if we can kill it in advance. And monarch asked, how long do we have to wait? Heaven worship God Emperor said, not too long. Last time, the 3 young masters of the heavenly court returned in defeat. They are all angry and want to make a comeback. They definitely won't miss this opportunity. With the resources of the heavenly court, they will recover in about 100 years. There will naturally be a response then. Heaven Worship Rock Emperor looked at the monarchs below and said, in this period of time, keep a close eye on the movements of Sword World and Heaven Wasteland domain. But don't act rashly to avoid alerting the enemy. Yes. The monarchs all stood up. Heaven Worship Rock Emperor's eyes were cold and murderous. He said slowly, the next time we attack, it will be the battle to establish our prestige. Although no domain dared to challenge their position after the Heaven Worship World's defeat, it was inevitable that there would be a lot of criticism in private. The Celestial Tribute World needed a great victory to re-establish its supremacy in the 3000 world. That's right. Heaven Worship God Emperor's expression was cold. He looked at the stars and said indifferently, chaos is coming. It's time to tell the beings of the 3000 domains how to choose and stand. Chapter 3147. Light World. Outside the Light Palace, the million-strong Protoss army was gathered. Their armor shone with golden light, their spears and swords emitted endless sharpness, and their war flags fluttered in the wind. 3 god emperors stepped into the palace. The Lord of the Light World sat in the middle of the palace. His expression was dignified, and his eyes shone with a dazzling brilliance. No one dared to look him in the eye. Lord, the army has been assembled. We can move at any time to Heaven Wasteland domain to kill the dark sinful spirit, one of the god emperors said in a deep voice. Let's disperse first. The Lord of the Light World suddenly spoke. The 3 god emperors frowned slightly. One of them asked, Lord, why is that so? The Lord of the Light World pointed to the sky and said, I just received a reply from the Heaven Reverence God Emperor. He told the Protoss to stay put and wait for news from the Heavenly Court. The Heavenly Court. The 3 god emperors' hearts trembled. One of the god emperors was shocked and said, even the Heavenly Court has been alerted. Not really. The Lord of the Light World explained, the Heaven Reverence World should be preparing to use this opportunity to establish their power. The Heavenly Court will also send people down. At that time, they won't just be dealing with a small Heaven Wasteland domain. 100 years was too short for the many living beings in the middle world. Many living beings would often go into seclusion for thousands or tens of thousands of years. 100 years was just a blink of an eye. But for Heaven Wasteland domain, 100 years was enough to create earth-shaking changes. With Su Zimo's 12th grade creation Qinglian in the center and the 4 great spirit roots in the surroundings, they crazily absorbed the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth in the middle world. The creation Green Lotus could even steal a lot of rich essence energy from the Heavenly Court. This caused the Heaven Wasteland domain to change with each passing day in just 100 years, and the world had changed greatly. Apart from the Heaven Wasteland sect, there were many other forces of various sizes on this land. There was Chenkuan Academy, the Warring States Academy, and the Wind and Snow Ridge. Under the influence of Immortal King Ling Long, Enigma Palace was established in Heaven Wasteland domain. Chess deity Jun Yu followed Su Zimo and became the first palace master of Enigma Palace. Although Jun Yu had never taken Immortal King Ling Long as her master, she had inherited and comprehended the most Daos. The first storyteller of the Enigma Palace in the Upper Realm was none other than Lin Xuanji. The existence of storytellers was extremely special in the Enigma Palace, and they bore the responsibility of establishing the words. The so-called oath was to record history, pass down merit, pass down civilization, and inherit the great Tao. On Tianhuang mainland, the dark and tragic days of the human race in the Primordial Age and the rise of the various emperors in the Primordial Age were all recorded by Enigma Palace and spread by storytellers. The current Lin Xuanji was still the most mysterious 10th elder of Chenkuan Academy. However, Lin Xuanji loved being a storyteller the most. With his temperament, he couldn't stay idle at all and wanted to talk to someone. That period of time in Chenkuan Academy almost drove him crazy. On this day, Lin Zhon and the others came to the main hall of Heaven Wasteland Domain. They found Su Zimo and suggested, "Zimo, 100 years have passed. Heaven Wasteland Domain has stabilized and is beginning to take shape. I suggest that we invite the domain lords of some domains over as guests. On the one hand, it's to make friends with those domains and establish a connection. On the other hand, people like the Master of the Sword Domain, the 2 domain lords of the Kuan Peng Domain, the Master of the Dragon Domain and the others helped us back then. This invitation is also a form of gratitude." Su Zimo pondered for a moment and nodded. All right. Back then, he had promised Yunju that he would invite her over to take a look after the establishment of a new domain. He could make use of this opportunity to let Yunju come over. Su Zimo did not have any connections with most of the domains in the 3000 upper realms. Most of his old friends were in Heaven Wasteland Domain right now. After thinking for a moment, Su Zimo wrote a few invitation letters and left teleportation runes outside. Finally, he tossed them to the Sword Domain, Dragon Domain, Flower Domain, Heaven Domain, Blood Ape Domain and Kuan Peng Domain. These invitation letters turned into streaks of light and disappeared into the void. Right then, Su Zimo sensed a massive energy fluctuation coming from the east of Heaven Wasteland Domain. Someone was breaking through to the Grotto Heaven realm. That was the direction of Chenkuan Academy. Su Zimo bade farewell to everyone and arrived above Chenkuan Academy. Scanning with his spirit consciousness, he saw Mo Qing on a mountain peak with her eyes closed. Her Dao fruit floated in front of her and she was accumulating power to break through the void. Her slender fingers were like white jade brushes that danced lightly in the air, leaving behind a series of incomparably beautiful traces. The Dao and techniques revealed by those traces were fused into the Dao fruit. Her aura was also rising along with the power of the Dao fruit. Su Zimo did not leave and stayed behind to protect Mo Qing. There were many cultivators of the academy standing around the mountain peak. When they saw Su Zimo appear, they heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xuanji was not in the academy all year round and Elder Xian was too old to make a move. No one in the academy could help Mo Qing break through to the Grotto Heaven realm. If something were to happen, everyone would be helpless. The Domain Lord is here. Don't worry, everyone. When young Ruoxu saw Su Zimo appear, he cupped his fists and chuckled. Su Zimo nodded as well. For some reason, Mo Qing, who had been progressing smoothly, seemed to have heard something. His aura suddenly became unstable and chaotic. If this continued, there was a risk of qi deviation. Su Zimo frowned slightly and was not in a hurry to make a move. Why did this happen all of a sudden? Everything was fine earlier on. Right then, Mo Qing suddenly opened her eyes and looked in the direction of Su Zimo. A wisp of extremely complicated emotions appeared on her elegant and beautiful face, and it seemed like she was angry yet resentful, angry yet embarrassed. Mo Qing was obsessed with the Tao of painting and her state of mind was always calm like an immortal in a painting. She had never had such an expression before. At this moment, she was like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. Her eyes were filled with resentment and emotions and were unprecedentedly moving. Even with Su Zimo's state of mind, he was slightly dazed. However, when he saw that Mo Qing's condition was not good, he did not have time to think. He hurriedly used his divine consciousness to communicate with her and softly recited a Buddhist scripture. Everything is like a dream, an illusion, a bubble, a shadow, like dew or lightning. Senior Sister Mo Qing, clear your mind of distracting thoughts and guard your soul. This scripture was indeed useful. Moreover, Su Zimo had used a Buddhist sound domain technique. It was like a blow to the head that woke Mo Qing up. Mo Qing took a deep breath and closed her eyes again. However, her expression was still somewhat complicated. After a while, her aura gradually stabilized. It's all your fault. Right then, the ice butterfly ran in front of Su Zimo and said angrily, if you didn't come, nothing would have happened to her. What does this have to do with me? Su Zimo was baffled. Just as he was about to speak, Mo Qing's angry and resentful face flashed in his mind. Su Zimo frowned secretly. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he secretly took out the painting that Mo Qing gave him from his storage bag and slowly unfolded it. When he saw the person in the painting, Su Zimo was stunned. That person had black hair and was wearing a purple robe. He held a silver mask in his hand that seemed to have just been taken off. It was obvious that it was Wu Dao in the painting. The face of the person in the painting was exactly the same as his. Mo Qing already knew. Mo Qing's name was not at the bottom of the painting. There was only one word. Me. Chapter 3148. Celestial Tribute World. A huge crack suddenly appeared in the sky above the mystic realm, emitting waves of terrifying pressure, alarming all the celestial emperors in the celestial tribute world to come out of seclusion. Only people from the heavenly court could descend into this mystic realm at will. The 6 celestial tribute world lords appeared immediately. They knelt on the huge square with respectful expressions, welcoming the arrival of the heavenly court's people. Figures gradually emerged from the crack, each of them exuding a terrifying and sharp aura. All of them were celestial emperors. Among the few people standing at the front, 3 of them were the 3 heavenly court's young masters who had returned after suffering a crushing defeat: Celestial Emperor Qing Yang, Celestial Emperor Bai Yu, and Celestial Emperor Xian Can. Soon, this group of heavenly court's experts had all descended into the celestial tribute world. There were a total of 200 of them, all of them celestial emperors. Everyone in the celestial tribute world was secretly shocked. The heavenly court's foundation was simply unfathomable and unimaginable. Although the War of the Heavens would erupt every epoch, the main battlefield of the War of the Heavens would always be in the middle world. The heavenly court had never suffered much of an impact. With the 9 heavens as the court, it sealed the most condensed and concentrated heaven-earth essence chi in the middle world and left it in the heavenly court, allowing the heavenly court to have a unique environment. In addition, the heavenly court was always the final victor of the Great War of the Heavens, allowing the heavenly court to have countless treasures, cultivation techniques, and secret manuals. Under such circumstances, the difficulty of cultivating in the heavenly court and stepping into the celestial emperor realm was much lower than in the middle world. This also led to the heavenly court having more celestial emperors. The 200 celestial emperors that had descended from the heavenly court could be clearly divided into 4 camps according to the identity token at their waists. The eastern Kang sky, the southern Yang sky, the western white sky, and the northern black sky. Previously, these 4 heavens had descended. However, there were only about 30 celestial emperors from the 4 heavens. This time, Kang sky, Yang sky, white sky, and black sky had each sent 50 celestial emperors, making a total of 200 celestial emperors. Other than the 3 young masters, there were also 4 inspector heavenly ambassadors. From this, it could be seen how important the heavenly court's trip to the middle world was. In front of the 4 camps, 4 inspector heavenly ambassadors with terrifying auras. Even the heavenly court's young master's position was half a body's length behind the inspector heavenly ambassador. In the Yang Tian camp, there was no new Yang Tian young master. There was only the Yang Tian inspector heavenly ambassador. Dressed in a flaming robe, he had crimson hair and a vermilion face. His eyes burned brightly. Just by standing there with his hands behind his back, the surrounding void was already distorted from the heat. Welcome, 4 inspector heavenly ambassadors, 3 young masters, and all the Empyrean emperors of the heavenly court. The 6 skyward realm lords shouted loudly. More than 100 imperial emperors of the celestial realm chimed in. Get up. The firmament inspector heavenly ambassador said plainly. He descended with the other celestial court's emperors and entered the heavenly worship hall. It wasn't until all 200 celestial emperors had entered the hall that the 6 celestial reverence realm lords dared to stand up and quickly followed. We've all seen your message. The emissary inspector heavenly ambassador continued, fully open the treasure pagoda and the exchange of war achievements, so that the 3,000 worlds can prepare for the war of slaying demons. The 6 skyward realm overlords were shocked. Under normal circumstances, the treasure pagoda would only be opened to the 5th floor. Only when the world was in chaos would it be fully opened. Above the 5th floor of the treasure pagoda, there were treasures that kings and Empyrean emperors needed, and the amount of war achievements required was even higher. In the Fiend battlefield, killing a Unity stage True Spirit would only give 1 war achievement. Killing a Dongshu stage True Spirit would only give 10 war achievement. And if one wanted to exchange for king-level treasures, the war achievement requirement would easily be in the tens of thousands. Every time before the world was in chaos, the Celestial Reverence Realm would fully open the treasure pagoda and the exchange of war achievements. Killing a Grotto Heaven Sinful Spirit could be exchanged for 100 war achievement. Killing a Grotto Heaven Sinful Spirit could be exchanged for 250 war achievement. Killing a Grotto Heaven Sinful Spirit could be exchanged for 500 war achievement. If one could kill an ordinary Empyrean emperor among the sinful spirits, they could even obtain 1000 war achievement. Under the temptation of huge benefits, even if the Celestial Reverence Realm and the Heavenly Courts didn't force them, many experts of the 3000 worlds would take the initiative to kill the sinful spirit. This was the greatest meaning of the treasure pagoda and the Fiend battlefield's existence. The Celestial Reverence Realm was opened once every 10,000 years to kill sinful spirits, obtain war achievement, and exchange for treasures. This kind of influence was imperceptible and had already seeped into their bones. Of course, this was only the first step in the war against demons. But the temptation of benefits might not be able to make the majority of the experts of the 3000 worlds work for the heavenly courts. They also needed absolute power and the baptism of blood to make the 3000 worlds fear the heavenly courts so that they could only be controlled by the heavenly courts to resist the demons. In order to make all living beings fear, they had to establish their power. Only the stimulation of fresh blood could have an immediate effect. What arrangements do the 4 Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors have? The Celestial Reverence Emperor asked. The White Sky Inspector Heavenly Ambassador said, "Since Su Zimo of the Heaven Wasteland domain has a close relationship with the Sword World, we will split into 2 groups. The Emperors of the White Sky, Xian Sky, and Yang Sky will follow me to the Sword World. Firmament, you will bring people to the Heaven Wasteland domain." The Heaven Wasteland domain was just a new domain and didn't even have an emperor. The appearance of the Firmament Inspector Heavenly Ambassador, Emperor Blue Flame, and the other 50 emperors of the heavenly courts was enough respect for the Heaven Wasteland domain. The Fengtian Rock Emperor suddenly said, "If we go to the Sword World and those 3 old things suddenly become enlightened and choose to submit to the heavenly courts, do we still have to act?" The White Sky Inspector Heavenly Ambassador smiled and said, "We are not going to the Sword World to make it submit, but to kill people and establish our power. Whether the Sword World submits or not, there is no need for it to continue existing." Understood. The Fengtian Rock Emperor was overjoyed and said, "I suggest that you go to the Sky Eye domain, Stone domain, Blood domain, and Golden Crow domain first. These domains have all been on bad terms with the Sword World over the years. We can also use this opportunity to make these domains express their stance. When the time comes, there may not be a need for you and the Fengtian domain to act. Just these domains alone will be enough to destroy the Sword World." Yes, this is a good idea. The White Sky Inspector Heavenly Ambassador nodded. The Fengtian God Emperor also hurriedly suggested, "My lords, I heard that Su Zimo has recently invited the Sword World, Dragon World, and other super domains to visit the Heaven Wasteland domain as guests. The Protoss has long wanted to go to the Heaven Wasteland domain to kill the dark sinful spirits. When the time comes, we can ask the Light World to send the Protoss army to follow you and give the Heaven Wasteland domain a surprise." The Fengtian God Emperor's eyes flashed with excitement when he said this. The Light World had wanted to make a move 100 years ago, but he had suppressed it and waited for this day. "All right." The Firmament Inspector Heavenly Ambassador nodded. Emperor Blue Flame just sneered and was not interested in this at all. He didn't even care about the Heaven Wasteland domain that was founded by the Immortal King. This time, at most, he would kill a few people to vent his anger. The Great Wasteland domain was still his not. Chapter 3149. Emperor Qing Yang felt bored and could not help but say, Let the celestial tribute domain and the sword domain join forces with the other domains to deal with them. Let's go to the Great Wasteland domain. We will definitely go to the Great Wasteland domain. The Firmament Inspector Heavenly Ambassador said, but now is not the time. In a few days, the remaining 5 Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors will also bring people down. When the time comes, we will naturally meet Emperor Orochi Tokushi. With 4 Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors and 200 Emperors, can't we defeat Orochi Tokushi? Emperor Qing Yang frowned. Orochi Tokushi is not that strong. If not for a flaw in the 4 corners constellation formation, he would not have one. The Firmament Inspector Heavenly Ambassador said, these people are definitely enough to kill Orochi Tokushi, but to minimize the casualties of the Heavenly Court, we should wait for the other Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors to arrive. When the time comes, we will join forces and not give him any chance. Originally, the Heavenly Court did not plan to appear so quickly. Because Emperor Qing Yang and the other 2 young masters were still holding back their anger and wanted to return to the middle world, the 4 Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors brought people down in advance. The Celestial Tribute Emperor coughed softly and said, my lords, we heard that there is a Heaven Wasteland sect in the Heaven Wasteland domain, and it is very likely to be related to Orochi Tokushi of the Great Wasteland domain. Oh! The Firmament Inspector Heavenly Ambassador raised his eyebrows slightly. It is only a possibility. The Celestial Tribute Emperor hurriedly explained, after all, Emperor Orochi Tokushi did not have any contact with the Heaven Wasteland sect after he went to the Great Wasteland domain. It is probably a small sect that he casually created, and he may not even care about it. The Firmament Inspector Heavenly Ambassador pondered and said, this is simple. When the time comes, we will completely seal off the Heaven Wasteland domain, and no news will spread. Since they had decided to show their might, the Heavenly Court naturally would not give the Sword domain and the Heaven Wasteland domain any chance. Let's go. The Firmament Inspector Heavenly Ambassador patted Emperor Qing Yang's shoulder and said, I heard that there may be many Rakshasa hidden in the Heaven Wasteland domain, and those Rakshasa girls are all stunning. You can pick a batch. At the mention of this, Emperor Qing Yang was a little tempted. He nodded. Within the spatial tunnel, a huge classical ship was sailing towards the desolate lands of the dimensional realm. The ship had a total of 9 floors and was 1,000 feet tall. Many figures could be seen on each floor. There were immortal soldiers dressed in armor and wielding halberds. There were also palace maids with voluptuous figures dressed in gauze. Waves of celestial music came from the ship, and a fragrance lingered in the air. It was extraordinary. There was a figure standing at the bow of the ship. He was wearing plain clothes and had an ancient scroll in his hand. He only glanced at it occasionally and seemed to be absent-minded. Yunju. A deep voice came from behind. A man in a yellow robe, surrounded by many palace maids and guards, slowly walked over. His bearing was extraordinary and quite majestic. Hearing his voice, Yunju turned around and called out, Father. The person who had come was Immortal King Zishuan. I've already said that Su Zimo's idea of opening an interface was too naive. Immortal King Zishen pointed at the surroundings and said, Look, where are we? The surrounding starry sky is desolate. The heaven and earth Yuan Qi is almost dried up. What development can he have by establishing an interface in such a place? How many people are willing to come here? Yunju was silent. The surrounding scene was indeed as Immortal King Zishen said. She had nothing to refute. However, if she had a choice, she was willing to come. Immortal King Zishen said, Back then, you advised me to move the Zishen Immortal Kingdom here, but I rejected you. Now you understand. Yunju was still silent. Immortal King Zishen sighed softly and said earnestly, Yunju, you've read a lot of books. In this aspect, I can't compare to you. However, there are some things that you can't learn from books. Just in this aspect, I'm much better than you. Yunju looked at Immortal King Zishen with a strange expression and thought to herself, You've really misjudged me this time. That Su Zimo sent you an invitation, but you insisted on coming. You even brought me along to take a look. You just want to prove that I was wrong back then. Immortal King Zishen smiled. How about now? I've lived for hundreds of thousands of years. This is a judgment made through experience and insight. You can't learn it from books. I know. Yunju smiled and gently pushed Immortal King Zishen. Father, quickly go back and rest. We've already agreed. Immortal King Zishen was still worried. When we reach Heaven Wasteland Domain, you can't stay there. After congratulating me, you'll go back with me today. I can't bear to see you suffer in such a desolate and dilapidated place. At this moment, Immortal King Zishen and Yunju, who were in the space tunnel, suddenly felt a burst of pure yuan qi of heaven and earth. Through the walls of the tunnel, they could see that the sky ahead was faintly suffused with tens of thousands of rays of light. This is, Yunju's divine thought moved, controlling the ship to break through the space tunnel and come closer. Looking at the land in front of him that was full of vitality and a myriad of phenomena, like a fairyland, Immortal King Zishen was stunned on the spot, his expression shock. He even thought that he was hallucinating. It was too unreal for such a fairyland to suddenly appear in the desolate land of a middle world. Before really entering Heaven Wasteland Domain, Immortal King Zishen could feel that the yuan qi of heaven and earth surrounding this land was rich and pure. Such a cultivation environment was far better than the Zishen Immortal Kingdom. What kind of domain is this? Before Immortal King Zishen could react, he was greatly shocked. In the 3,000 domains, there was such a fairyland. At this moment, several figures rose up from the land. The person in the lead was the painting immortal, Mo Qing of Chenkuan Academy. Sister is finally here. Mo Qing came up and said with a smile. Yunju was one of the few friends that she recognized in her heart. The two had been trapped together in the Avicii Hell and had an unforgettable experience. Hey, sister has already stepped into the grotto heaven? Yunju looked at Mo Qing, her eyes brightening. Mo Qing seemed to think of something, her face slightly red, and nodded. Fairy Mo Qing, which domain is this? Immortal King Zishen could not help but interrupt and ask. Naturally, Heaven Wasteland Domain, Mo Qing said. Immortal King Zishen opened his mouth, as if to say something, but seeing Yunju's somewhat mischievous gaze, he was speechless for a moment. How could it be? Even if Su Zimo had the body of the 12th grade creation Qinglian, it only took him 100 years to open up such a fairyland. This was already beyond Immortal King Zishen's understanding. Mo Qing said, Sister Yunju, come with me, Junior Brother Su and the others are in the main hall of Heaven Wasteland Domain. Junior Brother Su? Yunju looked at Mo Qing with a smile that was not a smile. Mo Qing said softly, I'm a little used to it, I can't change it for a while. Yunju smiled, and did not continue to ask, but followed Mo Qing to the sky above Heaven Wasteland Domain, looking around and marveling in her heart. At this moment, Immortal King Zishen's voice suddenly sounded in her mind, Yunju, we don't have to leave in a hurry, after all, we came from afar, it would be rude to leave today. After Immortal King Zishen came to Heaven Wasteland Domain, he felt that his realm that had been stagnant for many years was showing signs of loosening. Chapter 3150. Immortal King Zishen, with many guards and palace maids, followed behind Mo Qing and the others. Looking at the scenery around Heaven Wasteland Domain, he was more and more shocked. Looking into the distance, one could see the vast blue sky, the river of stars moving, the sky connected to the clouds, and the mist was heavy. Looking around, one could see green mountains towering, rolling up and down, surrounded by green water, and flourishing vegetation. There were also bejeweled jade palaces and golden palaces, either built by the mountains and rivers, or towering between the clouds on the mountain peaks. Immortal King Zishen was in Heaven Wasteland Domain. The rich yuan qi of heaven and earth, like clouds and mist, lingered around him. The group of people seemed to be passing through the vast clouds, indescribably leisurely and elegant. What entered their eyes was a magnificent stretch of mountains and rivers, full of vitality. Even the best painter in the world would most likely be unable to depict it. Everything here was a work of art, like the best gift from the heavens. Along the way, Immortal King Zishen's impression of Su Zimo had greatly changed. But he was still unwilling to admit that he had misjudged, and said in a low voice, Yunju, this Su Zimo's methods are not bad, but we have come from afar, and he did not come out to greet us personally. This is impolite, this is not right. Yunju, however, did not mind, smiled and said, he must have been delayed by something. Mo Qing also said, junior brother Su was going to come out to greet us, but there are a few guests in Heaven Wasteland domain, and he can't leave for a while. What guests are they, so important? Immortal King Zixuan chuckled, disapproving. In such a remote place, if Yunju had not pulled him, who else would come here? Immortal King Zixuan thought that Mo Qing was finding an excuse for Su Zimo. He shook his head slightly, saying, after all, I am the ruler of a country, and my cultivation realm is higher than his. No matter what, he should come out to greet us personally. Mo Qing did not answer, and only glanced at Immortal King Zixuan. Given her temperament, explaining to Immortal King Zixuan was already giving face to Yunju. If it were someone else, she would not have paid attention to them. After a while, everyone had already arrived in front of the main hall of Heaven Wasteland domain. Under the lead of Mo Qing, everyone entered the main hall. Just as Immortal King Zixuan stepped into the main hall, his expression changed drastically. There were indeed a few guests in this Heaven Wasteland palace. They were all unfamiliar faces, but the aura emitted by these people made Immortal King Zixuan tremble in fear. The guests turned their heads one after another. Their expressionless gazes landed on him with a hint of scrutiny. This was an invisible pressure. Immortal King Zixuan had once felt it when facing Immortal Emperor Shenxiao. However, even when facing the divine firmament Immortal Emperor, he did not feel such immense pressure. Almost instantly, Immortal King Zixuan broke out in cold sweat. These guests were all imperial emperors. Only an imperial monarch was capable of emanating such pressure and aura. At this moment, a figure stood up from the main seat of the main hall. When he saw them enter the main hall, he walked up to them. Su Zimo cupped his fists and said, Yunju, fellow Daoist Zixuan, I was delayed by something earlier and was unable to welcome you. Please forgive me for my lack of etiquette. Yunju smiled and said, you're too jealous. You don't have to say such things to me. Su Zimo also laughed. There was indeed no need to be so polite between the two of them. Su Zimo's words were mainly for Immortal King Zixuan. Immortal King Zixuan had originally planned to teach Su Zimo a lesson. However, when he arrived at the main hall, he was targeted by those guests. He felt as if there was a ray of light on his body, and his forehead was covered in sweat. Not to mention teaching Su Zimo a lesson, he didn't even hear what Su Zimo said clearly. Immortal King Zixuan just couldn't understand. They were both immortal kings, so how could Su Zimo remain calm and composed when facing these guests? I heard that you're the ruler of a country. TSK, what a grand occasion. On the left side of the Heaven Wasteland Palace, a man in a dark blue robe suddenly spoke as he looked at Immortal King Zixuan with a mocking expression. Beside him sat a golden-haired man in a golden robe. His gaze was sharp like an eagle's as he also said, that's right. As the rulers of a realm, we didn't bring many people over. In fact, that was indeed the case. There was only a young man standing behind these two guests. It seemed empty. Immortal King Zixuan had brought many guards and palace maids here. It could be said that he was surrounded by a large entourage. Immortal King Zixuan was shocked when he heard that. He hurriedly turned around and berated, all of you, disperse. Who allowed you to follow me? The guards and palace maids felt wronged, but they didn't dare to argue. They all bowed their heads and left the hall. I forgot to introduce them. Su Zimo pointed at the two people who had just spoken and smiled. These two are the realm lords of the Kuan Peng realm, North Kuan Emperor and South Kuan Emperor. Immortal King Zixuan's heart trembled when he heard that. Kuan Peng realm. Originally, the Kuan realm and the Peng realm were both super great realms. After the Kuan Peng realm merged into one, its strength became even stronger. These two were actually the realm lords of the Kuan Peng realm. Even the divine firmament Immortal Emperor had to lower his head in front of these two. Su Zimo looked at the silver-haired old woman on the right and said, that is the new realm lord of the dragon realm, Frost Dragon Empress. What a guy! Immortal King Zixuan had a terrified expression as he swallowed his saliva. He was extremely nervous and under great pressure. At this time, all experience and experience were useless. Because he didn't have such experience at all. He had never seen such a powerful figure in his entire life of cultivation. And now, these big shots, who could make the 3,000 realms tremble with a stomp of their feet, were all sitting in this hall, staring at him with evil intention. That is the Lord of the Flower Realm. That is the Blood Ape Realm Lord. Immortal King Zishen. That old ape suddenly smiled at Immortal King Zishen. His eyes flickered with a cold light as he asked faintly, I wonder if the few of us have enough face. Hiss. Immortal King Zishen gasped. What he had just said had been heard by these people. This Blood Ape Realm Lord's tone clearly revealed a hint of killing intent. Imperial Lords could not be humiliated. He criticized these Imperial Lords, and they were all Realm Lords. He was simply courting death. Immortal King Zishen's face turned pale when he thought of this, and his legs turned weak. Yunzhu hurriedly supported him to prevent Immortal King Zishen from falling to his knees and embarrassing himself. Su Zimo comforted him, the Blood Ape Realm Lord is just joking. Don't take it to heart. Hearing this, the old ape grinned and turned around, no longer scaring Immortal King Zishen. The other Realm Lords also stopped making things difficult for Immortal King Zishen and withdrew their gazes. They were only trying to suppress Immortal King Zishen's pride. With their status, they naturally wouldn't argue with a Immortal King over a few words. Since you are a guest, Immortal King Zishen, please come in and have a seat. Su Zimo smiled. I wouldn't dare. Immortal King Zishen glanced at the people sitting in the hall and hurriedly waved his hand. Who was he? How could he be qualified to sit with these people? Yunzhu didn't care about this. She followed Mo Qing and the others into the hall and found an empty seat. She smiled at Su Zimo. Immortal King Zishen had no choice but to follow them. He didn't dare to stand, but he didn't dare to sit either. He could only look around to conceal the nervousness and awkwardness in his heart. At that instant, Immortal King Linglong, Old Shen, and Lin Xuanji arrived and rushed into the hall with stern expression. Chapter 3151. What's wrong? Su Zimo vaguely guessed that something must have happened when he saw that the three had arrived at the same time and their expressions were not right. Immortal King Linglong glanced at Emperor North Kuan, Frost Dragon Empress and the others, and said hesitantly, I've been observing the weather during this period of time, and I saw that the 3,000 domains were covered in dark clouds and undercurrents were surging. It seems that something big is about to happen. Lin Xuanji said, the divination I deduced is not very good, but I can't deduce the specific direction. Elder Shen also nodded and said, I didn't deduce anything, but I feel a little uneasy these days, and I don't know the reason. I met the two of them and found that the three of us were in a similar situation, so I came to tell you. Su Zimo frowned slightly. Emperor North Kuan and the others seemed to have thought of something when they heard this, and their expressions changed slightly. Frost Dragon Empress said, during this period, I heard that the Celestial Tribute Domain has completely opened the Treasure Pagoda and restarted the reward system. Is it related to this? Emperor North Kuan and Emperor South Rock also thought of this at the same time. Moreover, the two of them thought even further. If the Heaven Wasteland domain was facing a crisis, there were only two directions. The first was the Light domain. The second was the Celestial Tribute domain. For 100 years, the Celestial Tribute domain and the Light domain had not made any movements. They were a little puzzled, and thought that the Heaven Wasteland domain had muddled through this crisis. Now, the Celestial Tribute domain suddenly released such a signal, and it was very likely that they were beginning to settle old scores and establish their power. At this thought, Emperor North Kuan and Emperor South Rock wanted to retreat, and leave the Heaven Wasteland domain as soon as possible to avoid being involved. In fact, the two of them did not intend to come. They thought that sending an envoy was already giving the Heaven Wasteland domain enough face. But Xiao Yarrow insisted on coming to congratulate them, and in addition to the frequent chaos in the 3,000 domains in recent years, the two of them were worried that Xiao Yarrow would be in danger, and so personally brought him to the Heaven Wasteland domain. The two domain lords of the Kuan Peng domain were also greatly shocked by the changes in the Heaven Wasteland domain, and were just praising it. However, the current situation, and there seemed to be some changes. The two emperors looked at each other, and tacitly got up at the same time. Emperor North Kuan said, "Realm Lord Su, this trip to the Heaven Wasteland domain has indeed broadened our horizons. However, the 3,000 worlds have indeed been in chaos in recent years. We have to return to the Kuan Peng realm as soon as possible to preside over the overall situation." Monarch North Kuan's reasoning was very good, and it was hard to refuse. Su Zimo smiled and nodded. As it should be. The Frost Dragon Empress hesitated for a moment before slowly standing up as well. The Hornless Dragon King hurriedly stood up as well. The Frost Dragon Empress said, "Since that's the case, let's head back. Farewell." After the battle between the dragons and the phoenixes, the dragon world's vitality was greatly damaged. There were less than 10 imperial emperors, and they could no longer withstand the impact of any war. The Frost Dragon Empress did not want to put the dragon realm in danger and lead to the destruction of her race. All right. Su Zimo could also understand this, so he didn't urge him to stay and immediately agreed. Seeing this, the Lord of the Flower Realm also stood up to leave. Only the old ape sat on the chair, frowning and looking displeased. Seeing that a great disaster might befall Heaven Wasteland domain, these people left one after another. Although it was irreproachable to seek benefits and avoid harm, but he despised it. Thinking about it, the old ape sighed softly again. In the current situation, it was already very rare that they didn't take advantage of the situation to take advantage of it. "Senior, you should also go back." Su Zimo came in front of the old ape and cupped his hands slightly. The old ape was taken aback for a moment. This brother of Yuan Huang is indeed a kind and loyal person. He didn't want to implicate others, so he took the initiative to persuade me to leave. The old ape quickly understood Su Zimo's intention and thought to himself, "Something's wrong, something's going to happen." Immortal King Zixien was secretly shocked, and said to Yun Zhu through divine sense, "I told you not to come to Heaven Wasteland domain. Look, these important people are leaving. I was right, this Su Zimo can't hold up a domain after all." Monarch North Kuan casually tore open the void, wanting to leave this place. But when his fingertip tore open a crack in the void, he suddenly felt a huge resistance. They couldn't enter the void at all. Monarch North Kuan's heart sank. The surrounding void has been sealed. Monarch South Rock shouted. The two of them were still a step too late. The expressions of the Frost Dragon Emperor and the others changed when they heard this. If only one or two Emperor experts sealed the void, even a peak Emperor wouldn't be able to stop an expert of Monarch North Kuan's level from leaving. In other words, the one who sealed the void was definitely a peak Emperor expert, and there was more than one of them. More importantly, there was a hidden meaning behind the act of sealing the void. Only with absolute confidence would one seal the void in advance. Sealing the void meant that there was only one possibility, to kill all of them. What was even more frightening was that the Emperor experts in the hall didn't notice at all that the surrounding void had been sealed. Who was the one who did it? Heaven Wasteland domain has just been established. This is such a big matter, why are you in such a hurry to leave? At this moment, a voice came from outside the hall. The next moment, a series of powerful auras burst forth from the sky above Heaven Wasteland domain and slowly descended. Outside the hall, golden light spread and illuminated the world as if it was daytime. Suddenly, people and horses neighed as a large number of cultivators and living beings descended on Heaven Wasteland domain. Everyone scanned with their divine senses and their expressions changed drastically. The cultivators outside were densely packed and almost covered the sky above Heaven Wasteland domain. They came from different domains and seemed to be an army of at least 100 million people. "It's the light world," the Frost Dragon Emperor whispered. There were so many cultivators outside and they came from different domains. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that these domains were mainly from the light world. They were either subordinate domains of the light world, or friendly with the light world. Just the imperial monarchs alone numbered over 80. Other than the 15 imperial emperors from the light world, the remaining imperial emperors were all from other worlds. These emperor experts, led by the Lord of the Light World, arrived in front of the Heaven Wasteland Hall in the blink of an eye. This was an unimaginable aura and pressure surging over. It was majestic and suffocating. Before the Lord of the Light World and the others entered the hall, Immortal King Zixian could no longer stand. He sat weakly next to Yunzhu and muttered, it's over, we're going to be killed by Su Zimo. Let alone an immortal king like him, even peak immortal emperors like the North Kuan monarch and the Frost Dragon Empress felt tremendous pressure. Even a war between super-great realms could not compare to such a grand scale of battle. The few of them did not bring anyone with them. If a conflict really broke out, no matter how strong they would not be able to stop the 80 emperor experts led by the Lord of the Light World. More importantly, the surrounding void was sealed, which was equivalent to cutting off all connections with the outside world. They could not even ask for reinforcements. Chapter 3152. The Lord of Light led more than 80 emperor experts into the Heaven Wasteland Palace, causing the ground to shake. Fellow Daoist Chen Yao, what are you here for? Emperor Bei Kuan cupped his hands and asked. To congratulate Realm Lord Su, of course. The Lord of Light turned his gaze to Su Zimo, saying faintly, I came uninvited, Realm Lord Su won't blame me, right? This is the Lord of Light. The voice of the Ice Dragon Emperor suddenly sounded in Su Zimo's mind, reminding him, this group of people has bad intentions, be careful. Before Su Zimo could speak, the old ape suddenly sneered, do you need so many people to come to congratulate? The more the merrier. The Lord of Light smiled, I mentioned to the Realm Lords of these domains that the Heaven Wasteland domain has just been established, and the Realm Lord is courageous and daring, not only daring to take in the dark sinful spirit, but also entangled with the Rakshasa sinful spirit. The Realm Lords of these domains also want to come and take a look. These words were already filled with hidden killing intent. An emperor raised his voice, this must be Realm Lord Su, why do you look so unwelcoming when you see us coming to congratulate? The person who spoke was the Moon Illumination Realm Lord. In the entire palace, until now, the only person who could still maintain a calm expression was Su Zimo. When he heard that, Su Zimo smiled. Of course you're welcome. I've said that everyone is a guest. Please take a seat. Ha 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 ha. The celestial emperors laughed when they heard this. In such a situation, who would dare not welcome them? This Su Zimo was also smart. Sit. The Lord of Light waved his hand, indicating the emperors to take a seat in the palace. What was strange was that, including the Lord of Light, more than 80 emperor experts did not sit in the upper seats, but dozens of upper seats were empty. The Heaven Wasteland domain has just been established for 100 years, and it has such a scene, it is really surprising. The Lord of Light looked at Su Zimo, smiled and praised, Realm Lord Su is really good. You flatter me. Su Zimo replied indifferently. It's a pity, the Radiance Lord's tone changed. He retracted his smile and slowly said, such a beautiful scene is about to disappear. Monarch North Kuan and the others shuddered upon hearing this. This sentence had already revealed the intentions of the Radiant Lord and the others. I've also heard about this matter. There should be some misunderstanding. Emperor Nan Peng tried to smooth things over. Su Zimo is from the lower world after all. He might not know much about evil fiends and sinful spirits. Just get him to hand over the dark sinful spirit, the Rakshasa sinful spirit. As a matter of fact, Monarch Nan Peng was actually reminding Su Zimo to hand the person over as soon as possible. 100 years. The Radiant World Lord sighed and said, it's been 100 years and he still hasn't handed over the dark sinful spirit. It's already too late. Monarch Bei Kuan and the others looked at each other in silence. Given the attitude of the Radiance Realm Lord, it was clear that he wouldn't leave the matter at that. Even if they appeared, it would be useless. The Heaven Wasteland domain would not be able to escape this calamity. 100 years. Indeed, there should be an explanation for this matter. Su Zimo said, however, this matter has nothing to do with the Radiant World Lords. Let them leave first. Monarch North Kuan and the others had complicated expressions on their faces. In all fairness, they quite liked Su Zimo. This young man knew that he was going to die, but he didn't want to implicate them. No one is allowed to leave without a conclusion to today's matter, the Radiant World Lord sneered and said in a decisive tone. Monarch North Kuan frowned and his expression turned cold. He said in a deep voice, "What? Daoist Tien Yarrow, do you still want us to stay?" The old ape said coldly, "If we join forces and fight to the death, even if we can't win, how many of the 80 monarchs you brought with you can survive?" The old ape's words were extremely powerful. If the Radiant World Lord wanted to attack them, he would have to pay a heavy price. Most of the 80 monarchs weren't from the Radiant World. These monarchs weren't united. The old ape wanted to make these monarchs hesitate and not act rashly. However, after he said this, the group of monarchs only chuckled a few times with mocking expressions, as if they weren't worried at all and didn't care. The Frost Dragon Emperor frowned slightly and pondered. The Radiant World Lord and the other 80 monarchs were a powerful force that couldn't be ignored. However, these people shouldn't be able to silently seal the void outside Heaven Wasteland domain. In other words, there was another expert who sealed the void. The Frost Dragon Emperor glanced at the empty main seat and the many upper seats in the Heaven Wasteland Palace. She seemed to have thought of something and her heart suddenly sank. Could it be? At this moment, waves of powerful aura suddenly surged from outside, even suppressing the dozens of monarchs in the palace. In the blink of an eye, dozens of figures appeared at the entrance of the Heaven Wasteland Palace. The leader wore a long green robe and was expressionless. He was the first to step into the palace. When this green-robed man stepped into the palace, a heart-palpitating aura spread out and shrouded the heads of everyone in the palace. The many monarchs in the palace could feel a fear that came from the depths of their bloodlines. This was bloodline suppression. Even Emperor North Kuan, Emperor South Rock, and the Frost Dragon Emperor, who had powerful bloodlines like the Kuan clan, the Rock clan, and the dragons couldn't avoid it. The hall instantly became deathly silent. Who wants to leave? The green-robed man looked around and his gaze fell on Emperor North Kuan and the others. He said indifferently, "I can send him on his way first." Hiss. With just one sentence, Emperor North Kuan and the others felt their hair stand on end and their scalps tingle. It was as if they dared to say a word, this green-robed man would attack and directly send them to the netherworld. Even the prideful elder ape was shocked. When he saw this person, his eyes burst with a bloody light. He looked agitated and clenched his fists tightly, trying hard to control himself. He recognized this green-robed man. Back then, this was the person who led the Celestial Tribute World and killed half of the Blood Ape world. And this person wasn't from the Celestial Tribute World, but from the Heavenly Court. Furthermore, the Elder Ape could clearly sense that this green-robed man was stronger than before. Su Zimo swept his gaze across and his gaze landed on the badges at the waists of the Imperial Lords. The word Kang was written on them. One of the 9 heavens, Kang Heavens. Behind the green-robed man, Su Zimo caught sight of another familiar face. Emperor Green Flame. However, the Emperor Green Flame did not recognize him. The green-robed man and the other 50 Heavenly Court's Imperial Lords entered the palace and headed forward. The World Lord of Light and the others stood up one after another and bowed respectfully. Unable to withstand the pressure, Emperor North Kuan and the others bowed and retreated. The green-robed man's gaze shifted to the Elder Ape. Initially, the Elder Ape was seated on his chair the entire time. At that moment, he stood up slowly and grit his teeth, raising his head without bowing. "You're still the same." The green-robed man was indifferent and walked past the Elder Ape, saying casually, "I should have killed all of you monkeys back then." The Elder Ape's body trembled slightly and he did not say anything. Under everyone's gazes, the green-robed man naturally arrived at the main seat in the middle of the palace and sat down, as though he was the owner of this place. The other Imperial Lords of the Heavenly Courts sat down as well. It was only at this moment that Emperor North Kuan and the others realized that the empty seats were reserved for them. Chapter 3153. This Su Zimo, just how big of a figure did he offend? Immortal King Zi Xian wailed in his heart. He had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, but had never seen more than 5 Emperor experts. He had never seen such a scene, where more than 100 Emperor experts appeared all of a sudden. Moreover, the 50 that appeared later obviously had a greater background. Even a figure like the Lord of the Light Sector had to bow and salute in front of this group of people. In fact, this was indeed the case. When the green-robed man appeared and asked a question, everyone in the main hall was silent like cicadas in winter. The imposing manner of Emperor Kuan of North Kuan and the Frost Dragon Emperor were completely suppressed. Although they had never seen the green-robed man before, they had already guessed the origin of this group of Emperor experts. Emperor Kuan of North Kuan and Emperor Nan Peng exchanged a glance, secretly shaking their heads. Heaven Wasteland Domain was finished. They thought that the worst possibility was that the Celestial Tribute Domain and the Light Sector would find trouble with Heaven Wasteland Domain. Unexpectedly, the actual situation was more serious than they had imagined. The Colossus behind the Celestial Tribute Domain had directly sent people over. Moreover, to deal with a small Heaven Wasteland Domain, they had directly sent out 50 Emperor expert. It was impossible to save Heaven Wasteland Domain. Now they only had one thought, and that was to escape unscathed as much as possible. After the green-robed man came to the main seat in the main hall of Heaven Wasteland Domain and sat down, he saw that the Lord of the Light Sector and the others were still standing and bowing. He smiled and said, "Everyone, sit down, no need to be reserved." "Thank you, Lord." After the Lord of the Light Sector and the others thanked him, they carefully sat down. At this time, Su Zimo, who was standing in the middle of the main hall, became unusually conspicuous. Emperor Kuan of North Kuan, the Frost Dragon Emperor and the others could not help but glance at Su Zimo, slightly taken aback. In such a situation, the Heaven Wasteland Domain Lord looked incomparably calm, and his expression was as usual, without panic, surprise, or fear. Even they, as bystanders, were under tremendous pressure and uneasy. No one could imagine what kind of pressure Su Zimo, who was in the center of the storm, was under. Under such circumstances, no matter if Su Zimo was terrified, trembling, or even weeping and begging for mercy, they would not be surprised, and they could understand. The only thing they didn't expect was that Su Zimo would be like this. It was too peaceful. It was so calm that it was incomprehensible. However, the green-robed man did not look at Su Zimo at all. To him, the so-called Heaven Wasteland Domain Lord, a peerless immortal king, was not worthy of his attention. Dong dong. The green-robed man stretched out his finger and tapped the table lightly, causing everyone's hearts to tremble, and they immediately became nervous. "Let me introduce myself." The azure-robed man said, "I'm from the Heavenly Court. I'm sure some of you have some understanding of the Heavenly Court. To put it simply, the Heaven Realm is acting on the orders of the Heavenly Court." Monarch North Kuan, Frost Dragon Empress, and the others had already guessed who these people were, so they weren't surprised. It was the first time the Master of the Flower Realm and Immortal Emperor Zi Xian had heard about it. Even the Reverence World had to obey the orders of the Heavenly Court. The azure-robed man continued, "I'm from the Heaven Realm of the Heavenly Court, and I'm the Heaven Inspector Heavenly Ambassador." There was silence in the main hall. "Oh, you probably haven't heard of the Heaven Inspector Heavenly Ambassador." The azure-robed man continued, "To put it simply, only the strongest person under the Heaven Realm, other than the Heaven Realm Emperor, is qualified to be an Heaven Inspector Heavenly Ambassador." The strongest person under the Heaven Realm Emperor. The Heaven Inspector Heavenly Ambassador said, "Every time before the demons wreak havoc, the Heaven Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors will head to the 3,000 domains to patrol and have a chat with the current realm lords." Haha, everyone, don't be nervous and don't be afraid. The Heaven Inspector Heavenly Ambassador looked at Monarch North Kuan, Monarch South Rock, and the others and chuckled. "Since we've met here, it saves me the trouble of visiting. I'll also ask you a question." The hearts of Monarch North Kuan and the others trembled. The Heaven Inspector Heavenly Ambassador spoke softly and with a gentle attitude, but Monarch North Kuan, Monarch South Rock, and the others knew that if they answered incorrectly, the Heaven Inspector Heavenly Ambassador would turn hostile and kill the Heaven Inspector Heavenly Ambassador's tone gradually lowered as he said slowly, "With the demons wreaking havoc in the world, do the Kuan Peng World, Dragon World, Blood Ape World, and Flower World plan to side with the demons and rebel against their superiors, or do you plan to be ordered by the heavenly court to slay the demons and quell the chaos? The expressions of Monarch North Kuan, Flower World, and the others changed slightly. It was obvious that he wanted them to declare their stance. Monarch North Kuan said, "The Kuan Peng world will definitely stand on the heavenly court side." The Flower World's lord also quickly said, "It's our duty to slay the demons." Very good, very obedient. The Heaven Inspector, Heavenly Ambassador clapped and smiled. His gaze turned to the Elder Ape and Frost Dragon Empress. The Elder Ape clenched his fists and remained silent. The Frost Dragon Empress fell silent for a moment before forcing a smile. Reporting to the Heaven Inspector, Heavenly Ambassador, "The Dragon World has just experienced a calamity. Our clansmen have suffered heavy casualties and less than a tenth of them are still alive. We are truly unable to participate in the war against the demons. At my age, I still have some strength and can be ordered by the Heaven Inspector, Heavenly Ambassador." The Frost Dragon Empress' words were in fact prepared to sacrifice herself to protect the bloodline of the dragons and not let the dragons be involved in the calamity of the world. Oh! The Heaven Inspector, Heavenly Ambassador smiled and said, "In that case, the dragons will be on the side of the demons." No. The Frost Dragon Empress' expression changed and she hurriedly explained, "The dragons are just unable to participate in the war and will not help the demons. Since they are unable to participate in the war, then there is no need for the dragons to exist." Before the Frost Dragon Empress finished, the Heaven Inspector, Heavenly Ambassador interrupted her and said faintly, "If they are not being ordered by the Heavenly Court, then they are helping the demon. The dragons do not want to help either side and only care about themselves. How can there be such an easy thing?" The Frost Dragon Empress' face turned pale. Su Zimo stood in the main hall and remained silent. He was observing and wanted to know the true purpose of this group of people. This group of people from the Heavenly Court should not have mobilized so many people just for the Heaven Wasteland domain. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to transfer Wu Dao's original body over and was also guarding against the Great Wasteland domain. However, when he heard this, he was sure of one thing. The War of the Heavens was initiated by the demons, but the party that forced the 3,000 domains to express their stance and involved the beings of the 3,000 domains in this war was indeed the Heavenly Court. The Demon Lord had looked for him. The evil Emperor had also looked for Dai Yu and wanted to ask her for help. Even if Dai Yu refused, the evil Emperor did not make things difficult for her. Neither the Demon Lord nor the evil Emperor forced them and instead allowed them to make their own choice. But in front of the Heavenly Court, the 3,000 domains had no choice. Either they were ordered by the Heavenly Court to charge at the forefront and fight against the demons, or they died. The Heavenly Court is really impressive. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in the middle of the main hall and was extremely ear-piercing. Under the pressure of the Heaven Inspector, Heavenly Ambassador, all the emperors were trembling in fear. Who dared to speak carelessly? And with sarcasm. This person was hopeless. Everyone looked at Su Zimo in the middle of the main hall as if they were looking at a dead man. Emperor Kuan and the others secretly shook their heads, feeling a trace of pity in their hearts. Ha! Emperor Green Flame suddenly sneered, "We forgot about the Heaven Wasteland Domain Lord, he is not happy." Chapter 3154. Su Zimo ignored Emperor Azure Flame. Instead, he looked at the Emissary Inspector Heavens sitting on the main seat and asked calmly, "Why did the Heavenly Courts seal the middle worlds and block the ascension path of the myriad races?" The Emissary Inspector Heavens raised his brows slightly. This matter was originally an extremely secretive matter. Even among the imperial emperors of the various worlds, not many people knew about it. The Celestial Tribute World did not allow the middle worlds to discuss it, nor did they allow anyone to mention it. When Emperor North Kuan, Emperor South Rock, Frost Dragon Emperor, and the others heard this, their expressions changed. They were clearly moved. As realm lords and super great worlds that had a legacy of several epochs, they naturally had extremely secretive legacies. Although they did not know the exact situation, they had a rough guess. "You actually know about this?" The Emissary Inspector Heavens smiled. Su Zimo continued, I also know that the 9 heavens as the courts have sealed a large amount of heaven-earth yuan qi from the middle worlds within the heavenly courts. This caused the heaven-earth yuan qi in the middle worlds to be relatively thin, making the cultivation of the myriad races much more difficult. Ha 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 ha. The emissary Inspector Heavens laughed and asked, "So what if you know?" Su Zimo did not answer and only continued asking, "What is the heavenly court's goal? Are you questioning me?" The emissary Inspector Heavens looked at Su Zimo with eyes full of sarcasm and mockery. He laughed and said, "You middle-world beings are just a bunch of ants, livestock that we rear. As livestock, you have to have the awareness of livestock. If there comes a day when you feel indignant and want to jump out of your cage, only slaughter awaits you." Since he was prepared to kill them all, the emissary Inspector Heavens did not intend to hide anything. The emissary Inspector Heavens looked down at Emperor North Kuan, Light World Lord, and the others and said gently, "The heaven-earth yuan qi in the middle worlds is also a reward from the heavenly courts. You have to know how to be content and grateful." The emperors of the middle worlds were insulted by the emissary Inspector Heavens. Emperor North Kuan, Emperor South Rock, and the others were expressionless and did not dare to refute. They could only suppress the anger in their hearts. The Light World Lord hurriedly got up, knelt on the ground and said loudly, "Thunder and rain, you are all heavenly grace, the Light World will definitely remember it. If the heavenly courts has any orders, the Protoss of the Light World will die." Let alone Emperor Bei Kuan, everyone from the Heaven Wasteland domain felt a burst of disgust. Even some emperors from the Light domain bowed their heads slightly, a look of shame flashing across their eyes. Emperor North Kuan and others were under pressure. As for the Radiant World Lord's side, he was completely a servile and fawning servant. "Heavens! Lord Kuan!" Heavenly Court said. "Heavens, look, he. World Emperor Heavens." Inspector Heavens said world. Said Heavenly Court's Lord Earth Yuan think. The Heavenly Inspector Heavenly Ambassador looked around and said, "Heaven Wasteland domain is indeed well built, and is not inferior to the various immortal palaces of the Heavenly Court. But you bunch of ants live in a place similar to the Heavenly Court. You have overstepped your boundaries and committed a heinous crime. You are all livestock. How can you live and cultivate in such an environment?" Only Firmament Inspector Heavenly Ambassador's voice resounded in the hall. No one dared to interrupt. The atmosphere was extremely stifling. Everyone knew that there would be a massacre today. But no one knew when this massacre would come. Empyrean Lord North Kuan and company even vaguely hoped that the Firmament Inspector Heavenly Ambassador would continue speaking. That way, the massacre might come a little later. It's about time. At that moment, the Firmament Inspector Heavenly Ambassador suddenly said. Then, he looked at the center of the hall and Su Zimo, who had a calm expression, and said with a faint smile, "Let me guess. You are still so calm even now. You must be expecting someone from the Sword Realm to come and save you, right? It's a pity that the surrounding void has been sealed. Your message won't be able to spread. But it doesn't matter. I'll show you the situation of the Sword Realm." As soon as he finished speaking, the Firmament Inspector Heavenly Ambassador took out a transparent water ball and suddenly threw it out of the hall. It shattered in the sky above the Heaven Wasteland domain and turned into a huge water screen. Through the water screen, everyone saw 9 sword-shaped continents and a huge palace complex in the middle of the 9 continent. Through this water screen, everyone was able to see everything in the sword world clearly, and at this moment, the void around the 9 great sword edges of the Sword Realm was also sealed. There were many cultivators standing there, far more than the army outside the Heaven Wasteland domain. They surrounded the Sword Realm so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through. Empyrean Lord North Kuan, Ice Dragon Emperor, and the others were greatly shocked. They saw that in the various camps around the Sword Realm, there were more than 10 Empyrean Lords from the Sky Vision Domain, Stone Domain, and Golden Crow Domain. There were also people from the Blood Domain, but there were not many of them. But these Empyrean Lords were not enough to make Empyrean Lord North Kuan's expression change. In addition to the Empyrean Lords from these super domains, the experts from the Sky Tribute Domain were also present. Including the 6 Sky Tribute Domain Lords, There were more than 100 Empyrean lords leading the Sky Tribute army. In front of these Empyrean lords stood 3 major camps. The token on their waists was made of the same material as the token of the Firmament Inspector, Heavenly Ambassador in the hall. However, the words on the tokens of the 3 major camps were Yang Haoshuan. In each of the 3 major camps, there were 50 Empyrean lords. In addition to the 3 super domains of the Sky Tribute domain, the number of Empyrean lords around the Sword Realm was close to 300. The Sword Realm was finish. This was the only thought left in the minds of Empyrean Lord North Kuan, Ice Dragon Emperor, and the others. 300 Empyrean lords were enough to sweep through all the domains of the Middle World. Moreover, they were led by the Empyrean lords of the Sky Court. In the Sword Realm, the Iron Crown Elder and the other Sword Realm cultivators also appeared. Through the water screen, everyone could clearly see the Iron Crown Elder's pale face and the fear in the eyes of the sword cultivators. Everyone could even see the beads of sweat on the sword cultivators' foreheads. The army of nearly 300 Empyrean lords was like a torrential flood that could devour everything and destroy all life. The Sword Realm appeared so insignificant and helpless in front of this shocking torrent. In the end, the old man with the iron crown still stood out and asked in a loud voice, "What is the meaning of all of you coming to the Sword World?" The Sword Realm colluded with evil fiends and sinful spirits. "We will kill them without mercy," White Sky Inspector Heavenly Ambassador said coldly. The Iron Crown Elder said in a deep voice, "Do you have any evidence?" "My words are the evidence," White Sky Inspector Heavenly Ambassador said expressionlessly. In the Heaven Wilderness Grand Hall, Empyrean Lord North Kuan and the others could already see the Heavenly Court's intentions. They could not help but sigh. The Heavenly Court's Sky Tribute domain had joined forces with many super great domains. With such a lineup, it was obvious that they had no intention of letting the Sword Realm live. No matter how the Sword Realm explained, it was useless. With the fiend-slaying war at hand, the Heavenly Courts clearly wanted to establish their dominance. They wanted to use the blood of the Sword Realm to warn the thousands of living beings in the 3,000 domains of what would happen if they stood on the wrong side. Even if it was not the Sword Realm, there would be other realms. In short, the Heavenly Courts wanted to use the blood of a super great domain to establish their dominance. Chapter 3155. In the main hall, people like Lin Zhon and Feng Kantian were not worried about Su Zimo at first. After all, they knew that Wu Dao's true body was behind Su Zimo. The Heavenly Court sealed off the surrounding void, preventing information from being transmitted, but it was impossible to seal off the connection between Su Zimo's 2 true bodies. With a thought, Wu Dao's true body could descend here at any time, but seeing this scene, the people of Heaven Wasteland domain looked solemn, and looked at Su Zimo with worry. No matter how strong Orochi Tokushi was, he could not split himself, and could only save one side at most. If Orochi Tokushi descended on Heaven Wasteland domain, they could only watch as Sword Realm was destroyed. With nearly 300 emperors leading an army of hundreds of millions attacking with all their might, Sword Realm would not even last for half an hour. If Orochi Tokushi went to Sword Realm, Heaven Wasteland domain would also be destroyed in an instant. This was destined to be a difficult choice. Seeing this scene, Su Zimo only narrowed his eyes slightly, and remained calm. He had been waiting for the Heavenly Court to reveal their trump card, which was why Wu Dao's true body did not appear. Now, the Heavenly Court placed a large number of troops in Sword Realm. But in the 9 heavens, there were still 5 days that had not appeared. Su Zimo wanted to confirm the movements of the remaining 5 days. Firmament, Yang Tian, White Tian, Xian Tian. Su Zimo said, "Since there are 9 days, why are there only 4 days? Haha." The Firmament Inspector Heavenly Ambassador chuckled, "To deal with Sword Realm and Heaven Wasteland domain, let alone 4 days, just 1 day is enough." Emperor Qing Yang curled his lips, "They will arrive in 5 days, but an ant like you won't have the chance to see it." "Oh." Su Zimo nodded. The Firmament Inspector Heavenly Ambassador stood up, stretched out his arms, looked at Su Zimo and the people of Heaven Wasteland domain, and said with a smile, "Everyone is lucky to witness this killing feast with us. No need to thank me, because..." I will soon send you on your way and reunite with Sword Realm. The voice of the Firmament Inspector, Heavenly Ambassador, spread to every corner of Heaven Wasteland domain. The hundreds of millions of troops led by the Light World became unusually excited, and their eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light. The people of Heaven Wasteland domain looked at the water curtain above their heads and realized that a great disaster was about to befall Heaven Wasteland domain. They were all terrified and uneasy. The Firmament Inspector, Heavenly Ambassador's voice, continued. This battle will be known throughout the 3,000 domains. I will let you animals understand what the will of Heavenly Court means. If you go against the will of the heavens, the Sword World will be your end. Great Domain. Butterfly Valley. The Heavenly Courts awakened, opened his eyes at the same time. Heavenly Court. God, you detected it, Heavenly Court Ambassador asked. Yes, Heavenly Court's people, Heavenses, Wu Dao said. There are close to 300 emperors in the Sword Domain, led by 3 divine emissaries, 2 young masters of the Celestial Court, and the Celestial Tribute Domain. There are more than 100 emperors in the Heaven Wasteland Domain, led by the divine emissaries of the Firmament and Emperor Qing Yang. Dai Yu stood up and said indifferently, you go to the Sword Realm, leave Heaven Wasteland Domain to me. For 100 years, Dai Yu had yet to take that step. During this period of time, Dai Yu did not cultivate in seclusion, nor did she stay with Wu Dao's original body. Instead, they were like mortals, working at sunrise and resting at sunrise. Strolling among the flowers, washing their feet by the stream, meditating in the mountains, drinking alone under the moon. Unknowingly, Dai Yu's injuries had already healed. Wu Dao's main body would occasionally glance at Dai Yu from afar. There was no change in Dai Yu's realm. However, Wu Dao's main body could sense that Dai Yu's body was constantly changing. This change was indescribable, and even Wu Dao's main body could not explain it or see through it. Dai Yu seemed to have completely integrated into this world and nature in 100 years, and her body was tainted by the mortal world. However, she also seemed to be traveling outside of heaven and earth, overlooking all living beings. She had already reached a transcendent state of extreme emptiness, tranquility. Wu Dao's main body could sense that Dai Yu was much stronger than she was 100 years ago. However, he could not say for sure what level her battle strength had reached. Heaven Wasteland Domain has an inspector, Heavenly Ambassador, Emperor Qing Yang, and more than 100 Emperor experts, Wu Dao's main body was slightly hesitant, still somewhat worried about Dai Yu. Dai Yu smiled and said, I don't have much confidence against 3 Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors, but against 1, it's not a big problem. With the addition of more than 100 Emperor experts, it's hard to say who will win, but at least they won't be able to hurt me. At this point, Dai Yu paused slightly and looked at Wu Dao's main body, a trace of seriousness flashing in her beautiful eyes. I'm worried about your side. Wu Dao's main body was speechless. He could tell that Dai Yu was not worried about the 3 Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors and the nearly 300 Emperor experts. She was worried that if Wu Dao's main body saved the Sword World, he would definitely not hold back. Once he started a massacre, it was very likely to alarm the experts of the other 5 heavens, and even the Emperor of the Heavenly Court. Back then, the Demon Lord had also warned Wu Dao's main body. In the previous battle of the Great Wilderness, the Emperor of the Heavenly Court did not appear. This time, if there was a conflict with the Heavenly Court, the Emperor would most likely intervene. To Wu Dao's main body, there was no need to rush to start the War of the Heavens in this life. He was currently at the initial Emperor realm, and if he had enough time, he could cultivate to the Great Emperor realm or even the Great Emperor realm, and his chances of winning the War of the Heavens would be greater. However, if today's battle caused the Emperor of the Heavenly Court to intervene, it would be a huge crisis for Wu Dao's main body. It might even cause the War of the Heavens to be brought forward. More importantly, in this era, no emperor had been born in the Middle World. If the Emperor of the Heavenly Court intervened, no one in the Middle World could help Wu Dao's main body. Dai Yu had not become a great emperor, and could not help. This time, if Wu Dao's main body intervened, it was very likely to have a far-reaching impact, and no one could guess how the situation would develop in the end. If the Emperor of the Heavenly Court intervenes, We can only fight. Wu Dao's main body's eyes were deep, and his expression was fearless. The sword world and heaven wasteland domain could not save him. Even if the war of the heavens was brought forward, it was not a big deal. After all, he still had one last trump card. I'll send you to heaven wasteland domain first. Wu Dao's main body said. Although Wu Dao's main body had not become a great emperor, he could use the 10 gates of hell to descend to any place in the 3,000 domains. However, the other imperial emperors were unable to do so. You look down on me, who needs you to send me? Dai Yu rolled her eyes at Wu Dao's main body. Wu Dao's main body's eyes lit up. It seemed that in the past 100 years, Dai Yu's improvement had exceeded his imagination. The two separated here, and their figures flickered, disappearing from the great wasteland domain. At the same time, in the heaven domain, the 9 heavens immortal emperor, lord of 6 Brahma heavens, and the world-devastator demon emperor seemed to have sensed something, and woke up at the same time, looking in the direction of the sword world and heaven wasteland domain, their faces revealing an excited and strange smile. Kill. The more we kill, the better. The 3 corpses activated their consciousness, and at the same time operated the burying heaven scripture. The entire heaven domain seemed to have turned into a huge tomb, lifeless. Even the divine tree of the builder would seem to have sensed something at this moment. The light on its body dimmed, its life force was fading, and some of its leaves gradually turned yellow and withered. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.